Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Colonization Radio Show. Hello. Welcome to join us tonight. As you know, it gets heated in the collar land. Let me tell you something, folks. When you got topics like Africa for the Africans, or is it Africa for everybody but Africans? Things are gonna get hot tonight. You know what's going down. You know it's gonna be a rumble here in Collar Nation. So stop what you're doing, like, share, and subscribe. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that share in it. Share this video on Twitter, Reddit, whatever. Get the word out, man, because this is where it's happened. This is the ground zero of the revolution. The revolution won't be televised, but damn sure it's going to be in the Colonization Radio Show. So we're going to be talking about that tonight. But the topic tonight, as we always say in the Genesis, that nobody does it like the Genesis, be here or be nowhere, okay? Is Africa for the Africans, or Africa is for everybody but Africans? I'm starting to wonder that, right? I thought about this topic because I heard that the United States, so let's say all these backroom deals, it would be nice if we had real media and stuff like that to keep us informed of what's going on. We claim to be Pan-Africanists and everything like that, but where's the Pan-African news wire? It doesn't exist. If you had all these people out there that got together, P.L. Lumumba, Dr. Khan, all these big wig powerhouses or not, how come we don't have a Pan-African news wire that we could all plug into for accurate information, up-to-date information, what's going on the mother continent? We don't have it, right? So I just found this article by accident. I think it's Bloomberg News, right? It says the United States is finalizing negotiations for Angola. As you know, Angola is building a railway, Benguele, off the Benguele, not Luanda, Benguele, to go from the West African coastline, which is all the way across to East Africa, because that could be another game changer in geopolitics, right? And what that means is the Straits of Hormuz and the Red Sea, which is becoming increasingly hostile. As you know, that I'm the culture critic and geopolitical pundit. I've studied geopolitics, right? So therefore, now this I'm going to put Angola and these countries in a major crosshairs of the United States. Now I said that Angola should be considered a place for an Afrikstan. America's America. Okay, now it's time to go home. Let's kind of build our own nation and whatever like that. Suddenly now, the white man's interest once again trumps our interests. So I'm starting to wonder. Something. Maybe I should just give up. Maybe we should just let white people have Africa. Let them have the whole fucking universe, right? What are we doing this for? Anytime, basically, I'm saying, render to Caesar that which is Caesar's. I realize America's a white man. Europe belongs to a white man. Everything belongs to a white man. But you tell me we can't even have a piece of our ancestral homeland? Because the United States is not going to want us. And I said, I don't really give a fuck what the United States wants, but they're not going to want us meddling in that 8 region, They see, the whole thing is, the reason why America gets away with this stuff or not, because America's propaganda has it seem like that everything's good with Black America and America, what we put out to the world. When they put out TV shows like Fresh Prince and stuff like that, it goes a long way of basically telling the world that Black people in America are Americans and everything's good. We're the good guys. We like Black people and all stuff like that, because look how advanced Black people are in America. That's what they do. It's a propaganda. And the consequence of that is the United States basically can get and penetrate into parts of Africa that they could never do, like Russia could never do, because Russia doesn't have a Black population, So America uses our entertainers. What do you think they sent Steve Harvey to fucking Africa for, You think it's any accident that they have the year return and all these freaking Black celebrities going over there? No. America is using Black celebrities to make an inroad into the country for its own selfish means. And we so-called Pan-Africans are like the weakest link and the weakest people on the damn planet. We're sitting there going with it. As long as everybody's making... Now, look, some things are more important than fucking making money. Money's not damn everything, I'm like this. I still say the white man has no business in Africa at all. You know, and Africa belongs to Africans and Black people and that. Our interest in Africa should become first and last, if not not a zero sum. You know, that means our interest should trump everything, but that doesn't happen. When it comes down to actually doing business and stuff like that, your Pan-African zeal goes right out the door. Nobody gives a damn about you, you know? You think any African countries are considering you when they talk about making a deal with the United States and stuff like that? No, of course not. You know, that's what I said. Pan-Africanism has to friggin' go from emotionalism and symbolism and emotionalism to actually real tangible progress. That's why we created the idea of the Black African Infrastructure Organization. That's why I said we need to build infrastructure on the continent. We should have a stake on the continent. We should have businesses. We should have we should be engaged in development. We should build our own base camps all over the continent, you know. So we should have a permanent stake or interest on the continent that we could basically say, hey, we have a. So see, right now, our interest in Africa is not legitimate because we have nothing concrete. We have nothing. See, the difference between being interested in something and having interest. The Chinese have an interest on the continent. They have a lot of money tied up and stuff like that, you know. The Europeans have an interest on the continent. You know, they own gold mines and stuff like that, you know. The French have an interest, you know. You see that big chunk of Africa that they control still. You know, the English got an interest. The Portuguese got it. The Brazilians got an interest, right? The only one that does not have an interest for the most part on the continent is Black people, but particularly people in the diaspora and African Americans. We don't have an interest on the continent because we don't control anything. You know, we don't control anything. And as the continent is developing without us, you know, more and more Africans are looking towards other groups of people, the Chinese, the Turks. You know, the Turks helped Rwanda and Tanzania build the railway, you know. So therefore, those sort of major projects creates new friendships and alliances. So how long is this going to keep going on before we're cut off from the company? I know a lot of the ADOS FBA is happy. They're like, yeah, man. So I hope we can't wait till we get cut off from Africa. We don't have to worry about Africans no more. But, you know, the bottom line is as long as there's people like me out here, we're going to keep fighting it. So we do have we do feel like that we have a stake in Africa's future. That's why I say whether the rest of the continent I can't do anything about, but I still think we can make gain a foothold in Liberia, you know? No, only majority Black nations can participate in Pan. Yo, look, Chukwu, first of all, sit down and shut up, you know? Chukwu, you are a clown. You are a clown with a capital C, you know? There is no damn Pan-Africanism. What a fucking joke, you know? That's what the whole point is tonight. There's a freaking joke. Pan-African has been a joke, you know? We got Pan-Africanism, yeah, but yet all your business deals and everything that's major on the continent is done with the French. If it was Pan-African, Truco, you know you would have a highway system. You know you could probably drive from Angola through Namibia because they would have integrated the highway system on one side of the road. There is no damn Pan-Africanism, Truco. You need to understand that, you know. So sit down and shut up, Truco, you know. Not your nonsense and your foolishness, you know. 76 mindset. You made a complete ass out of yourself last night. You know, I would like to, if 1776, show me a city in America besides New York. New York is about to go down the tube. If they elect that communist mayor or whatever like that, it's going to go down the to Truco probably has you blocked. Truco, do you have Frenchie blocked? You know, I don't like that. Don't block my moderators. Luanda is a beautiful city in Angola. Beautiful. And Luanda, the city that you saw, that big skyline, that was done by Black Angolans, right? Over the last 20 years. When the Portuguese pulled out in 75, it was just a little rundown, rinky-dink town that the sleepy port city, right? Though when Rwanda's Angola discovered oil back in 2003, they had one of the largest mass development in history, you know? They spent the money wise, not like Nigeria, who didn't take their money and develop their country. Angola actually developed their country with their oil money. And so that's why, like, Luanda is such a beautiful city. So say what you want about Dos Santos. He did get the job done. He was corrupt as hell. We got the job done. But what you call it? But 1776 mindset seems to think that only place in the world where he can have roads and running water is America. That's all that keeps people here is America's infrastructure. Once we show people that there's infrastructure outside of America, they got to make an informed decision. Look, we could build something else. We could live someplace else and build our base camps all over the world, or just going to sit here, listen to the American white man, because I'm sick and tired of hearing about how great America is and all this kind of stuff. And I know that's a lie. I know living in America and saluting the flag is living a lie. Saying America is the greatest country in the world is living a lie. I'm living a lie. I wish it was the truth, but I know I'm telling a lie. And the 1776 mindset knows it's a lie. But people go along with it because they always say, if you can't beat them, join them. So you can't beat the MAGA people. And he can't beat this. It's inevitable. He feels they're inevitable, so he just joins them. I'm sorry, I can't do that. I mean, I'll benefit from America. It's a great country to live. This is why you want to live a peaceful life, whatnot. But the bottom line, that one feeling that you get, that when you feel proud of your country, I don't know. We don't know what that's like. Black people don't know what that's like. We could definitely say the country we live in loves us and we're part of it. We can't say that, and we cannot say that with a straight face. But we know we're lying to ourselves, so it is what it is. Whatever, 17 or 76 mindset, Angola has a huge middle class now, Everybody, look, that's what they always think. They always make it seem like every African country is doing bad. The blacks got hardship and blah, 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 blah. That's what these Captain American Negroes want you to believe. They want you to believe that there's no salvation outside the borders of America, That's another lie, So as Africa does develop, see, the thing is, you Africans need to understand something. There's people that basically have it out there that Africa is poor, Africa is underdeveloped, because that's how they keep black people in America under control. They keep black people in America under control by telling them that Africa is a shithole. Africa can never develop. I know Africa can develop, just need the right leadership and purpose. Africans have the same intelligence as anybody else, So the people like 776 mindset believes that Africans could never develop anything like that. It must be a shithole. There's got to be a catch to it and stuff like that. All this foolishness, when the continent is actually moving on, it's catching up with the West. It is. It's going to catch. In one more generation, Africa will be done caught up, And then when Africa starts looking promising and stuff like that, yeah, there are going to be large numbers of black people from America just quitting America altogether and going to the continent. America doesn't want that. That's why they send people like the thing. So how many ever love America would protest against a World War III draft? Oh, well, I don't know. The bottom line is, I see kids online talking about, I ain't signed up for this shit. But, we had a woman the other day who didn't stand for the national anthem at her college graduation. And that set the white people on the internet. How dare they? White people are so delusional, saying they're so freaking delusional, they're basically, how dare she not saying, don't she understand the Star Spangled Banner? Tell me after all the hell we put her people through, slavery, Jim Crow, and everything, she's not grateful for all we done for her and whatnot. These people are freaking insane, See, when you get enough nerve to stand up to white people, stand up to America, you'll be free, If you tell, all you have to do is tell white people, I owe you nothing, I don't owe you my allegiance, I don't owe you anything, So that's how we go. Say people preaching about eliminating 13%, yeah. That Africa is undeveloped. Yeah. The bottom line, Kwame, is when the people, when years ago, I used to have on Blog Talk Radio, David Hitt on sometimes my show, and we talk about a nation of our own, parting ways with America. It was the same fucking white people, that are racist, don't like black people. They'll tell you to go back to Africa, blah, blah, blah. Then we say, okay, that's a good idea, right? Then they're in the comment section basically, oh, why are you guys going back? You guys can't do nothing. Africa's this, Africa's that. Okay, if you really believe that, why do you care? What the fuck do you care? See, the whole thing is about control. When you freaking give up, when you basically say, something, I think it's better that we have a nation of our own. Let's part ways with America, right? They lose all their power. All their cards are drained. Their card, their Trump card, and everything, because the America thing is their Trump card. When you take that away from them, they have no more power. They know. That's why you think these white people don't come on my show, because they have no power. They have nothing. I'm not asking them for nothing. See, when people talk about reparations, all it's doing is giving white people more power again. Because, Jonathan Miller, oh yeah, we're gonna get white people in California and vote against, dude, white people are not gonna do that. So any movement that anybody tells you a movement, and whatever the end goal is, relies on white people, then they're nothing but race traders. They're nothing but people trying to deceive you. The reparations movement led by race traders and everything. The only movement that basically black people that's completely black is the Black nationalist movement, right? And we're not asking white America for nothing. They have no control over anything we do, whatever like that. That's when you have power. If you don't have that power, you have absolutely nothing. Yeah. The bottom line, yeah, they're getting bolder talking about their extermination of black people. They sit around all day watching freaking stupid videos. So it is what it is. I have no idea about Samuel Doe. Samuel Doe died. I mean, some Native people like him. And I don't know, he was misguided by the CIA and stuff like that. And unfortunately, there was a lot of fucking hatred in the country. And he stood up for his people. Things happen. Just our ancestors that built Liberia should have saw that coming. And so they suffer the consequences. So it is what it is. But I don't care. I move on from that. I'm not going to hold that it happened. It happened. So it is what it is. But, not a damn thing, not really much has changed, because you go to Liberia, the country's still about the so-called American Liberians. They're the culture, that dominates the country, Oppressing black women became a culture for them, Colin. We are viewed as inferior. Yes, all the oppressive tools. Yeah, they have us here, and they have us feeling like that we're inferior. They think they make our women look like they're inferior and stuff like that. It's just a mess. There's nothing good comes out of this relationship with white people in America. 1776 could talk all he wants. Nothing good comes out of this. I think even white people know it's over with. It's over. It's time for something new. We're ready to start building relationships with. Not just of Africa, but we're ready to start building relationships with other people. I want to build relationships with Japan, China, Russia, Iran, Korea. I want to build relationships with other people. It's time for Black America, the world, to know who we are as a people. That's what nationalists is all about. We don't give a shit about America. What America thinks. Some of your people are oppressing other Africans. No, that's not true. That's not happening. That's not true. The bottom line is this: South Africa's got to have a right to protect their borders. That's what it is. And Kwame, it's like that in other parts of Africa, because you got Nigerians oppressing Ghanaians that live over in Nigeria. They expelled 2 million Ghanaians back in the 80s. Ghanaians expelled Nigerians. It happens all over the continent. Xenophobia happens all over the continent, man. Say, if you love America and it's the safest place on earth, you have never been any place. You've never really been any place. When I'm in Liberia, I felt safer in Liberia than I ever did in America. So I don't know what you're talking about. 1776. I don't like the idea that I'm sharing a country as a minority. I don't like being a minority. I don't like sharing a country with a majority of people. And 1776 mindset have not said, how do you deal with the fact that the majority of white people hate you? You're a fool. You fight for a country that doesn't want you, You're a fucking fool, Oh, it is what it is, I loves me some America, America's a myth. It doesn't exist. But yeah, but get back to the topic. Africa for Africa or Africa for everybody but Africans. I'm seeing like people doing I know people say, well, Carl, you're just jealous, blah, blah, blah. Look, it's disheartening when I see, I think that what the Lebanese are doing, that should be Black America and other people doing what the Lebanese are doing in Africa, So I'm saying to myself, yeah, it bothers me when I hear Lozy say that 100 companies, South African companies, white companies, are in Nigeria. I'm like, this is ridiculous. So no white people like this. I'm saying like this. So yeah, I'm a national. I've been a national my whole life. I'm not a white national. I'm Black. I have a community, a people. And my people is who I consider my nation. So I don't know what you're talking about, Chukwo, So it is what it is. Imagine having a country safe for Black people who had civil war or continue, have had civil war over continuing this African slave trade. I don't know what Kwame is talking about. I don't know what he's saying. I don't quite understand. Maybe he's a typo or better. So it is what it is. But yeah, so Black America isn't a country, caller. You're American. Look, I'm not an American. I'm a United States citizen. You understand, Chukwu? You friggin' illiterate. I'm a U.S. national. That's what I am. I'm not an American. An American is a white Anglo-Saxon person. That's an American. And dumb brainwash people like 1776. That's like this, Joe Mom was like, Collins COINTELPRO. Oh, now I'm COINTELPRO now, man. Jeez. Calling me a race trader, man. What the hell did I do to deserve that, Joe Mama? Joe Mama, what did I do to be called COINTELPRO? Next thing you know, you're going to be calling me MAGA. Next thing you know, you're going to be calling me FBA. Goddamn, man. It's like, shit. You can't win for losing in this game, man. Everybody's like, you can't win for losing. I'm COINTELPRO. I'm FBA. I'm MAGA. What else is there? Shit. So it is what it is. Joe Mama calling college. I said, Joe Mama said, Colin, man, stop messing with Cuddy, man. You gonna mess with Cuddy. I'm just playing with Cuddy. Jeez, man. Nobody can take a joke, man. Jeez. People take me too seriously, man. I'm just playing with Cuddy, you always mess with Cuddy, man. You always picking on Cuddy. I ain't picking on Cuddy, No, I do not. You need to go to take your aggressions out on Tariq Nasheed, You see, but why is people, what do they think I do? Am I named College Nasheed, Am I College Tariq Nasheed, No, I'm College, I don't attack Black Africans, I do have a nice thing. So yesterday I played nice videos of Abuja, Nigeria, whatnot, Rwanda. I was saying Africa has a future, whatnot. And I tell you all the time. I tell you, my beautiful African people. So, but when Africans are fucking up, I have to say so too. Just like why is it that when it's okay for me to talk about FBAs and ADOS and all the people like that. People love it. Africans always flock to each other. That's the between me and Dinah Samir. Dinah Samir will let you guys talk about Black America like dog on the show and not say nothing. But me, I'm like, I give it to you equal. What's up, Dave? Yeah, so the bottom line, I give it to everybody equally. Whoever needs discipline, I'll give it there. Sometimes Africans are fucking up. Africans are fucking up in this country, they are big times, Africans are fucking up all over the damn world, Look, I basically, I never call him a drug addict, I never called him a drug addict. I didn't call him dirty and dusty. I never said that, I said he was hungry, I never called him dirty and dusty. That's what's on your mind. I respect the young man. He went over made a life for himself over in Africa, so I respect that. You know, I never said that. I don't know. Like I said, was Dynas on the show when he said that? What exactly did he say about African genocide? He said he wants African genocide, or he pointed it out. I didn't hear that part. I only listened to a little bit of Volvo the other day. You know, and Joe Mama, stop being an instigator. I did not say that. You misunderstand what I'm saying. I'll never call him like Dusty and whatnot. I called Dusty brother that was in here. I kicked out of here, Dusty and whatnot. And also, there's nothing wrong with being Dusty. Hell, I was a Dusty Negro one time, my damn self. I was kicking up dust one time when I was like Cuddy's age. I was kicking up dust, man. I was kicking up so much dust, man. I walk in a room and everybody was choking. I was dusty as a mug. Short sleeve, long sleeve, regarding the Liberian genocide. What? I don't know. Well, thank God Liberia's not got past that. It's a peaceful country now. It went through what it went through. But like I said, all countries go through a metamorphosis. Forget that America had a civil war, right? That killed more people than Liberia's civil war. 600,000 people died in America's civil war. But when it's America's civil war or it's a Russian civil war, it's okay. Yeah, things go through that. It's a civil war. When it's a black country and whatnot, oh man, these are a bunch of savages, can't organize nothing and whatnot. So it is what it is. Kyle, we all got issues. I understand that anger goes both ways. We just targeted a nation. We targeted by a nation of people whose culture is Roman. So these people will not function equally from South Africa. I don't know what you mean by that, but I wish you would call in and tell me. I'm saying you is your kind show. Yeah, you some love when he out there is more than most. I appreciate him showing me love, Cuddy. I love Cuddy. If you're listening to Cuddy right now, I love you, brother. I wish you a lot of luck in Burkina Faso. But this show is like a pro Liberia show. You can't come up here and talk shit about Liberia. You can't do it. It's not even comparison. Burkina Faso and Liberia are not on the same level. So that's the only problem I have with Cuddy. When he goes up here and he doesn't know the history of Liberia, he's telling me, somebody who's well versed in the country's history, and nobody's doubt that I know the country's history and whatnot, and telling me, oh yeah, Liberia this, Liberia that, whatnot. You don't know anything about the country, so you cannot speak, out of turn. That's the only problem I have with Cuddy, when he talks about Liberia. Other than that, I have no problem with him. So it is what it is. Yeah, but now people have a lot of faith in Abraham Traore, the Messiah. They're looking to him for salvation, When was the first railway laid? 1840s, right? I'm just referring to the nature of the white man. They don't respect. They don't repent. No, of course they don't repent. White people feel like he did nothing wrong. And the world is actually against the white man right now, what he's doing in Iran. The world basically is having sympathy towards Iran right now. That's a major game shift in global politics, where the world's saying, yeah, well, America, who are you to bully another country and whatever like that? And who's Israel to like this? So that grip on global power, they're losing. But one thing's for sure, just like when Winston Churchill knew that they were losing their empires around the world, he said, there's one place that we can never lose, and that's Africa. And it seems to me Trump has become like the modern day Winston Churchill. he's digging down in Africa hard because I guess he figured they're about to lose the Middle East. They've lost Asia, and so they look at the Balkan states and whatnot. They're losing that and whatnot. I don't know what's going on in Central South America. I guess they got that under control, but it seems like they're making a major play for Africa. Africa's a major part of the world. So the United States is doing that, right? Without the blessings of Black America. That's the whole thing. Because they did a good job in convincing Africans that we're lazy, we're ghetto, we're violent. Most Africans right now, 75% of them globally have a negative view of Black America. You think that's any accident? No, that's done deliberately, right? So when they say stuff, then we say stuff, and then it goes back and forth and everything like that. And the white man sits back and says, yeah, I got these people fighting against each other. Now I can move in. But see, we know that, and most Africans haven't figured that out. They're the real enemies of these white people, the real enemies of the white people, not us, Did it ever occur to you that South Africa might be the answer for Black America? Nah. South Africa got a huge, large white population, And the bottom line is this: if I rather deal with the devils I know than the devils I don't know, That's why South Africa will never be the country for Black America. I mean, I support people going there. My friend Mark Blanton, he lives there and whatnot. Yeah, you can go there. So some Black people can go there. We need base camps in every country, base camps, community, whatnot. But as far as like the main thrust of where we're going to settle at, no, no. You cannot make South Africa into an Afrikstan, because there's too many whites and Indians and all these other people there, Iran's threatening America, wherever like that. People don't understand something. Like even Trump said it, right? Trump said it best. When Iran struck back one night, he said, okay, Iran, we understood you got to save face. You got to, because a lot of times it's just their own ego. Trump knows that, He expected Iran to strike back. He said, now that you got that system, now do you want to negotiate? And he knows that's what it is. Iran was bluffing the whole time. They were really not trying to build a nuclear weapon. And they have no intention of friggin' fighting the United States. They just want respect, and Trump is giving that to them. So they consider themselves lucky, Trump understands you're just bloviating, you want to feel good because the mullahs in Iran have to feel like they're in power if they're going to be overthrown, So they're not whites and Indians in Liberia. There's only small numbers of whites and Indians in Liberia. And so its significance, they're not even needed, White people in South Africa, they got millions of white people and Indians there, and they control the economy, You don't see whites and Indians. They got shops and everything like that. And white people mostly work on NGOs. All of these, every white person you see there works with an NGO, The Indians own stores, some shops, some supermarkets. That's about it, Well, America still has Guam. They're all whitewashed and everything like that, in Hawaii, everything like that. But the whole thing is, the Middle East is gone. The Middle East is gone. They don't really have anything in the Middle East. They don't really have anything in the Middle East. Yemen is threatening Saudi Arabia. That whole really, the Straits of Hormuz and whatnot. It's like that. America's really losing its grip on global power. So we live now in the Pacific century. Even if countries like the Philippines and Guam are moving towards the Pacific Rim countries of Asia, Singapore, Japan, stuff like that. So in the future, you might even see Hawaii be merged into the Asian Pacific Islanders. That's why they got this Asian Pacific Islander group now. So you might see them moving towards Asia. As a Pan-Asian bloc. So it's all about race. America's isolated in the world. It's over here. America needs Canada. That's why he's talking about he wants to make Canada, because it'll give America a huge white population. If we took Canada and Greenland, America could have more territory and white population, Joe Mama said it's a fair thing that Black American can go live only with other Black Americans. No, but I think it's better off with Black Americans living with each other, for the most part, I think we get along better with each other, At least, well, that's my standpoint. Most of everybody I know are Black African Americans. That's the people I like being around most of the time. Oh, I got people in my family that are from the islands. I got people. My wife's Liberian. So we can integrate people into our culture. But for the most part, yeah, we like being around each other. Suppose that. They just got the scale of life, and it's hard to run to U.S. So yeah, Trump is saying to Israel, you got to settle this thing because we can't keep getting involved in these wars and stuff like that. Israel's on its own. You got to settle this thing with the Palestinians and stuff like that. The world's changing. The world is definitely changing. Like only I know Chinese food. Yeah, we I like Mexican food, Chinese food, Italian food, Jamaican food. We like all that. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with people like that. But we still like our culture. We still like our soul food the best. Liberia's a culture, and there were no reason to go there. 300,000 live in America. So the bottom line is this: I don't care about Liberians in America. I don't think there's that many. I know 300,000, but the bottom line is this: I'm saying that Black people in America, we're going to be instrumental in helping rebuild that country. It's our destiny. We're going to finish what our ancestors started. So yeah. Well, look. Bottom line is this: if I had an Afrikstan, I would. If somebody said you could never eat hibachi again, I wouldn't lose sleep. I'd be like, okay, fine, I can't. I'll do it. You'd be surprised what we'll give up to have our own nation, Joe Mama. So it is what it is. So I hate when people that multiculturalism and I get out of here. We like this stuff, the multicultural stuff. But somebody said you could never have Chinese food again, you could never have Italian food again. We'll live. We'll be all right. I'm not kidding myself. I'm for real. When I go to Liberia, I'm not eating no Mexican food when I'm over there. I'm not eating Italian food. I'm not eating friggin' Jamaican food when I'm in Liberia. So I was thinking about this. If I could do it in Liberia for a month or two, trust me, I could do it year round. It's not all that you adjust, so it is what it is, Black famous Chinese food. Yeah, I know. I think people don't think Black people. You think Black American people are stupid. That's what you think. Yeah. So the bottom line is, yeah. Bottom line is Black. Right now we have kids graduating from Culinary Arts School, Johnson Wales, and and soul food cooking, Southern Black cooking, and Southern food and Black food in general is now being taught in culinary school. It's become people opening restaurants and everything like that. It's become a work of art. So it's not the same old greasy soul food as we know back in the days. Now you got freaking fine restaurants that are fucking serving our food. So look, bottom line is Joe Mama's stupid. Nobody gives a fuck about no KFC. Nobody goes there no more. Like, there's no KFC in Africa or whatever. That shut the fuck up, you dumb motherfucker. When you see Black people going to Africa, they go into those fancy restaurants and shit like that, Black people, look, Black people now know how to make take soy sauce and make fried rice and stuff like that. And also Filipino food is popular here in Virginia Beach, but we Black people know how to make chicken adobo and stuff like that. We're doing the shit outside. We're adding it with our own culture, it is what it is, Well, that's Hustle Smart's opinion, because I guess he's talking about those ignorant Black people. Black people who are cultured like me, I can adapt. I don't need nobody's Chinese food. If it's not there, it's not there. I wouldn't eat no Chinese food in Africa. Are you crazy? So the areas. So the question is Africa or Africa for everybody but Africans. Because I'm seeing major deals being put on the continent, and I'm saying, damn, who's benefit from all this shit? Yeah, what you call matter of fact, speaking of KFC, you saw the KFC came to Jamaica and it caused a riot. Y'all seen that shit? KFC can cause a riot in Jamaica, you know. So it is what it is. Chinese food served all over the damn world, you know. Let's see. Let's see if I find this video. Hold up, folks. Let me look for this. Look at Kwame. Kwame doing his KFC explaining already. I guess he didn't want me to find this video. You thought you could hide this from me, Kwame, huh?
Chickened out as fast food franchise made meal deals for its golden anniversary.
We don't know why I'm putting name chicken. Eh? Why do I put in name chicken? Eh? Why do I put in name chicken? And come and tell me say nice finger licking. Chicken.
Glass cracked, cop lashing out, peering inside.
Why do I put in name chicken?
Pushing, shoving, and piling up to get in. The scene Wednesday at 41 KFC outlets across the island. One man taking no chances, beating the line with his pillow in anticipation of the freeness frenzy to come.
Me first.
Whichever way you pluck it, Jamaicans can't seem to get enough of the unofficial national dish.
The militia here. I order from a 5 people there. So them eat chicken till them wake.
3 hours I'm in here, I can't get served all now.
You've been here for 3 hours?
I was from 9 o'clock, more than 3 for after 1 now.
About 3 hours. I'm going to me yard.
I ordered 3 big deals so I can get 3 free meal deals.
This I get out on.
Right, I get more than out on because I tell you, out there so people are shoot down people just to come in now. That's why little baby nearly get step on while ago just through the whole of them are supposed to come in. Just to come in to get KFC and you can buy a pound of chicken and cook a yard.
No chance. KFC, the finger-licking good fast food of choice. But the competition popping up with a snarky comment. If it takes more than 30 minutes, it's not fast food.
They should have given me extra car KFC at 50 and me at 50.
What stuck in mind was a picture that I saw on social media of a gentleman camped out at a restaurant from 6 a.m. He was the first customer there. It was amazing because it just goes to show the passion and the loyalty and the brand affinity that KFC has here in Jamaica. We are grateful for it, I must say. We expected a tremendous response. We know Jamaicans love KFC. They have loved us for 50 years. That's why we're the #1 quick service restaurant brand.
No quick service today.
I think, Mr. KFC, you need to organize the thing more better. You can't have one outlet with 2 cashier and it's a promotion.
And big up that cashier there. See her there, Miss Mines. Big up. And big up Miss Johnson. Big up Miss Johnson. The best. The best. The best worker at Cold Local, Miss Johnson.
Buy a big deal, get a free meal deal, the mantra of the day.
We saw something similar a few years back with our Crazy Tuesday promotion, which was a 7-piece of chicken promotion for $1,000 at the time. Hundreds of thousands of persons would have moved through for sure.
When you see pictures on social media of, people being roughed up and literally trampling each other, are concerns like that important because they could possibly damage your brand?
Absolutely. We love the support. We appreciate our loyal customers. Exercise patience, exercise self-control, exercise care for your fellow customers. There's enough product. There are enough opportunities to access our brand.
5 meal deals per person, and while stocks last, the disclaimer. So some KFC zealots sure to leave empty-handed before the day was out.
We regret to not be able to satisfy everyone because, it's a numbers game. We'll have deals at another point. It's a Crazy Tuesday type day on a Wednesday. But even if you're not able to get this deal today, keep coming back because KFC is always here for you.
It's nice, but enjoy it. Yeah. Wanna mind it up me every day.
Not sure we could handle that, but whether it's a special ingredient or just top-notch chicken, Jamaicans sure love their KFC.
Yeah. We don't know why I'm putting on chicken. Eh? Why do I put on chicken? Eh? Why do I put on chicken? And come and tell me, say nice finger licking chicken.
What if
Yeah, so
high quality content?
That right there, man, shows you. Imagine a white man offer free chicken in Africa. You would have an uprising. You would have unrest. You would have all of Africa would plunge into a state of unrest. So it's like we got to do something about the food situation in the black race. It's about weapons of mass destruction. No, we need food. We need food production. Food is the #1 weapons of mass destruction. Now look at low key Poppy's mad man. What he says? American black killed for a chicken. What the hell is this? Damn, where's all this coming from, man? Everybody taking shots. Everybody taking their chat room taking shots on each other. It was just some Jamaicans happy over food, man. They were getting food for the first time in months, And so therefore, so you put anything in there, man. The bottom line is not just KFC. Somebody offer you free food, you're gonna go crazy, man. You're hungry and whatnot. You're gonna go crazy, No, ain't nobody was going crazy. They was going crazy on Popeye's chicken sandwich, and they were paying for it. They weren't giving it off for free, No, I'm not gonna show the Popeye sandwich when people actually paying for the Popeye. This was free, and people going nuts, man, going crazy, man. What the hell's the point? Well, we gotta do tit for tat, We gotta do tit for tat, For now on, if you, it's gonna be like this when this channel gets monetized. If you want me to play a video or something like that, it's gonna cost you. You put a super chat for $20, I'll play whatever the fuck you want me to play, Yeah, man, you never know. The people look like they were hungry, man. Food is, in the black world, man, we got to do something about food, Forget about weapons, forget about nukes, forget about fucking infrastructure. If we got railways, man, we got to figure out a way how to food, we got to learn how to feed ourselves, man. We can't have people going crazy like that over some KFC, They should have been going crazy over Bob Marley's jerk chicken. Somebody should have had a Bob Marley's jerk chicken franchise, You think they would get the same response as KFC, I mean, geez, you guys made me hungry. I might want to get some KFC tomorrow after watching that shit, Does the Jamaican KFC have jerk on it? Anyone know? Do they have a jerk sauce on it in the KFC, No, I'm all politics on. Don't even try it, I'm just saying, talking about KFC and watch those Jamaicans do that, man. I said maybe I should. I've been to KFC in so long. Maybe I should go check it out tomorrow, man. I'm missing something, you know. Popeye's sandwich was worse than no. Popeye's chicken sandwich was because I was out there my damn self for the Popeye's thing, man. But I wasn't acting crazy, you know. As soon as people started acting crazy, man, I was out of there, man. It's like, yo, what the hell out of here, you know. Oh, so they don't have. So what's the if you're in Jamaica? I figured they would have Jamaica. They would have the jerk pepper on it, the jerk sauce on it, you know, something like that, you know. So what's the difference between KFC and Jamaica? Do they got jerk chicken? You know, do they got the 11 herbs and spices like the American original? That's what makes a KFC. That 11 herbs and spices. You know, that when I was a kid, man, KFC, man, that was like the treat. That and White Castles was a treat. Sunday night, man, like we'd be sitting in the car waiting for fucking hours to get food. We got it, man. That KFC, the ride home, that smell of that, man. Yo, you could smell that chicken through the box and whatnot. We like, hurry up, Dad, get home. You know, we finally get home, tear that shit up, man. You know, we love ourselves KFC and also White Castles. You know, those are two favorite things when I was a kid: KFC and White Castles. You know, he said probably got 100 herbs and spices. Damn, you know, damn. That's on some different level shit. You know. Well, maybe KFC is better than Popeyes, man. Look at that shit, man. Like, damn. Fresh organic. Everybody's talking about fresh organic. How can you tell the difference between a fresh or what's the difference between? I would like somebody to tell me what the hell does a fresh organic mean? You know, I bet you low key Poppy don't even know what the hell that means. You know, people go to Jamaica just for the KFC, man. Well, maybe we should build a KFC in Liberia. Maybe people start coming in on tours. You know, who knows? So it is what it is. So one thing is sure, you could tell black people love chicken, man. You know, there's old video out there because black people. That's a good time to play this video. You know. Oh, okay. I say black people. Love chicken. Pedro. Black people do love chicken, you know. But if you don't believe me, listen to our brother Diego, you know, where he explains to you about black people and chicken, you know.
Today I'm going to make a beat for NBA Youngboy. We're going.
Okay, hi. Benita, can you shut your mouth for like 2 seconds? Trying to make a living here. Okay, hi. Welcome to Music with Diego. I'm Diego, and I wrote all of these songs. It's Music with Diego. Okay, the name of the first song is Anticlimactic Rap.
No, that's not the one. Diego. That's one. Diego chicken. No, that's not the one I'm looking for. Yeah, Diego. Let's see. Yeah. This explains it all.
Black people they really love chicken. Black people at the crib, they always kicking. Black people, they wear really long shorts. I said black people, they're better than us at sports, except for soccer. Black people, they can jump really high. Black people, but if they jump in the pool, they'll die. Black people, they're very strong and very proud. I said black people, they sometimes talk really loud. So please don't discriminate because of their skin. It's already such a crazy, stupid world that we live in. Time is moving fast and the clock is ticking. So treat them equally and please, just let them eat their chicken.
Yeah, Kwame, if the white man came up there and started building KFCs around Africa and said, we're going to give you free KFCs for like a 1 week and whatnot, they would walk away with the whole entire continent. They would have all the gold mines, lithium, and everything, you know? Yeah, so that's all they had to do is build some KFCs around the continent, you know? So I'm talking about KFC and everybody's getting hungry, man. Everybody's in the chat room. Everybody's like, what time is it? I'm sitting here listening to Colin, man. I should be out there. Or everybody's on the app right now ordering DoorDash at KFC and whatnot. You know, go ahead, get your DoorDash on at KFC. I know I got you. Y'all motherfuckers open. Y'all hungry right now, you know. Black people and chicken. That are two things that go together like frickin' frack, you know. Negroes and chicken, you know. I got a PhD in Negroology, you know. I know the Negro, you know. If I ever wanted to have like meetings and whatnot, when I start going around and I start saying Colin Nation's on the move, we have local meetings and whatnot, all I really have to do is cater with chicken, you know, and I'll get people out. You know, forget fish fry, I'll get chicken, you know. That'll bring black people out in large crowds, you know. Ain't nobody died over no Popeye's chicken sandwiches, Kwame. Kwame always takes time to throw Black America under the bus, man. You know, when people were getting fights and everything, I don't remember nobody getting killed, man, you know. Man, come on, y'all exaggerate, man. Kwame, I guess Kwame don't like, look, that was a good thing, man. Jamaicans coming out, showing unity and love for KFC and whatnot, you know, getting aggressive, whatever like that, you know. It shows that Jamaicans are black too, man. They love chicken. They love KFC, man. You know, so it's like, just like their brethren in America, you know. I got chicken Alfredo. Hey, man, I got some downstairs. I had chicken pasta today for lunch. I got half of it downstairs, man, you know, in my refrigerator, some pasta. So I end the show early and I go out. That'll make me hungry. I'm going to go down there and have it. So I shouldn't eat late night, but shit, I'm getting hungry talking about all this food and shit, man. You know, Jamaica's got me hungry, you know. Eddie Thorne said, in the future, Africa will be for the Africans and everybody else. I don't know about that, man, you know. Non-black Africans own too much of the wealth in Africa. They own all of their wealth, you know, and they're unapologetic. Now it's like you got African girls. The number one thing they're looking for online is white guys, you know. Go on Facebook Reels. This is really pretty Angolan black girl, man. She's dark skinned. She's gorgeous, man, you know. Small, tiny waist. She's a model, you know. Her name is Kelly Morena. You can only find her on Facebook, you know. She is drop dead gorgeous. You got these white guys. She says she only likes white guys, you know. And these white guys like, yeah, we know we own you. You're our property and whatnot. So what else? Not only the white man got the minerals. He got all the minerals. He got the land rights. He got all stuff like that. But he now has the African woman, you know. What else do you have? So you stupid, simple Negroes that always want to sit here arguing. You have nothing left. The white man put his foot up your ass for 400 years, right? He now owns the continent, right? And pretty soon now he's going to have your woman. He's going to have everything. And you got nothing left, you know? We'll say, Carl, you just start, I'm going to start stir shit up. That's why I don't want to hear nothing anybody tells me anymore, you know? The white man totally won this whole world, you know? I'm sick and tired of telling me about some past leader that lived a fucking 100 years ago. Carl, such and such said this on this day. I don't give a flying fuck. All I know is I'm looking at the situation now. And none of these people mean a damn thing to me now because the white man look like he won. I mean, I said, yeah, it's probably some homeless guy, man. One homeless guy, whatever, like that. Come on, Kwame. What is your point, man? Yeah, some dusty homeless dude, got stabbed somewhere in the ghetto or whatever, like that. But that doesn't represent Black America, man. So it is what it is. Be proud, man. Be proud that your country can afford KFC, man. Be proud of that, man. As a link in the chat room, you want to call in and rumble with the College Genesis, Yeah. The thing is, agriculture, in order for you to have a chicken industry, you need agriculture. Because I used to raise chicken when I was a kid. My granddad's farm, we had a chicken farm. And the most expensive part of raising chickens is chicken feed. Because chickens eat corn. And it's like mashed up corn, hard corn. They eat that stuff all day and all night. And you got to keep feeding them corn and whatnot, and stuff like that. So that costs a lot of money. That's the half the thing right there. As animal husbandry, you got to know you have to feed your animals. The pigs eat much food. The cows need food. The cows need salt. The chickens need feed. Other than that, you can't raise a farm. So where do those feed comes from? You got to grow it. So it is what it is. So if you start basically growing stuff like corn, you can make chicken feed, then you have a good chicken industry, But a lot of times in Africa, they tell me they can't expand their chicken business because they got to the Lebanese import fucking chicken feed. Stuff that could be done in Africa, You got some white person or some Lebanese person, Chinese person supplying you stuff that you should have yourself. That's why I said we need our own base camp with logistics and stuff like that so we can import our own stuff and store our own stuff and everything like that on the continent. I don't know how it's going to be done. It's going to take me millions of dollars. Where are we going to get this money from? I have no idea. Well, at least we got the plans. I'll have the blueprints down. Hopefully one day somebody will come through and be like, Colin, man, I'm worth $1 billion. When I see what you're doing here. Here's $50 million, man. Go ahead and get started. Yeah. I dream about that, but I know it'll never happen because most Black people got money and so backwards and whatnot. All they care about is a pat on the head from the white man and going to his award shows and all this other stupid stuff and whatnot. I'm sick and tired of looking at. I'm sick and tired of looking at Shaquille O'Neal, his smiling ass. I'm sick and tired of Steve Harvey. I'm sick and tired of Black comedians and entertainers and whatnot. I can't stand them, They're useless, What's your plan, Carl? I mean, I've seen the website. I don't see any documents. I'm not gonna put everything up on a website. You just know that I have one. I'll put everything on a website so they can fucking try to thwart me and whatnot. I'm not gonna do that. Now, the people who are in my circle, are you sworn to me and sworn allegiance to this movement? I'll let you know stuff. But other than that, it's not public. This is not a public organization. This is a secret society. All these countries don't know who we exist. Let's be honest with ourselves. I want to say Project 20 document for Africa. Look, bottom line is this. I'm not a government. I can't do no Project 25 because I'm not in power. There is no 2025, 2050 project for Africa. It doesn't work because the bottom line is this, so it is what it is, So look, the people that talk about Project 2025, those people have power. See that the people who got that, Donald Trump's in power. I don't have power, So the bottom line is secret is equals. No, it's not secret. Secret just means don't tip your hand too soon. I got a lot of stuff that I want to do, but I'm not going to put it out there in the public. Only people who know is the people who need to know, So it is what it is. The AU how are the AU going to do that when the AU has no sovereignty in Africa? It has no sovereignty, Name one thing African guys the AU has sovereignty over. Does that sovereignty over the airlines in the airports in Africa? No. Is there an AU commission, airport aviation commission? No. Is there a port authority, African Union Port Authority? No. Is there African Union peacekeeping thing? No. Is there African Union food program? No. So there's no sovereignty. The African Union has no sovereignty, no power that's conceded to it, I'm just telling you like it is, I'm telling you like it is. I call the African Union the African Cunion, I say because the African Union is all about facilitating the rape of Africa. You know, you want to come to Africa, you want something like that's what we look. Nothing's changed in 500 years. Europeans and everybody else came to the continent to grab people, resources, gold, everything, and the African middlemen facilitated that. So nothing's changed in 500 years. You know, you got still, but now the African use cell phones and laptops and whatnot to facilitate the rape, and they get to wear nice suits and whatnot and look important. You know, but not the basic structure of Africa is not changed in 500 years. You know. So it is what it is. So it is what it is. But I can't tell people nothing. The African Union, you know, you should join the African Union. You're the 6th region. Man, get the fuck out of here. You know. Why is this guy everybody FBAs and Popeye's chicken, man? Look, I wasn't even trying to diss nobody. Well, I wasn't even trying to diss nobody. Why does everybody keep bringing that up, man? You know. Go ahead, Kwame. What's on your mind, bro?
Hey, Collar, I say to the elder Collar, man. Collar, I would agree with you that the African Union, you know, it's a little bit weak because I think they should have made the Sahel
a little. You know, African the Cunha is a running joke, man. You know,
I think instead of making their main focus trying to get reparations for the diaspora, they should have made their focus on the Congo and the Sahel.
If they were
conflict.
serious, they would say that we got 12 million square miles. Let's create a new state, you know, and give all the access that state needs, diplomatic credentials for them to the Afrikstan state to borrow money, loans, logistics. And that's why I disagree with David Hitt. I don't believe we could have a nation on day one. I believe sovereignty is not necessarily. We just need to be established and have our own municipal centers, you know?
I think the African Union will probably work with you, probably establishing, a region in Africa. But because they need allies, and they need allies in
the whole thing is black people. Black America has. I'm trying to teach black people in America stop being a cuck. You know what a cuck is, Kwame?
Yes, Kyla. You repeated this.
Well, let me repeat it one more
but
time,
you could break
right?
it down for the people that never
Okay,
heard you.
a cuck is somebody, right? That let's say you go out, there's that one guy in the group that never gets the girl or whatever like that. Everybody else getting slobbed down, and you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
The cuck is a guy who's just satisfied with not getting any, right? He just wants to hang out, you know?
He just want to be around the girls.
Yeah, he just want to be around. That's what Black America is. While everybody else is doing multi-million-dollar deals and everything on the continent, when they're building cities, man. Like I showed you with Rwanda. That's remarkable, you know, how Africa's coming up, you know? But Black America is not part of any of that, you know?
But Carla, I showed you a couple diaspora cities, and
Man, that's
you
a
kind of
joke, man.
undermined it.
No, that's I don't know what that is, man. Come on. I want the real thing, man. I want a real municipality. They don't have no address, no zip code, no nothing. That's not a real city. That's just a hypothetical settlement. You know, you got to go all the way. When you go talk about building a city, you got to you have to have industries. You got to have all that stuff like that. You got to have infrastructure. You got to have all that stuff like that. I appreciate the idea, but that's not what, you know, you're not going to get black people in America to go there. It's not going to happen, you know?
I think if the diaspora changed the message from
Hold
reparations.
up. There's a difference between the diaspora and African Americans. Two different things. You know?
Okay, African American. I think if African
Americans are first world people. In other words, if they're gonna, like Bomani told me, he said even Jamaicans that he know, right? He said when they with the guy, he said, I just can't do this, man. I can't go backwards because the infrastructure and stuff like that was not there. You know, people live in America. Once you live in America in the West and you've seen science, how things are supposed to work, you can't go backwards. It's simple as that. People always going forward, you know, like you can't tell somebody to go backwards in the name of Pan-Africanism, you know? Pan-Africa has never really bridged the gap between how it becomes a symbol of progress in science and development. Until that happens, it's never going to work, you know? Simple as that, you know?
I think if African Americans change the the fight from reparation to their own sovereign nation.
No, hold on.
probably-
The fight for reparations is something by con men like Tariq and all these other people. It's not a serious movement, because the whole idea of reparations requires white people involvement, and the whole thing on nation building only requires black people's full involvement. If I had the black support, the Afrikstan would be done in overnight. But the whole thing is the reparations movement requires. When you ask Jonathan, how you gonna get it? How you gonna get reparations through Congress? You only got what? How many? The black
and it's a bipartisan, right?
What?
Decision. I say, and it's a bipartisan decision. So,
it's like this: white people, no matter what, like you say, Andrew Cuomo, right? He lost in New York, right? White Democrats are not going to support your fucking reparations. That's not going to happen. That's not happening. White Democrats and Republicans are not going to do it.
White Republicans is worse. If the Democrats don't support it, Republicans.
Yeah, so the bottom, nobody's going to support. Even black people, like, I put my name on this bill and whatnot. You know what it takes to get a bill through Congress? It has to go through the finance committees on both side chambers. It has to go to the Ways and Means Committee in Congress. It has to go through all that, the Budgetary Commission, all that stuff like that go through and whatnot, And you think, and then it got to go to the president's desk, right? So with the country got $37 trillion in debt. So they're going to add another $30 trillion just to pay off Negroes. You think that's going to happen?
No.
Nah. So when people illogically come up with something, they sound convincing too. They're real ignorant. And like I said, when you really look at it, man, a lot of these people aren't educated. Phil Scott, he ain't educated, all those baby mamas he has on his network or whatnot, they ain't educated, And so bottom line, the reason why real journalists, they come from real backgrounds, they're educated and stuff like that. So they know when to talk about something that is within the realm of reality, We got people out here on social media, they just say anything. Reparations, you can really tell me you're going to put your vote or not vote based on some reparations, which is never going to happen. You might as well just stay home, because it's not going to work. It happened, Like I told people all the time. I don't like reparations, but I am not going to, like, well, Kamala Harris, everybody knows I didn't like Kamala Harris, right? But when black people were saying, well, what does she think about reparations? That I was like, no, that was absolutely wrong. You should not go up against that, tell that lady about reparations, which if she would say, yeah, reparations, that would have been political suicide. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Sometimes I think these people talk reparations are really plants for the Republicans and MAGA people,
I mean, there's videos out there that's linking Yvette Carnell to white supremacist Republican groups.
Oh, I know all the stuff like that, So they basically got them out there acting like fools, FBA, those kind of stupid stuff and whatnot, They know what they're doing, They know what they're doing. And so the chaos they create, Tariq and all these other people, I don't know what the point is, Yeah, Africans are assholes, where they say stupid stuff online, but they're harmless, They say stupid stuff online because Africans just don't know any better. They're not.
Logically, it don't even make sense. I think people think if they talk about reparations enough, like America just gonna put.
It's gonna say, we keep talking reparations. We're gonna say, okay, we gotta give black people like what you call it. Every time black people, everybody else is having serious discussions. Like the Mexicans are getting Tesla. The Mexican one lady, congresswoman, right? I think she lost her primary, right? Because she supported Republicans, but while she was there, I forgot her name. She got a couple of Tesla plants built in her district. They were all illegals down there, They bring home the bacon. Usually congressional districts bring home major things like Lockheed Martin contracts and stuff like that, defense contracts, stuff like that. What does a black congressional office do? Nothing, Nothing. You don't bring nothing back.
It's kind of sad.
Look at the district of Jackson, Mississippi. It's fucking disgrace, the Delta region of Mississippi. Look at Detroit. Look at all these places where black people make up numbers, like Gary, Indiana, and everything like that. John Lewis, he was in a part of Atlanta for generations. What did he bring? Nothing, But you look at white Congress people, they always say, okay, if you want this thing passed, whatnot, hey, look, you got to put a couple of those factories in my district. And they attend the ribbon cutting, whatnot, But only black congressmen, all they do is sit up back and collect that paycheck and whatnot, and send their kids to some prestigious university and look big, you know.
Yeah.
And they tell you about because they have black people acting like fools, you know. Reparations and whatnot. We want reparations and whatnot, you know.
I think it's kind of disrespectful when they dangle that type of carrot over black people's face, like.
Yeah, like Ayanna Priestley says, she got so mad when Trump said we're gonna reintroduce HR 40, whatever like that, reparations and whatnot. So, because in other words, basically, that's their gimmick to get black people out to vote again. You know, so they're gonna dangle out there so black people get out in the midterms. Like they're gonna really think whatever you're gonna do is gonna bring a reparations check. You know, and now the only reason why they'll do that is they you got to think that the people that you're dealing with is really low IQ and stupid. And you know something? When dealing with Negroes in America, they're not often wrong, you know?
Nah, Colin, black people in America is very intelligent.
No, black people in America, when it comes politically, it is stupid, you know? Yeah, it's smart, but it's politically, it's stupid. They're retarded, you know?
Who gave Ice Cube the authority to be the political leader for black Americans?
Well, he came up with an idea, right? That wasn't reparations; it was a platinum plan, and he should have stuck with it, right? But he got scared with Vivica Fox and all these way. Well, where's the women? I would say, sit your ass home and get that. Go make me a sandwich or something like that. You shut the hell up. I don't give a damn what you black women think. You know, this is men business. You know,
facts.
Yeah, FBA said,
what is politics supposed to let men handle that?
What you say?
Well, I think if the AU switched their focus from working with groups like Nkroba and probably a more,
the thing is, hold on, these people, the Africans and whatnot, there's a lot of people in Black America that could be working with that basically, that like me, stuff like that, if they really want to know. But all they go by is who they see in the media, Ben Crump, what you call it, Al Sharpton. That's what the Dr. Arikana that did what, does, she got Dr. Arikana, fucking damn Andrew Young. Andrew Young sabotaged Soul City Project, back in the days,
Oh, he did?
Yeah. He was like, it's separatism, And Soul City Project was going its way. Had the Soul City Project been successful, that was going to be the prototype by the 90s of all the black community, new types of black communities throughout America. It was going to be a prototype of black development. Black people living in these suburban ass communities with their own infrastructure, everything. That would have worked,
It's funny, a lot of black people don't even know about Soul City.
Because most black people don't even know about There's like a lot of black people don't even know about Liberia, Yeah, so
that's true.
The history that we get is what white people want us to do. That we're always begging for integration and stuff like that. We're always trying to mix with them and everything. They don't know our history,
I think that's kind of sad though. No, a lot of people don't know that Black Americans went to Liberia and established a government. A lot of black people don't know about Soul City and how it got sabotaged.
Most black people don't know about Tulsa, Black Wall Street.
I think they got vague. I think they know about it vaguely. I don't think they really know.
No, most black people don't know anything about that. They don't know anything about that. They don't know anything about Tulsa. They don't know anything about Black Wall Street. They don't know nothing about that shit. Carl, you need do more. There should be more people knowing this stuff. I can do what I can do, but I don't have a big platform. People would rather sit there all day and listen to fucking fat ass Phil Scott talking about Karens and racism and all stuff like that. When I come on my platform, my little tiny platform, I'm trying to teach people. I don't got time to sit here and talk about them folks and all this kind of stupid stuff. Well, Phil, that's how Phil makes his money, That's sad, man. He got to swim in the gutter to make money. I ain't gonna do that,
Tyreek is worse.
Now, what you call her? This guy, Baruti, it's how fake this guy is. He says, this guy, Maldini, is a Ugandan. That dude's an Indian. A Ugandan is a black person. You understand that? He's not a fucking Ugandan. He's a primary winner, but the bottom line, he's not a black person. What the hell has he got to do with Uganda? He was a white person born in Uganda. You know, he's not a Ugandan.
You talking about the Muslim dude?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. What you think about that?
No, well, I don't care about that. I don't live in New York, so the guy, if he gets elected, New York is finished. You know, he probably won't win. Eric Adams will probably get reelected. But I'm just talking about Baruti calling him a Ugandan.
Yeah,
It's just like calling Elon Musk an African, you know? And how can Baruti talk about fucking changing our identity and all like that? He don't even know what a fucking African is, you know? And Baruti, African is a black man, you know, or black people, you know? You're breaking up, bro. Kwame, you got to call back in. You broke your lines down. No, no. Uganda it come from the kingdom of Buganda. You know, those are that's an African tribe. You know, so you can't just basically call yourself a Ugandan. You know, that's why I said I can never let Africans in any movement I have. Can't listen to Africans like Elvis because they'll have us genocide. They'll have white people coming to Africa, taking on the identity and whatnot. You know, the Africans just don't seem to get it. You know, it is what it is. You know. You know, so it is what it is. Yeah, white South Africans said we're African. No, they're not fucking Africans, you know? You know, they're not Africans, they're Europeans, you know? You can't just be African when it suits your benefit, you know? Oh, Rudy, I knew you were fake, you know? So look, well, bottom line is this. So you just say he's a white person, he's not an African, you know? And so the bottom line is this: when you think of Uganda, you think of fucking Idi Amin. You think of what Idi Amin did to his people, they kicked them out, you know, because you weren't Ugandan. You weren't even sitting. A lot of these Indians that were there, didn't even have Ugandan past citizenship. They had British citizenship, you know. All these people do is just use the country for their own benefit, you know. They don't want to be Ugandan, only when it suits their needs. You know, so okay, if that's what you meant, Baruti, I'll take that back. You'll put parentheses around it by saying, yeah, it's a joke. I get you now, Baruti. I thought you was becoming Elvis for a second, you know. That's another thing. When people say somebody African, it's just because the term African American has prestige to it. Not everybody wants to co-opt it. Now I'm an African American too. I'm an African American too. Everybody wants to co-opt because, and then they wonder why we feel like we're superior to everybody. You know, I mean, really, if every time I look around, everyone's trying to be like me, trying to dress like us, look like us, and cosplay and take our names and titles and everything. Why shouldn't I feel superior? You know, why do people do that? Why do people want to call themselves African American? You know, African American means the black people descendant of the transatlantic slave trade, right? So when you try to call yourself that because you want to ride in on that term, you know, it just makes me feel like I'm superior. You know, you guys do it. People do that all the time. They give me every reason to feel superior, and when I do act like I'm superior, you get all upset. You know. Have some pride in yourself. You're a fucking white person, white devil that went to Africa and exploited people, right? And you're basically trying to ease your way into the continent by taking on a cosplay and an identity, you know? I don't care what Elon Musk says he is. He's not an African American, you know? He's not from our heritage, you know? An African American, 50 million people are descendants of the transatlantic slave trade, the original African story. I don't care what Elon Musk says. He's a fucking European. He's not African, you know? No, white man did not name Africa, you know? That's another lie, you know? So well, it is what it is, you know. Everybody basically just like just settle. Okay, when you say African or black, that's interchangeable. African means black person, black African, sub-Saharan African. That's what an African is. Period. End of story. You're black. You know, you're from the black race. That's all. You know, anything other than that means absolutely nothing. You can't basically mix that or whatever like that. You know, so it is what it is. You know, so. No, I think you mean reciprocal Africanus. No, that's not it. The term Africanus is a Roman term, Latin term that simply means someone who studied or traveled Africa. There was Leo Africanus, right? And I think what year did he live? I think 800 BC. Let me see. Leo Africanus. Leo Africanus. Okay. He lived in 1495 to 1550. He died in Tunisia. Leo Africanus. That means someone who basically lived in Africa. There was Leo Africanus and there was reciprocal Africanus, a Roman general. You know? So it is what it is, you know? So get your history right. When you come and debate and rumble with the College Genesis, know what you're talking about, you know? Because I sure the hell do. It's like, damn, we've been calling ourselves African Americans since the 1800s, right? The term African American was first coined in the Philadelphia Inquirer in 1887, right after the Constitution was written. We had the African Methodist Episcopal Church, the African Repository, the African Missionary Baptist Church, you know. We had the African Masonic Order. The term Africa has been used in Black America since day one, you know. You know, so the bottom line, if somebody come up here now and try to leech on to our history, we're the black people in the Western Hemisphere, in the West, you know, because we lost our language and land and everything like that. The only thing we had to identify ourselves with is we're Africans, you know, we're the African American, you know, we're Africans and our nationality is the Americas, you know, so we call ourselves African American. Now, we don't have much, but people even want to take that away from us now. We can't have that. We have made it something to be proud of, right? We're the African people of America, right? The African story of perseverance in America, you know? Now people want to take that away from us, you know? Elon Musk is African American. Somebody's African American. Oh, like that. They want us to have that. God damn, you know? I don't care what the ADOS FBA people, those are low IQ, uneducated people, Broody. I don't care what ADOS FBA thinks and whatnot. These are people that hate being African. They don't want to be African, whatever like that. These are people that love mulattoism and African. They don't want to be in touch with the African roots. Hey, let them go. I don't care about them, you know. But on this platform, you know, an African is a black person. An African American is the descendants of the transatlantic slave trade. Period. End of story. That's not even up for debate anymore, you know. You know, so it is what it is. I don't care what ADOS FBA. Why are you talking, Broody? Why are you mentioning? Do I got to delete your comments? Why are you mentioning ADOS FBA on my platform? They're not a legitimate movement. Talking about somebody legitimate. You know, that's not a legitimate movement. You know, I don't care what they say. You know, all like what 200 of them in the country. Yeah, I know Eddie, the colonial master. I knew that, you know. I know that, you know. That's why I said we can't just go there and land and start building a nation. We got to do it strategically. My plan is to like just build in each country, and eventually, as we got numbers on the continent, then there's the nation state and so like that will take form, you know. But we got to be on the continent first. You can't be in America talking about a nation in Africa. We got to be on the continent in large numbers. We need at least 1 million of us living on the continent, you know, for the first generation, you know. Yeah, when as soon as this Eva Troy came out, suddenly the FBA is talking about they're Pan-Africanists now. Yeah, I always rock Tariq. I always rocks with Africans when they stand up. No, you're a fucking race traitor. You fucking denounced Africa. You said that their problem, not your problem. Now you want to act like you're with this revolution that's going on. You know, now you're like a fool. You're supporting a fucking Donald Trump racist motherfucker against a black man in Africa. That's how low down these ADOS FBA people are. They're ready to fucking sell out their motherland and sell out everything like that to get next to white people. I'm a foundational black American. I want to be next to the white man. I ain't African and whatnot. You know, let these people go, you know? You know? I'm for it. Black people go into countries like Namibia, Botswana, you know, Angola. You know, if we can basically do it, so I want to have it so facilitate so that anybody wants to move to any part of the continent, we got consultants and everybody help people get settled in. One thing I would say is you got to go over there with a good residual income, you know, whether it's day trading or something like that, e-commerce, something like that. You got to have something. Don't go to Africa broke or try to start a business on the continent. Don't do it. You know, if you could have a residual income business, like at least $4,000 a month, you're good. Anywhere you go in Africa, you're good. You know, that's the whole thing we have to do. We have to get away from the thing. Unfortunately, we've never had leaders that the few black people that's into trading and stocks on that, they don't know shit enough to teach anybody else. I see these guys online, these white guys put on these new apps, the AI apps that basically track stocks. As one guy said, I made $1,000 a day. If we could ever harness that, that's why I say my decision is, you know, I'm going to start reaching out to people who are not black that got ideas. You know, I'm just dead serious. You know, we got to get with these people to teach us how to make the real money out here. Because I've been messing around with Negroes for how many years and nothing's happened. You know, everybody, oh, I got this now. You ain't got shit. You got a little money for yourself, but you can't transfer it to nobody else. So I'm gonna have to start working with Caucasians. I'm gonna have to start working with fucking Arabs. I'm gonna start working with Asian kids, whatever like that know all this technology and AI. We need it. I'm sorry. You know, I look at the bigger picture. If we don't, we're gonna lose everything. You know. So if I gotta hurt your pride and whatnot, and by working with other races and whatnot, so be it. I gave everybody a chance, black people a chance for years to get themselves together as builders. And what are they doing? Everybody's fucking running their mouth, talking shit, and nobody wants to contribute and build nothing. So I gotta think outside the box. African American is not a contradictory term, you know. It just means you live in the United States. Let me put it to the Baruti can understand. I don't understand why Baruti has a problem with our identity. I don't know what the hell is that. I think Baruti is a fucking I think Baruti's a Caribbean. I think that's what he is. I think Baruti's a Caribbean. Everybody got a problem with that term, African American. I know it's a beautiful term. It means it has a lot of meaning to it. It has a lot of power to it. It's African American almanac, African American this. So people who are not African American are naturally jealous of that term and they want to dismantle it because it bothers people like Baruti. Because he's from the islands or something like that. And, you know, he's not one of us, you know. So the term African American just simply means an African person who has a story and history in America. And just like you have French Canadians. What are French Canadians, Baruti? They're French people, like in Quebec and places like that, Montreal, that have a Canadian heritage, right? They're still French, but they're different from Parisians. Just like an Italian American is different from a Sicilian. You know, America is a land that this culture developed in. Just like you got Scott Irish. What is Scott Irish? Scottish culture, right? That lived in Ireland for 700 years, created the Scott Irish ethnic group. The African American is an ethnic group of Africans, descendants of slaves that lived in America. What's so hard about that? How's that contradictory? So the same thing everybody else. If you are friggin' Chinese American, you are Chinese who came here during the railway, 1849, the railways and places like that, time period like that. You're different from somebody who's from Macau, Hong Kong, Singapore, Tibet. You're different from the Chinese who came from Shanghai and all these other places like Canton, all these places like that, because it's a different culture, a different experience. The Chinese American culture is a different experience than a Hong Kong culture, or Chinese in Indonesia. So, geez, I wish we could put that to rest, man. Just leave it alone. Let it go. Get over it, man. Black America is African Americans, Like, it doesn't mean I'm an American like a Anglo-Saxon American, but I'm an American in the fact that this is where my family for 20 generations were. My culture is different from somebody in Nigeria, somebody in Jamaica, somebody in the Congo, My culture is now different because of experience. And you cannot erase your experiences your experience is what gives you your identity. I hope we can understand that, Then Brody will make a fool out of himself when you got Africans telling them, yeah, you can't never do Ubuntu. Yeah, Solomon telling him he can't do Ubuntu because he ain't a real Bantu. I'm a Bantu. I can do Ubuntu. No, you're not. You're not a real Bantu. You don't even have your own identity, Brody, because these Africans don't accept you as one of them. But Brody's going nowhere with his ideology. He's going nowhere, Martin Luther King's dream was a farce, And there's no damn manifest. What the hell are you talking about, That was a farce. Black America's situation got worse since the I Have a Dream. Every black man's always fucking dreaming, That's why I said, wish we had men of vision. We get somewhere. We have dreamers. I have a dream, I have a dream. No vision, no intelligence, no foresight, no anything, no fucking anything like that. But just I have a dream. Yeah, keep dreaming, nigga. So it is what it is. So yeah, we need to learn all that crypto, all that stuff like that. But what we have now is people wasting time online talking about a fucking stupid thing, Oh yeah, I would love to see the Ubuntu culture translate into monetary, where people are building businesses and stuff like that together as a group. And other than that, just a fucking bunch of talk is another fucking unk symbol, something black people talk about but never practice, I want to know if all these people really educated, Robert, Are they really educated, Because I never see nobody, basically, you see young white guys saying, this is a new crypto, I made this much money. You never see black people doing that shit, really. You never see somebody saying, I got this AI. One guy said, I want to get this shit too. Like it's settled. This guy says he has an AI app that tracks fucking thing, He said, you believe whites are American? Yeah, they're Americans, period. You understand? They're Americans, period. I'm not an American, period. I'm an African American, So it is like this. So they need to research. No, black people in America are not going to know some stupid linguistic group, Kiswahili, an Arab slave trading culture, language and whatnot, So the bottom line, you might as well keep English. Swahili comes from the slave traders, So Kiswahili, a freaking slave trading religion. Okay, well, language. Okay, That's why people. Okay, see, I'm talking about stock trading and things to build business. Look what Brewer's talking about. Somebody's language. Black people in America are 500 years deep in this culture. You ain't changing that, bro. You know, so you come on my platform, you're just wasting your breath, Brewery. Ain't nobody changes shit. Nobody's adopting your nonsense, you know, your whatever you talk about. You're outdated. That's why you're frustrated, because you're outdated. Nobody listens to you, you know. They always want Black Americans. Brewery, why don't you take your message to the Haitians or the Jamaicans? You know, Black America is too advanced of a culture for you to try to change overnight. You know, you got to take your message to the Belizeans, the Afro-Colombians, the Afro-Brazilians, the Afro-Cubans, and all these people. Maybe you can get somewhere done, but African Americans, bro, no, it ain't happening. You know. No, modern mechanized agriculture will be good for Africa. Modern farming, that's going to take a lot of money and investment and stuff like that, you know, and precision. It has to have countries working together, you know, commodities exchange and whatnot, and boards and stuff like that, you know. But step right up, step right up, step right up. Well, that was that thing with Jamaicans with KFC. That was an Ubuntu moment. People were coming together. You know, that was an Ubuntu moment. They were coming together to feed their bellies and whatnot. That was definitely an Ubuntu moment. So it is what it is, folks. Africa for the Africans, Africa for everybody else. You know, like I said, but people get around with the whole, you know, main thing is white people, while they're carving up and getting the real ass things out of Africa, the wealth, everything like that, we're concerned about what language you should speak and all this kind of freaking foolishness and everything like that. All this nonsense we get right with religion, symbolism and stuff like that. While they come to the continent, they actually doing real business and stuff. We're sitting there arguing about fucking religion and everything like that, you know. Who's everybody trying to get one up on another person? Oh, yeah, we did this, blah blah blah. You know, well, they come in every place and they rule. You know, it is what it is. Everybody should take the hat off to the white man. He won. You know, he won. You know, I thought that we could rescue our people and uplift our people. Boy, was I wrong. You know. Agriculture is more about land, acquiring land, resource for Black people to land. Well, places in countries like Tanzania and stuff like that, I think it was Tanzania, gave huge tracts of land to Saudi Arabia. That's how corrupt these people are. They uprooted a lot of people off that land. They gave it to Saudi Arabians and stuff like that to grow. So people got huge sections of African soil that they're growing for themselves and stuff like that. You know, it's just a freaking mess. You know, it's a joke. You know, let's call it what it is. It's a freaking joke. You know, you'll never see Africans owning large stretch of land in Europe or America and stuff like that. You know, but everybody can come to the continent and just say, "Yeah, draw a line on map. I want to own all this. I want to do all this." But it is what it is. You know, so look, you can't have 400 years of human degradation and whatnot. I think you're just going to have a couple of philosophies and come out. I don't know what's going to take. Maybe it's going to take trials and tribulations. It might take bloodshed, you know, to redeem the continent and take it back, whatever it is. And I said to myself, when I read that the United States is finalizing a railway through Angola. I said, there goes my dream about an Afrikstan, you know. Because once the United States set foot on the continent anywhere in vicinity, you can forget it. You know, any provocation, it's going to be like the Monroe Doctrine all over again. The reason why you couldn't do nothing in the Western Hemisphere because American interests in Central and South America trumped anything, you know. So if America starts investing heavily in Africa, it's going to be like the Monroe Doctrine all over again. You know, Americans, anything that jeopardizes American sovereignty or control is going to be put down. So would that leave us? You know, how are we going to talk about building a nation, whatnot, and America is going to definitely see it as a threat to them. So we're in a very current situation. So I have no choice to be like, okay, so if we can't move to Africa, well, we can salvage Liberia and these other countries. We could do something with them, you know. But this idea of us having a revolution in Africa is not there. As long as a white man is on the continent, you're never going to be free. Yeah, you're right. As long as we keep on trying to assimilate the white culture and their power structure, you know, like 1776, we're never going to get any place, you know. You know, Carl, Liberia might be the only. Yeah, Liberia looks like Liberia might be the only option left. You know, the only option left. You know, say what you want about Liberia. Even the native Liberians, they're very apprehensive about America coming there, and so Liberia always kept America at bay. You know, people think of Liberia has a special relationship with the United States, but no. The leaders in Liberia weren't stupid. They never trusted America, you know? They never trusted the United States. They never did. They remember what country enslaved them, you know? They ain't stupid. They are not stupid, you know? So as I said, these countries, other countries in Africa haven't really dealt with America. That's why they friggin' falling for this Trump shit, you know, all this America state, you know. Ghanaians love themselves some America, man, you know. Oh, we love America and that. Ghana's turned into a coon show, you know. And U.S. military all over the fucking place and everything, like walking out freely. Kenya's another one. They love themselves some America, boy, you know. Can't get enough of it, you know. Only countries in Africa really ain't feeling America like that. South Africa, pretty much, you know, let me see. South Africa, Tanzania, maybe Mozambique, the Sahel region, you know, all these countries basically ain't feeling America like that, you know, so like this. With that, let me get Honeyflower up. Is that you, Honeyflower?
Yes.
Or how you doing? What's on your mind?
I was just coming up here because no one was coming up, and
I had Kwame up here a little while ago. Tell you what, I could do a whole show just sitting here talking and whatnot, you know. Well, I'd rather have you to talk to than somebody come here arguing with me all night, you know.
I watched yesterday's show. I was cracking up. 1776 was roasting Africans.
Yeah, well, he's an idiot, you know.
Nah, but some of the stuff he said was true, though. I'm not even
Like
gonna
what?
lie.
I wasn't even paying attention. I think so. But like I said, I showed him the cities, Luanda. You see Luanda? That's a beautiful city. That's a first world city, you know. Did you see that part where I showed Luanda? That is a beautiful city, you know.
Wait, where is that? Okay.
It's in Angola. You know. That's a world class city, you know. And I showed him that. He was like, "Oh, I didn't know that." Yeah, so yeah,
Some
not
of
all
his jokes
Africa's
were
bad.
funny
Not all
about
Africa's
the
bad.
Bantu genes. He said if you put it under microscopes, they would be the cells would be fighting.
Yeah, he's an idiot. Yeah, he's an idiot. He says some stupid shit.
That cracked me
I mean,
up.
he's funny sometimes, but
I was in the kitchen cooking when he said that. I was dying.
Yeah, he said, what you call it? He says some stupid, ignorant shit, but he's funny though. You know, he's funny though. He says some ignorant shit, but he's funny, you know. But well, I was basically the topic of tonight was Africa for the Africans or Africans for everybody but Africa, you know, or for I'm like, It just seems to me that everybody is winning. No, this pan mulattoism, dude, you cannot come up here. This is a Pan-African
Checkmate.
platform.
Checkmate.
This is a Pan-African platform. Why do these people feel like they got? Let me let him up for 1 second just to tell him that this is a Pan-African Black nationalist platform. I really don't give a shit about mulatto people. Do you, Honeyflower?
Mulatto. I have no issues with mulattoes.
I do have. I'm like this. I don't have no issue with it. I just wish they would go away. It's so annoying.
I have some mixed people in my family.
Well, yeah. So I got mixed people too. But the whole thing is just annoying, man.
Some people would say I'm a mulatto.
Bottom line is I ain't no damn mulatto. I'm Black and I'm proud, so I don't give a shit. Go ahead, Pan, mulattoism, whatever the hell you are. Go ahead.
Peace, and I respect you all for admitting that the future of your families are mulattoes.
No, I don't think
we're
so.
family.
No,
you just admitted it, brother.
No, we're not. No, the hell we're not. No, the hell we're not.
Well, you just said it, brother.
No, mulattoes are the worst thing God ever created.
You're talking about your cousins now and your nieces and nephews. Watch your mouth.
Look, I'm like this. Look, I ain't talking about mulattoes themselves. I'm talking about the mentality is the worst thing God ever created. Because you're fucking confused. You don't know who the hell you are. You don't want to be Black, right? Oh, I get that, right? But you can't be white, so you take your aggressions out on Black people.
You're projecting, brother. You live in the white man's country with the white man's nuts in your mouth.
Let me ask you a question, Pan Mulatto. Do you want to be white?
No, you see my name is Mulatto, nigga.
Well, hold up. Let me ask you a question, right?
Yes.
Where the white part of your ancestry, where they from?
Spain, Portugal, Ireland, Germany, etc.
Okay, now what's the Black part of your family from?
Cameroon, Benin, Togo, Ghana, etc.
Yeah, etc. You don't really know, do you?
Brother, are you making a point?
Don't try to make a point that you didn't bother learning about your African heritage, right? But you know all about your European heritage.
Brother, do you have fufu in your ears? I just told you my African ancestry.
Well, you just named a bunch of people. You didn't say that was my ancestry.
Yes, I can't even tell you the tribes. I literally went to Cameroon.
I guess you guys got smart now because you probably knew I was going to ask that, right? Now you got tribes right now. Okay, what tribe are you from?
Yes, and matter of fact, I'm gonna shout them out. I recently was just in Cameroon visiting my Tikar tribe, Tikar.
Did you tell them that you identify as a mulatto?
Brother, when they see me, they could tell that I'm a mulatto. It's not a secret.
All right, okay. So you identify as mulatto. Did you tell them that you're disowning your African side of the family?
Brother, if I was disowning my African side of the family, why the fuck would I visit them in Cameroon?
I don't know. Sometimes it's guilt. Sometimes it's
Brother, you're projecting because you're insecure about the future generations of your family being mulattoes. You just admitted it.
No. Look. Bottom line is this: I don't know where the mulatto men come from. The people in my family basically are Black. They identify as Black, whatever like that.
Well, brother, do you have kids?
Mentality.
Do you have grandkids? You look old enough to have grandkids. Do you have children?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I do, but I don't have kids like that.
So let's have a hold on. Let's have a dialogue. In the U.S., the U.S. is majority non-Black. Even if you say in your immediate next generation, they will not procreate with non-Blacks. The question to you is, what is the likelihood that your bloodline will remain
Well,
Black?
I'm like this. Hold on. If you teach your kids to marry and procreate like yourself or whatnot, you have no problem, right? The problem is when you have people basically who for generations have taught, like the Blue Vein Society, who taught people that we have to get rid of our African DNA. I don't know what the hell that's for, because it only just makes you weaker and more vulnerable to white people and everything like that.
And Carla, you cut the question off because you see the logic, and what I'm saying is irrefutable. The question is, with your bloodline in the majority non-Black country, what is the likelihood that your bloodline will remain black.
Oh, well, look. Look. I'm black. You know. So what's the
We're
difference?
talking about your descendants, brother. Use your brain.
What's the difference between me and my descendants? You know.
The difference is that you are, with all due respect, you have had, because of the way you look, you might not have had the opportunity to procreate with white women. They might not be interested in you.
Oh,
But
yeah,
let's
okay.
say,
No, I think,
let's say you gotta, let's have a dialogue.
That.
Let's have a
It's not,
dialogue.
dude,
Let's say
it's
your
not that.
grandson.
It's not that. I do not. I'm not. I don't believe. Look, I don't believe in race mixing. That's what.
That's
it is.
you. But let's have a dialogue.
Look, I don't look. Most black men do not race mix. You know, most black
All
women
right,
don't race mix. You know, so
Carla, we see. Now, Carla, we see the picture of you. How many white women is trying to sleep with you?
Oh, dude, I'm not trying. Look, I don't go. So I'm married. I'm a married man. I don't have to fucking go sleep with white women.
Exactly. So let's have that dialogue. Let's say you have a.
Look. Let me tell you something. I grew up in a black community, black household, black everything. What the hell would I? Why?
You're proving my point.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on, let me ask you a question. That's a good question, right? Now, are you friggin' implying that that I'm gonna have sex with a woman and have a child outside of marriage?
No, I'm saying you didn't have access to white pussy.
Hold on. If I'm not gonna marry a white woman, right? If I was in love with a white woman, I'm like, I was gonna marry her. That's one thing. But what you're saying is that
I'm saying you could not get the white pussy even if you wanted to.
There's gonna be a bunch of friggin' bucks running around impregnating white girls and whatnot.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
So the bottom line is, if you think they're gonna let the white people are gonna let that happen, you are sadly mistaken, bro.
They can't stop it.
Yo, how you gonna stop it? Look, you know what the problem is? You watch too much fucking porn.
No, I'm saying the white women, brother, get your mind out the gutter. I'm saying in real life,
that is not happening in real fucking life. You know,
just because you're not getting white pussy don't mean nobody ain't.
If that's the truth, do me a favor. Have a white woman that you are with. Have her call into the show right now.
All my wives are mulattoes. Check it.
Okay, no, hold up. Have a white woman, right? Put a camera up there. See, I don't care if she's probably 500 pounds. Put her up there and have her call in with a camera on. Let's
yes,
see.
And that's a deflection. Huh? I'm asking a simple question. You tried to evade it.
No. You put it
out. All right, go
there.
ahead, make your point. Make your point.
You put it out there. I want to say, you said you can't stop it, right? That means you're saying you got a bunch of white women on speed dial.
Hold on. When did I say that?
Yo, you said you can't. You can't stop race. I said race mixing doesn't exist. So yes, it does. It's already happening. I said
exactly.
Well, are you an example of it?
I'm the product of it. Checkmate.
Okay, I'm not understanding.
Hold on. Okay, you're an accident.
Wait,
let the sister get in. Go ahead, sister.
So, Pan Mulatto, what is your agenda, or what is it that you're trying to convey on YouTube by going to these panels? Are you just like, are you like trying to go against like Pan-Africanism, or like, I'm just genuinely
no, not at all. Yes, actually, I'm here to promote the unity of mulatto peoples globally, and I use the internet as a medium.
Do you have a channel?
Well, I'm trying to have a dialogue with the sister, please.
Okay, go ahead. I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
Yeah, Kyla's triggered because he can't get that white pussy to make some mulattoes.
No,
but go ahead, sis.
Dude, man,
go ahead, sis.
You are friggin' degenerate. You know that, right?
So you saying you don't want a voluptuous blonde white woman?
No, I don't.
You're gay. Now go ahead, sis.
I'm not gay, nothing. Yeah, I'm at my age.
If she wanted you would take her.
Dude, man, I'm interested more in building a nation and making money and stuff like that. I'm not interested in stuff like that. I've done all the shit I'm gonna do in life. You know,
if a voluptuous white woman wanted you, you would definitely have her.
Look. The bottom line is this: I am not you. You know, I'm not you. I have a fucking wife. You know,
Me
I have
too.
a fucking wife. You know, so I don't need.
I got 3 wives. What's your point?
Oh yeah. You don't got 3 wives. You're not married. You know.
All right, but back to the sister though.
You got 3 prostitutes you're working.
Let me dialogue with the mulatto sister. Go ahead. I'm listening.
She's not mulatto.
I'm listening. Says, what was your question?
I was just wondering, like, what's like your agenda, or I didn't hear it.
Yes, my agenda, and I'll make it concise to one sentence. My agenda is to unify mulatto peoples globally, and I use the internet as a mechanism to bring about that mulatto unity.
Yo,
Okay.
check this out. Do you
So,
understand?
but like, why do you? So on these Pan-African channels, like, do you think that's going well for you, or?
Yes, yes, and I'm glad you asked that because
So
I
why are
realized
people in the
that.
chat room are calling you a fool?
I'm trying to answer the sister with all due respect. Have some decorum. To the sister, I realized that within a lot of these Pan-African spaces, there are a lot of closeted mulattoes, such as yourself. So I come to communicate with the mulattoes. You don't have to pretend to be black to unify with the blacks. You could be proud to be a mulatto and still unify with the blacks. I do it every day.
Okay, I see your point. Kala, he just wants to belong.
To the mulattoes, yes.
The bottom
yes.
line is, look, the thing is, bro, I I can't deal with fucking morons, you know. If you're, you know, if you, it takes, but I'll give you this, man. It takes a lot of balls to come out and be like, I'm a mulatto, because I would be so fucking embarrassed by calling myself that.
Are you embarrassed of your mulatto family members?
Nothing wrong with
A
being a
mulatto simply
mulatto.
means a mule. It means a mule. It means a mule. It means mutt. It means a mule. You
There's
know.
nothing wrong with being mixed.
Yeah, so it's
That's
like,
right, sis. Speak up, mulatto
if
sister.
somebody says I'm
Mulatto
biracial.
pride.
Exactly, mulatto pride.
If
You see,
if
Kyle is hating, but he cannot stop the rise of the mulatto.
They tell me I'm not black over here, so mulatto
Exactly.
pride.
Mulatto pride.
So my whole thing is
We
that
listening.
freaking stuff is freaking nonsense. I mean, if you want to be pretty proud of whatever you are, some people basically call themselves cisgender. Some people call themselves binary, whatever fucking. There's all kinds of weirdos running out here nowadays, man. So you're just one of them, you know. I've learned to accept that you people. The internet has produced a lot of weirdos out here and whatnot. It just it is what it is, but I can't stop it. Whatever, like that, you know.
And
so,
honey flower, do you realize and notice how triggered the blacks get when mulattoes have pride in ourselves? Look at how insecure that. Look at how insecure Kala is right now. Look at him.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't care what you do and whatnot. It does not affect me. You know, it does not affect me.
But it affects your family though. Your family is mulattoes.
It affects my family. You know,
Your family is mulattoes.
They'll say
just
so. The
admitted
bottom
it.
line is this. The bottom line is this. The thing is, I don't know anybody that would, even if they're mixed race in my family, would call themselves a mulatto.
But the blood don't lie, right? That's how the dialogue.
You know, the bottom line, you are making it hard for people who are mixed race.
I'm making it easier. I'm making it easier.
Yeah,
Stand up as a mulatto.
You know, you're embarrassing. You know what you remind me of? You remind me of those fucking extreme trans people, right? The gays say they embarrass them. You know, the trans extremists and whatnot out there. Like, you know, go ahead, crazy. That's what you like. You're an extremist, whatnot, you know.
You sound like a hit dog hollering with all due respect.
Right?
Yes, go ahead.
Mixed race people have it hard in this culture, right?
No, we have it easy.
Oh, yes, no.
We have mulatto privilege with all due respect.
How you have mulatto privilege? What?
Obama is an example of it. Checkmate.
Look, Obama.
You've never had a black president, but you had mulatto president.
Obama only got elected because black people voted for it.
Checkmate.
No.
That's mulatto privilege. The blacks and the white supporters.
And that was only because of Michelle Obama. If it wasn't,
and you voted for the mulatto, right?
If it wasn't for Michelle, I was voting for his family. You know, and I was stupid. You know,
so that means you voted for a mulatto. You voted for mulatto rulership.
I voted for at the time his.
You voted for a mulatto, right?
You know what I'm saying? No, I did not vote for a mulatto.
You voted for Obama. Obama's a mulatto.
This is how you make yourself look stupid. You know.
All right, you voted for Obama. Who really stupid?
Hold on. The intelligent people voted for him because he was saying the things about the Iraq War and whatnot. He was talking about the banking crisis and stuff.
So you voted for mulatto rulership. I get it.
Those people like that. I would have voted for a fucking purple person.
But you voted for a mulatto.
So it doesn't really matter. So I guess Barack Obama makes you proud, right?
Yes, he's a mulatto. You voted for him.
It makes you proud, you know.
It's a symbol of mulatto rulership. Yes.
Was it rulership? Okay, rulership.
Yes,
okay.
You voted for him.
Well, anyway,
and y'all voted for Kamala as well.
But thanks for get the fuck off my show. You know, I mean, I can't deal with that. You know.
Yeah.
The guy's fucking crazy. You know, nobody voted for Barack Obama thinking about a mulatto. That's what I said. People. Crazy people like that, I just can't give them a platform. You know, it's just fucking stupid. You know.
Do you think maybe there's some trauma behind that?
I don't care what his problem is. Like some
people, for example, the half Asian, half white some of them have like so much trauma over that. And there used to be this guy named Eurasian Tiger on YouTube, and he used to make videos about it. Sometimes when you, like, not all mixed race people act like that, but sometimes when you're mixed race and you don't feel like you fit in, it can make you become extreme in your identity, you know?
Yeah, he's a fucking idiot, you know. He's an idiot, you know. Goodbye.
Kala, about your title though. Oh, he said, "Honey Flower, come join the mulatto movement, sis. You don't have to pretend to be black forever."
A movement that's not going anywhere. Trust me, you know. The bottom line is, if he ever like got on thing and like, let's say if he got on made it to Joe Rogan or something like that, people would be laughing. It would go so viral. People laughing at him. It'd be so fucking funny. You know what he'll be like? He'd be like that dude. You ever see the movie "I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker"?
No. When did it come out?
There's a movie called "I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker," right?
Is it from the 80s or 90s?
No, it's from the 90s. It came out in 1990, right? It was a comedy. It was hilarious, right? And this guy keeps coming up here. I'm not letting you back on, bro. Get the hell out of here.
He's trying to save me from the blacks. From the black
like I said, it's up to you. If you want to go, you feel like doing it. These guys.
I'm not mulatto. I'm Ethiopian and Sudanese. I'm
saying like this. Okay, the movie "I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker," right? The one guy got out of jail, right? And he had on this pimp gear and stuff like that, right? And he thought he was still cool. And everybody was screaming on him, man, laughing. And he said, "Oh shit, I'm not cool no more," because he was in jail so long and whatnot, and everything he had on looked corny and shit. Like everybody cracking on him. Let me see if I can find that clip. You know, it's fucking hilarious.
I have a question about your topic, because when I was watching, I'm not saying it wasn't coherent or anything, but I was watching and then all of a sudden I see Jamaicans at KFC.
Oh yeah, that's hilarious. You know.
I
was basically saying that the white man, all he needs is chicken to take over Africa and the black race. And I said, case in point, the KFC anniversary in Jamaica, and a lot of people in Jamaica are mad.
They put something in that chicken though, like it's highly addictive.
Get you, sucker. I'm saying look for this video. Go ahead, keep talking. Get you, sucker.
No, I was saying they put something in the chicken that makes it really addictive to black people. Didn't you see Who Cloned Tyrone? They was breaking it down about the chicken sandwiches and
man. I just think black people love chicken, you know.
Yeah, but there's some type of chemical they put in it that is just like black people cannot control themselves once they consume it.
They went crazy over it. And check us out. Has this movie, has this clip, right? Pimp of the Year, you know, Fly Guy. Yeah, this is fucking funny. This is hilarious. Tell me if let me see if my share screen's not up, you know. This guy's like, "Oh, you white." Look, the bottom line is I have more white fucking female friends and opportunity white chicks on, but all our white female friends know I'm like
easy to get with a white person, really.
You know what I'm saying? So the bottom line is this. I said, look, dude, man, if I wanted that, I could have had it. But I said, like, I dedicated my life to this, you know? And so,
especially on those dating apps. Like,
I'm not on any dating
platform apps. I'm not on there either, but I was just saying.
No dating apps.
Into an art
form. That's where the white guys be at.
Nobody can ever show you anywhere where Kala is on a dating app. He's on anything soliciting women. No white woman could come forth and say, "I'm with Kala, I've been with Kala," and whatnot, you know. Look, I know people all the time. We're not white, black, whatever like that, you know. And I can have a professional relationship with somebody or not. That don't mean I'm gonna sleep with them. This guy's a fucking disgusting pervert, you know. I can have I have women call me all the time, all the time, all kinds of women, young women, everything like that, and whatnot. And they'll tell you all the time, Kala is always like a gentleman. He's very.
Some men are not intellectual. They're not deep. They're not profound.
Kwame, back in my freaking days, I used to have
fucking. I'll be honest with you.
Back in my freaking 20s and 30s, I was out there. I was out there, you know. And then when I basically in my late 30s, I decided that this is what I want to do. I gave up all that shit. I gave up partying. I gave up drugs. I gave up white women. I gave up drinking. I gave all that stuff for this movement, you know? Yeah, I used to do that shit. When I was out there in the world, yeah, you know, I was out there with the fucking Puerto Ricans, the fucking Asians, the white girls, whoever the hell it was. Not that much, but I was out there, you know, in the world. You know, I was out there, whatever we call it, in the world, whatever. But here's this clip right here. This is him, you know, with his Pamela. Like, he's gonna think people, he's cool. I'm a mulatto, but he's gonna come walking out of jail like this.
Down from the bar, there's a platform stage. People pimping, sharp as razor blades. Yo, check out homeboy. See, Dominic's brother out there, huh? Look at the fish in his shoes. Girl, he must be a rock star.
This brother's walking on an aquarium. Hey, brother, do you get nosebleeds way up there?
Maybe it's his dinner.
You expecting a flood?
Say, brother, you been shopping at the Goodwill?
My brother's an endangered species.
He looks like a clown. Where's the Mardi Gras?
Yo, that's gonna be Pan mulattoism when he goes public, you know. Everybody's gonna be laughing at him, crying on him, and whatnot, you know.
No, he might actually get a legit following. You know, nowadays with the cult of personality and
Well, the cult of
stuff.
stupidity. And then again, with this ADOS FBA, anything's possible, you know.
Yeah, anything. I mean, we got people. You know, you have the Native Americans, Aboriginal.
Yeah, all these fucking clown.
If that's
people.
possible, anything's possible, Kala.
Yeah, if you can believe you're a Native American Indian and you look like fucking Flavor Flav, you know, anything's possible, you know? So I'm like this, yeah, anything's possible. So Pan mulattoism. And like I said, when he gets out there, man, everybody's gonna.
But you know, I don't think it's wrong for them to have their own, you know, little Pan.
Look, I'm like this. This is what I see, right?
If it helps them.
At one time, hold on. At one time, let me say this. At one time, the rules about race was set by the white man, right? And during slavery times, the white man would sleep with black women, right? And not slavery times, whatever, or indentured service. There was a lot of mixed people. The thing is to keep the white race pure. The mixed people would basically be sent to the black community, and many times they were favored by the white power structure to basically. That's why when you look at back in the days, most of the leaders in Black America look like they passed away. That was deliberately done, you know. And so what happens over the years that has changed, right? And there's a lot of people, just like you have a lot of Africans who don't identify. Used to be a time when you were black or a person of color, right? You identify with the black world. That was slavery, racism, and everything. Not a racism.
Well, even the Africans identified with that, or
well, there wasn't that many Africans that came. There was a Congolese boy, right? That was brought from the Congo. He had like sharp teeth, and he was put in a zoo, the Bronx Zoo, right, on an exhibit. He ended up killing himself. You know?
Wow.
The black community, he faced discrimination even from the black community, you know, and so he ended up killing himself.
Yeah,
you know?
they used to have those human zoos for I seen that one lady, Sarah Bartman, whatever, that had a big butt.
Yeah, she was from Angola, I believe it was, you know.
Yeah,
you know?
They had her at a human zoo.
So black men back then were raising the white man's bastard child as their own, you know, and a lot of times those the white man would abandon his own children. That's why I said the white man is the biggest deadbeat of all, because he had children with his slaves and he would abandon them. The black man had to take care of the white man's child as his own, you know. We always reared these people in our community and raised them as us. Now things are different. We have suburbia now. Now you got people who are mulatto, mixed race and whatnot. They don't have to be inside the black, socialized in the black community. They live in a community where it's multiracial and stuff like that. And so that's what you have right now. And all of a sudden, his whole thing is he's sick and tired of black people claiming him. And I'm trying to tell him, most black people now are like, we understand, okay, for convenience, at one time, we all had to stick together. Black America, we also, whether you were mulatto or black. My great-grandfather was mulatto. He looked like he was white, he passed for white, you know? But my great-grandfather, I looked at, he knew that his best chances were being with the black community, you know, even though he looked like he passed for white. You know, he looked like a white man. And so the bottom line is this. Now, if this was 2025, my great-grandfather would just be another man. He'd be like a Puerto Rican, or it'd be like a Syrian or something like that, or Lebanese, whatever. You know, like it is. But back in those days, if you had any sort of color in you, you had to go with the colored community, you know?
Yeah.
It's not like that now. Now, since we got that straightened, the mulatto people,
white people have become more open, and
white people have become more accepting of their mixed race kids. Nowadays, you see white grandparents out there with their half black grandchildren. They love them to death, you know? That wasn't like that a generation ago. You know, before, if you had a mixed kid, you were disowned by your family. Now, white people have embraced it more. So therefore, the pressure to identify with black people are not there. So if that's not there no more, so why has he got to come on my platform talking stuff? Okay, good. Go on a white person's platform. Tell them your story.
Kala, you know how, like, when I come on here, the West Africans, even though you guys talk all this stuff about Africa, if I open my mouth, they get triggered, they yell, and they say I'm not black. You know, when you keep telling people, for example, mulatto mixed people, that they're this or they're that and they're not black, sometimes this can cause them to have a very negative reaction.
My whole thing is,
they feel like they need to create
the difference between
mulatto.
This between you and them, right? Is that the pan mulatto types, they're proactively saying I'm not black, because there's a lot. See, you gotta say something, honey flower. And like I said, I got a PhD.
I didn't hear him say he's not black. He talks
No.
about
Okay, no. This is what I'm saying. He's black, but he's with what they call hyphen, or what they call quotations, parentheses, whatever, like that up top. You know.
Yeah.
Okay. The difference, there has a thing. I could tell this guy has white friends, you know, and when white people are around, like I said, years back in your days, I used to hang white guys, were not, and if they think you're cool, well, like that, they slip and say the N-word in front of you. They see how far they can get with you. They can say the N-word in front of you, or they see something on TV, a black man robbed the bank, or like that. See that nigga, blah, 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 blah. And then if you basically have some sort of feelings towards black people, you're like, well, I'm not black, I'm mulatto. See how it gives you an escape valve?
Or he could be super light skinned. You know how the black community treats light skinned men like shit.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. You know, I don't know about that.
I remember, like, there was this one guy on YouTube, Angel Ramirez Jordan. He used to make videos, and he used to say he's black and Jamaican, and everyone was like, "You're not black."
Well, I saw that guy, but I don't think he was. I saw that guy. I don't think he was really black. I think he was mixed race, whatever. There's a difference between black people.
He identified himself as black.
I know, but the whole thing is, but like I said, black people, I don't know. If you people say they're black, I go like that. But sometimes a lot of black people are like, wait a minute here. And rightfully so, because a lot of black people are like, okay, you're only black when it's convenient for you. Like, let's say, I can't think of an example, you know? Some people are black when it suits them, right? And then when it doesn't, like, they're like, okay, I'm not black anymore, or whatever, like that. You can't be both and everything. Like I said, I don't really care, to tell you the truth, because I got all kinds of colors in my family.
Mulatto people are gonna exist, and there's nothing we could do about it.
I have no problem with mulatto people, whatever, like that. I have no problem with that. I wish them the best of luck, whatever, like that. I always thought that they should have their thing. I call them mixed race people or racial ambiguous people and stuff like that. But I say this, they have their own issues and everything like that, whatever issue are, particularly mixed race women, you know. and mixed race women that basically go around and they get dog. Men, we don't care about that shit, you know, unless you're one of these sissy ass black men. And I don't care about men. Men don't care about each other, but women, it is an issue because there's a lot of our dark skinned sisters feel some sort of way. They feel some sort of way because they think the light skinned girl.
But it's not only just light skin color. Like I noticed in the black community, even with music industry, it's like the girls that have like there's featureism, that have smaller noses, smaller lips, like they get put on more than the darker skinned women, or just the women
That's black men do that, you know.
African
Men do that, favor them.
They don't
over there's like Rick Ross. I remember he was doing an interview, right? And there was this light skin. She didn't even look good, man. He was like, "Oh, I could see us doing a lot of stuff." Now she was garbage, right? When she did her performance, and the dark skinned girl really was like she had talent. He completely ignored her and talking about, "Yeah, I could see us getting." Everybody's like, "Man, dude, man, that girl was
Pan
garbage."
Mulatto has a point because it's like even in the black community and everything, you guys worship these.
Look, I don't. Let me show you a picture of my wife. Let me show you a picture of my wife. You know,
I seen her in a video.
My wife. Oh, let me tell you what my wife looks like. You know, this is my wife. You know, and she's the love of my life. Whatnot. You know, I do not like light skinned women. I mean, nothing against them, whatever like that. But I like black women. I like real black women. You know, that's what I'm attracted to. You know. I'm not attracted to friggin' light-skinned women, everything like that. So, like I said, whatever people have that argument, they got to take it someplace else because I do not put light-skinned women on a pedestal. You know, I don't do that. You know, because I've seen that happen in my family. Whatnot, you know, a lot of women in my family are light-skinned and everything like that. And I've seen what it does to certain women, I've seen what it does to little black girls and whatnot. You know how. I have to tell little black girls, when a dark skinned girl, you're beautiful too, and treat them special. This is what I do, right? I see a dark skinned girl, right, and she may not be attractive or like that, but I was like, "Oh, smile! You got a beautiful smile and whatnot." And all of a sudden, I was like, "Oh," look, and I'll act coy in front of her, and she probably like, "Man never acts like that with me," and whatnot. Or I'll hold the door open for you, and say, "Oh, wow, you're such a gentleman," whatever like that. Stuff that light-skinned girls basically expect as an entitlement. They think they always think that you're supposed to fawn over them. They're so cute and everything like that. Well, I do that to all the girls, you know. I let them know that, you know, okay, you're all my little sisters, whatever like that. I wish you well, whatever like that, you know. And so I do that. I go that way because I don't want no young sister feeling complex. Now, what I do got to work on is how I treat my big girls. You know, I got to work on that, you know. You know, if I can get that, then I'm really home free when I can really deliver. If I can work on my big girls, you know, show them the same sort of love, I think I'll be free, you know. But so
you're failing in that department.
Yeah, I'm very failing, you know. So I'm working on it, though. I'm working on it, you know. So I'm saying like this. Now the mulatto thing, I'm like this. Some people, if they want their own identity, because let me have a perfect example. If you're mixed race and you grew up in the suburbs, you got white friends, Asian friends, and everything like that, you know, you're not going to have the same experience as a poor person from the inner city that's dark skinned, fully black, whatever like that. You're two different experiences, right? So what the argument is by a lot of dark skinned people, they always say, is that when a light-skinned person gets a role, especially in television, they're the representation of blackness, and they're like, wait a minute here, you can't be black and whatnot and say like if you didn't have this experience. And a lot of light-skinned black women are now on TikTok and Twitter speaking out on behalf of dark-skinned people. Say, look, I have a light-skinned privilege, you know. There's a lot of high yellow women. They say I have a light-skinned privilege, right? This one light-skinned girl said the other day on social media, on Twitter, not Twitter, I think I saved the video. I might play it if I can find it. She said, I don't date white guys because they only like me because I'm light-skinned, I got long hair, and I look different from black women. So
white guys or black guys?
She said white guys. She said white, and I was like, wow, this is powerful.
White guys dating dark-skinned women.
Hold on. Let me say this. Let me finish, right? She says, you like me because you think I'm different. You think I'm mixed. No, both my parents, my grandparents, all black. I'm just light skinned. So basically, you don't like my race. She goes, evidently, she said she's been out with white guys and they think she's mixed. So they'll say some about black people when now black women. She goes, if you don't like other black women, you don't like me, you can't date me. The white guys in the comments like, oh, that's so messed up. You're messed up, blah, 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 blah. Why you don't date white guys and whatnot? And then she comments that because the bottom line, you don't like my race. You don't like my race. You don't like me. I am not mixed race. You don't like my race. You don't like me. Now, there's a lot of people who are mixed race are saying, something, why should the burden of being black on me? I'm going to get with that white guy, whatever. And rightfully so. If you don't have the burden of being black in the culture, why should you basically limit yourself to the black experience? I told the mulattoes, hey, go for it. If you don't really feel like you're attached to the black community, that's fine. But that forfeits your right to speak on our issues. That's what I say. That's why I mulatto. Let them ramble a little bit, but
I see your perspective. Like, don't just switch sides all the time, causing confusion. Like, pick a side.
Yeah. So if you're not, if you say you're mulatto and whatnot, that means no, you can't serve two masters, right? Like me, I'm like this. If you're black, and you're African, you identify with African. Don't say, oh, I want my Cameroon, but you're calling yourself a mulatto, man. That cancels everything out. If you say you're a mulatto or not, that means you're saying you're not black. You're saying you don't identify as black. So, okay, that's fine with that. But
it says, a comment says, Ivory Coast and Guinea even have white women as the first day or wives of their 95% black nation. What is the first day? What is that?
First, I think you meant first lady. Yeah,
oh,
Guinea,
for real? They got white women as the first.
Yeah, the president of Guinea's wife is white, and the president of Ivory Coast, I think his wife was white too, and Gabon too. But the thing is, has a difference though is this: I can't hold them responsible because they didn't have the socialization of race that we have in America. Race is something unique to America. Like years ago, I never liked seeing white men with black women.
All the Africans are swirling like crazy, though. You're talking about like.
Oh, I know that. I know African women are swirling like crazy nowadays.
Yeah,
too.
like.
There's this one African model from Angola. She's drop dead gorgeous. She's dark skinned. She's drop dead gorgeous. Her name is Kelly Morena. Look at her on Facebook. Look her up. She is absolutely stunning. You know what she said? She goes, I like my men like I like my walls, tall, hard, and white.
Yeah, African women like white men like that. Like not all African women, but I'm starting to see like there's a huge like a boost of population of African women.
Yeah, and white men are playing on white men. Like I said, white men they're gonna turn Africa into Thailand. And these places where white men come over and do sex tourism and stuff like that. When Africa reaches to that level, what's gonna happen? Gangs, social. How you have certain countries that are extremely violent, dangerous.
So, Kala, what do you think is causing like me? I don't really care who people date. I really don't care.
No, you ought to care
because
you're talking about the destruction of your civilization. Is poverty. That's what it is. They see the white guy as their way out of poverty into a better life. They were like this one Kenyan
but
woman.
They also say things like white men are more romantic and stuff.
No, that's because look. If you're importing American soap operas, American movies like Harry Potter and whatnot, Disney movies and whatnot, that's where they get that from. It's brainwashing. White people know what they're doing when they put this brainwashing. This brainwashing happens a lot on black women, and they realize that. And also, it don't help when black filmmakers and stuff like that put out the worst images of black people.
That's why that lady on that one video,
Rwanda,
was Rwanda. She's like, I don't like black people.
I'm like, what the 50 Cent? What is the purpose of Black Mafia Family? I know you want to make some fucking money, right? But you understand that image goes out to the world, And so the bottom line is now Africans are looking at all this negative culture. They think we're all gangbangers.
Yeah, and then that lady was like, if you bring African Americans, that will be the death of Africa.
So the bottom line, they believe that stuff because they put this garbage out there. And the bottom line, our black entertainers just for money. And we got to get out of this idea that just because somebody's making money, they're doing right. I don't care about how much money somebody makes. It's a principle of the thing. That's why I love Ryan Coogler. I love Michael B. Jordan, because they're putting out a fresh face of Black culture. That's a side of Black America that exists. Nobody talks about. Ryan Coogler, his Creed series, I love that. No gangster shit, no nothing. Just a Black movie.
It's
right?
also all that music too, from like the 90s and till now, the killing and rap music and
Yeah,
stuff.
all that stuff like that goes out in the culture, and people say that's what Black America is all about. It's not, but you know.
I see a comment: less than 1% of white
Well,
men
that's a
marry African.
Mara,
But
come
here's
on,
the
man.
thing.
I
But
bet
here's the
you,
thing.
Mara, you go back to Sierra Leone, man. You ain't gonna have no girlfriend no more.
But here's the thing, though: people don't understand how much this stuff is growing within African women. Like a lot of my African women friends, they don't. Sometimes they tell me like they make fun of me because I like East African guys, right? I'm attracted to East African guys, and they make fun of me. They're like, "You're attracted to them? Oh, they're not cute." I'm like, I'm attracted to them, but they like other races. They like white guys, you know. They like white guys, Arab guys. They like North African guys, Asian
But
guys.
they see how white guys treat them, and these Arab guys treat them in these countries. They don't care about that, you know, unaliving them, beating them, and whatnot. You know, I don't get it, you know.
But I'm just seeing like a lot of African and Black. I think Black women, African American, are were like, from what I'm seeing, they're the most loyal to their race. African women don't give a damn. They'll marry anybody.
Yeah, because it's a desperate situation. That's why, you know. You know, I mean, it's a desperate situation.
Yeah, it is. You're right. It is socioeconomic. That's the main.
Yep. Yeah, Black women in America don't really have that. They got options, you know. DK says this is what Pan-Africanism is a joke. There's nothing but making excuse for African bullshit. Yeah, we know that, but the bottom line is this: you know, is this something we got to talk about, DK? You know, something we got to talk about. You know,
Now it's 50 Cent's fault that Africans hate Black people.
no, well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the fact that it does not help when friggin' the worst images of us take precedent. I have to thank God for people like Ryan Coogler, man. God damn, he did that Black Panther. That was great. You know, that was a really breakthrough when that came out. That was a breakthrough.
Yeah, I had a crush on that guy that died. He's the only West African guy I ever had a crush on.
Chadwick Boseman.
Yeah, he's
he was African American. So the bottom line is this:
oh, really? He's African American? I thought he was African.
No, he's a good actor. You know,
so he's actually African American.
Yeah, he's from South Carolina. You know.
Oh yeah, I had a crush on him.
So bottom line is this: that was a good movie, and Ryan Coogler, man, doesn't disappoint. The storyline, everything like that. That was the image Black people want to see of themselves in the world. You know, like, you know, but that was a good movie. Then basically, I thought that was going to be like the trend, but it seems that, you know, Hollywood and the music industry just fought back with their freaking nonsense and whatnot. So the last couple of years, we had nothing but this drill rap shit, you know, and all stuff like this, is everything. So it is what it is, and that permeates out to the world, you know, that negative culture and everything. And so that's what it is. And so when people say stuff like, "Oh, we don't want Black Americans coming here because they're gonna ruin Africa," you know, and Black people in America hear that, they're like, you know something, fuck Pan-Africanism, you know, that's the way y'all think about it, you know. So it's a back and forth, you know. Amara says, "You are crazy. There are no white men marrying Sierra Leone." Oh yeah, when's the last time you been there, Amara? You know,
man, the swirling is at an all-time high with African women.
Yeah, so the bottom line is, Amara, it's happening, bro. You open your eyes up, bro. You ain't gonna have a country. You go back there, and your wife is gonna be taken away, man. You know, it's, you know. Which we call it 777 Mason. This is what I'm talking about. He says, I love snow bunnies and blue, black. So, yo, look, the bottom line is this. This is what I'm talking. This is what I said. I like people when they're honest, you know.
Yeah, some men have like taste for all races, and then some men don't.
No, I'm saying like this. When you say that I'm proud to be American or not, you know for a fact, I know what it has to do with. It has to do with the fact that you have either white friends or you're swirling with white women. You know, if you do that, say that's fine. But don't tell me, like me, what does America have to offer me? I don't give a shit about white women, you know? So America is a place
They're
where,
not your women, you know? So.
yeah. So the bottom line is this: why do I care about? It's like you said, I love America, best country. Yeah, because America has what you love: white American women. That's what you love. You don't give a shit about America. You care about their women. You know. So it is what it is. So what it is. You look, I'm not
Mulattoes
going to
are the
tell the fact
future,
that
Kala.
there are
You
beautiful
have
white
to
women
accept
out
it.
there, but that's not for me. I'm like this. And people say, Kala, you're a racist. I'm not that. I just believe black people should be with black people. When I see a Chinese person, I see a Chinese man, a Chinese woman, a Chinese baby, I think that's beautiful. You know, when I see a Hispanic man with a Hispanic Mexican wife with a Mexican child, that's beautiful. When I see a white guy with
Yeah,
a
that's how it's supposed to be.
when I
That's
see
how
a white
nature
guy with a
intended.
white woman and a white child, that is beautiful to me, you know. When I see a black man with a black woman and a black child, that's beautiful to me, you know. The problem is when friggin' when you mix the races and whatnot and try to pass that, tell everybody else there's something wrong with them because they look at it and say, wait a minute here, that doesn't look right, you know, and everything. I got a problem with that. You gonna make it seem like they got an issue, you know. You know, so it is what it is. I wouldn't say that, you know, but the bottom line is this: let's be honest with ourselves. There's some good-looking white chicks out there, Arab chick, Persian chick, but this simply not for me. You know, that's not for me. I'm like, there's beautiful white women out there, gorgeous, drop dead gorgeous. I'll be like, damn, she's beautiful, you know, but it's just not for me. You know, I always say she'll make some white boy happy. You know, I believe
I
racist.
personally find black women, the black race, to be more attractive than.
Well,
But
I do
that's I
too.
don't
I do
know
too, but
why.
I'm like
But
this. I think black people
maybe
are
because
attractive.
that's
Black
what I
people are
know. That's what
attractive
I'm used
when they
to.
with
You
other
know, it's a
black people. You
bias.
know, I'd say it don't look good when fucking people basically like this. You know, Michael Jackson say don't black and white, but his kids turned out white. How's that? You know, he was so self-hating that he basically had a white person use white people's DNA to produce his children. His children came out blonde hair, blue eyed. That's sick. You know, like when you see Muhammad Ali's grandson, he was like he's white.
Yeah, Michael Jackson had a strange mental illness that made him think that those white kids were his own.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the bottom line is this is real. People are losing their mind. Imagine this going through Africa. When like I seen this one Nigerian chick, she completely bleached her skin and she looked
Yeah.
pale white.
Kala, one time, can I tell you something real quick? One time I was at a store, a Nigerian man tried to sell me some bleaching cream. I looked at him like, are you crazy?
Yeah, so
Are you out of your freaking mind?
the bottom line is, look, I tell you what, the most beautiful women in Africa are Angolan women because they got that beautiful skin, dark skin. They got the beautiful cornrow hair, long cornrow hair, and they got friggin' the skin is just so even. It's dark skin.
Yeah, I can't. Even if I try to bleach my skin, I can't. I got that red copper undertone. It's not gonna bleach. Like, it just wouldn't even make sense. Like, I
Nigerian
would just.
women look different because you look at them, they'll say their knuckles and everything be black and their face. It's just terrible, you know. They look like they got a disease or whatnot. You know, it's like, dude, girl, you look horrible. Stay natural, you know. So,
They're doing it for men. They think that if they bleach
well, I don't know. I hope
themselves.
you're not thinking they're doing it for Black American men because we don't
Yeah,
like.
I know. Black American men are not attracted to women that bleach their skin at all. But
But you look,
African men, they'll wife up somebody that looks like a
African men are white for
freaking.
anything. Like I
They'll
said,
wife up somebody that looks bleached and black knuckles and all types of stuff. They
you
don't
know,
care.
overweight and whatnot, disgusting. You know, like a fucking drag queen. You know,
Overweight is one thing, you could lose weight, but that bleaching stuff is disgusting. It looks like, you know, those cats that don't have no hair, those hairless cats. That's what
yeah,
they look like.
it's terrible.
Like they start looking pink. It's terrible. And then I be thinking like, never mind. It's like, how do you bleach everywhere? You can't possibly bleach everywhere.
We
You
get in
know
the
what I'm
bathroom.
saying?
They get in the bathroom and soaking that shit. You know, I guess. All right, we got okay. Sparks about to fly. Didn't I tell you at the top of the show?
About
You
what?
know it's going down.
If Honey Flower's here, you know she's about to come
Hey, hold on. When the Colleges is on, you
Hello,
know
hello.
it's going down tonight. You know it's about to get heated. So stop
Hello?
what you're doing. Stop what you're
Hello,
doing.
hello.
Yeah, what's going on, Amar?
Yeah. I just want to straighten some facts real quick.
Oh Lord, here we go.
Yeah. Now, because I grew up in Africa. And I was born in America. I grew up in Africa. I came back as a 19-year-old. I could tell you there are two categories of African women. Okay? You see, these ones that won a white man, there are two things that majority of them are either prostitutes, because I know known facts that prostitutes go with white men. Secondly, the other ones that are not prostitutes that go with white men have an inferiority complex. They say a white man is romantic, but it doesn't match. It's a mismatch. If you want to be an African woman and you want to live an African life, the white man can't keep up with our standards. You know why? Because we're communal. Okay? Not only are we communal, when a man is a pillar of the community and he not only takes care of his woman, he takes care of his woman extended family. On and on for every activity from ceremonies to needs to everything. A white man can't do that because he's on a budget. Stingy as hell, cheap as hell. All the African guys say that. So you cutting off an essential part of being African. You see what I'm trying to say? You cutting that off. And 90% of the ones that have this inferiority complex, that thinking a white man is romantic, get burned. Because the white man leave them alone, don't take them serious. Because when they see desperation, the vast majority of African women, they're pretty enough to have the African man do everything for them. You see, even to be romantic, when they say African man is not romantic, it's because we carry a big load. Not only do we take care of our immediate family, we got to take care of extended family. With all the men, that's a pressure on the African man. We are the pillars in which the society stands on. So we can't bullshit, we can't play around, we can't skip a beat. So we got to be serious about everything, about making money. We're always looking for multiple avenues of making money. We're always looking for multiple avenues of partnering and bringing in money into the whole family because we carry a whole lot of weight. So we can't bullshit around. We can't skip a beat. We got to be super serious. So this super seriousness is mistaken sometimes for African women because if you've been taken care of, you don't pay no bills, you don't do nothing, you don't do whatever you need, your needs are taken care of. You don't understand what the trials and tribulations of African men when I go out there. Like when I go out there and I battle, I'm always looking to partner. I always have seed money sitting down. If I see another African, like 2 days ago, I see another Gambian. He and another Senegalese guy, they're selling chicken at a store. They open a little cafeteria, deli like area. They're
Hey,
selling
what's going
chicken.
on,
I
everyone?
look at their books. And I'm trying to partner with them. So we carry a big load. So when you say Africans, there's African women. There are a lot of African women that can pull any man. They tell you plain and simple, I can pull the best. I can get the best African man to do what I can do. So I don't need nobody else. They got their pride. So don't mistake these women that come over here to America and you see them with white men as a representation of African women sticking with white men. No.
But it is happening. Like you can cope all you want. Like It's growing in percentage. It's
No,
growing like all
it's
over.
like
Yeah,
it's a perception now. Social media is not a reality. When you go down on the ground, you go down to
that's
Africa.
reality too.
Yeah, social media is a projection. Social media is a real projection. Yeah, because a white man can, for African responsibility. Hey, let me speak.
African boy, calm down, man. Check this out, man.
Let me speak, man. Let me finish. You can't cut me off,
African
bro.
boy, calm down. When it comes to
Black boy, shut the fuck up and let me speak.
listen. African
Black
boy,
boy,
all you
shut the
come over
fuck
here
up.
for is a
Man,
degree
I
and a
came over here
goddamn
to
white
talk to where I
woman.
want to talk.
All you want is
It's
a
not a
degree and
black
a white
devil place.
goddamn woman. Shut
It's
up.
not a motherfucking black place. I can
Shut
talk to
up.
where I feel like talking. Shut the fuck up. You black nigga, what you want? You want to take it to another level?
Everybody take a chill.
You want to take it to another level, boy?
I think I bring a bad energy.
No more freaking fighting.
No, you want to take it to another level? We can.
Every time I
I
come
can
up
show you
here,
who the
bad
real a nigga is.
the bad energy.
I got credentials 11,000 years, bro. What are you talking about? I'm talking. You trying to cut me off?
All right, go ahead, finish up, Amar. Then I'm gonna let
No,
him.
I don't like that, man. I don't like that. I'm trying to say you never grew up in Africa. I'm trying to break it down how people live and stuff like that. We got multiple responsibilities. A white man can't do that because he's stingy. He always on a budget. You see what I'm saying? Most of those African girls struggle. They can't even take care of their mama. They say, I want extra money for my mama, my brother, my this, my that. The white man crying, complaining. You know what shame it brings to the community? You got to say you ain't got no man. You ain't got no real man because he can't take care of nothing. He can't handle his business. So they don't matter. They don't matter. I never looked at a white man go with an African man as competition because I could kill it. We ain't on the same level. He's on a budget. I'm not on a budget. I gotta meet my African obligations. He can't. So that one little line romantic, we can be romantic too, but we're so serious. We got so many responsibilities and a whole lot of responsibility to take care of. A lot of people depend on us, so we got to be super serious. So you get mistaken for not being romantic because a woman, you get everything taken care of or whatever. You don't know what the man has to do over there. If I come over and explain to you that, hey, I got to be serious about this and this. That's why I'm like that. The African woman won't want to understand. All she wants is
No,
what
that's
she wants at a
Kala's
time.
wife. That's not me.
No, I'm just saying.
No,
Sometimes,
somebody in the comments said, "Is that honey flower in the picture?" No, that's Kala's wife.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it got mistaken. It got mistaken for that because we got a lot of weight to carry. We carry the big load. You know, so we got to be serious. We can't skip a beat. We can't mess up nowhere. A lot of people depend on us.
All right, let me finish up. Let me get this guy back on.
Yeah,
1776. You know.
I just want to say what's up to everyone on the panel, from Kala to the young lady to Shaka Zulu. I just want to say what's up to everyone. But when it comes to interracial dating, I don't see a lot of West African or African women in this area, the DMV, dating interracially. But the African man, his desire for a white woman is unquenchable. A degree in a white woman is all an African man wants. A degree in a white woman. They don't want no sisters, African Americans. They don't want no African women. All these dudes want is a pseudo engineering degree in a white woman. She can be rotund to skinny. They just worship a white woman. I mean, I actually had a confidence course where I was teaching like African dudes how to get white women. I said, first and foremost, you got to go shape that fucking crown up, right? You got to get a shape up, and you got to get up all these, African American in the DMV, they like wearing dresses. They call it traditional African garb, but I call it a dress, right? So I was teaching brothers how to get snow bunnies, man, in this area, man, because African men love white women, man. I've never seen any group of men that love a white woman like an African man, man. I mean, just greasy. The girl can come from a trailer park. an African man wants her. She can come from Beverly Hills, he wants her. Man, the African man loves white woman more than God himself, and that's the truth.
I wonder where Ola and Elvis are to
Can I
defend.
step in?
Hold on. Let me say this. My wife, she's a Liberian, American Liberian, Congo people, American Liberian background. You know, that's what she's from.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of beautiful Liberian women in the DMV.
American Liberian background. She's from her ancestors are from the settlers that built the country. You know, so that's what I'm a part of. You know, so all right. So who's next? DK, go ahead.
You want? Let me interject. When is the man says African man don't like none but white women, it's nobody. Are they marrying them for life? They're never going back to Africa. They're cutting off their culture. They're cutting off everything off. Or is it a fling? Is it a fling? You know, an obsession. Okay, you never dated a white woman. You want to see what it is about. What's that about? What you see what I'm trying to say? At the
So
end
is
of
the
the
white
day, the
woman
African
Pandora
man.
box?
No. At
White
the end of the
woman
day, the
Pandora
African
box?
man. At the end of the day, the African man has to come to his culture. He has to pick up his responsibilities. As a man, you're not running away from your responsibilities. A white woman is not a cover. You got to go back to Africa. At the end of the day,
Listen.
marry an African woman and build.
But I don't
Do your
want to
opportunity.
interject. I don't want to cut you off, sir. But if you ran away from your country, running away from your responsibility is easy. You know what I'm saying? So
You don't understand what I'm trying to say. Well, number one, okay, let me give you a typical scenario. African man, when we come to this country, I don't have that problem. A lot of people are looking for papers. And I schooled some of my African brothers because I love black women, black American women. I love them. I dated more of them than I did. I'm married to an African woman, but I dated an African American woman more than I dated African because there's not enough African women here. What I mean by not African women here, the best the choices for African women are women that have been here 10 to 20 years.
hey, brother,
Most
you
of
have a
them are
lot of
not
character
single.
flaws that I don't like. So you dated
They're
an
not
African
single.
American woman. You used up an African American woman, but you didn't give her the honor of being a wife, right?
No. Okay. You
white
want to find
woman.
out? Hold on, wait a minute. You want to find out? You want to find out what happened to me and the African
So
American
you
woman?
came to America and you couldn't
Listen.
find one African American woman to be your wife?
Do you want to know? I'm sorry. You
This
want to know my
is why the
background?
the FBA movement is getting strong.
Do you want to know?
All right, go
Do
ahead,
you want
brother.
to know my story? Fine.
Yeah.
Okay. As an African, typical thing I told you. African man, you can't run away from your responsibilities. At the end of the day, you got to go back to Africa. You got to, even if you stay here, you got to be an African man. You got to own your responsibilities. You see what I'm saying? My thing is, I come from a royal background. I was trying to take her to my village, marry her, and she'll be my queen. But back then the awareness y'all got what Africa now is not the awareness they had about 12 years ago. Everybody, 99.9% of people, period, had a
So
bad image of
what do
Africa.
what do you do from coming to America? You came here.
No. What it is? I took America as a pit stop. My ultimate goal, the ultimate goal for every African man, is to return home in peace and quiet. You marry. That's my
Have you
ultimate
returned
goal.
home yet?
I try to take her back to Africa with me. She wasn't going for that. Her family didn't go for that. So I can't force nobody to go because eventually that's what I did. I have to go back to Africa. Now
So
I
you
found
live in
somebody.
Africa right now.
No, I go back and forth because one of my sons got a medical
So
condition.
why you couldn't marry the African American woman and go back and forth? Because you ain't staying in Africa but for 24
That's
hours.
what
Stop
I
that.
say.
Stop
I
that
say one of my
Samre
sons.
Toure bullshit, man.
No,
You
I
ain't
say
staying in
one of my
Africa
sons.
but for 24 hours. You live in America. You used up that African American woman, and then you went and grabbed
See,
a.
this is the thing about you.
Listen,
You don't know nothing about me. You don't know
listen.
nothing
I know
about
you
me.
love white women.
Listen. I told you that her whole family was against me, against that. me taking out of Africa. That's
So
why I want to eventually end.
Africa. Buy a nice upscale apartment in Maryland and New York. Why you gotta force it to Africa?
Yeah, because
That wasn't no
that's
deal
how we do.
breaker.
No, that's
That
how we
wasn't a
do.
deal breaker. So you
Listen,
want her
no,
to
no,
leave a
no. Yes,
first
it's a
world
deal breaker
country
because I
and go
got.
live in a.
You know what I
So
got in
you want her
Africa?
to live a first
You know
world
what I got?
country and go
Do
live
you
in a
know what I got?
Come
You
on,
know my
man.
background. You know my background in Africa. I
It's
come from
probably
the
broke.
elite. I come from the
Oh
elite.
man, listen,
We could
man.
get. Listen, my daddy gave me land that we could build
Oh
a
man,
big old
I
house.
heard
We
this
had
scam. I
everything.
heard
I
this
got that
scam back
house
in
right here.
'95.
I got that
You're
house
not
right
gonna
here.
run. You're not
There's
gonna run
nothing.
game on me. You
Listen,
ain't no
listen,
elite nothing.
listen,
You
listen,
just a
listen.
dusty African that
You don't
came
know
here
nothing
for a
about me.
degree.
Listen, you don't know nothing about
You
me.
ain't no elite
Everything
nothing,
you can
man.
get, everything you can get in America, you can get in Africa.
Stop lying. Why you
Everything
ain't
you
in
can get
Africa?
in America, you can get in
Why
Africa.
you not in Africa?
I got a hold. I go back and forth because one of my sons got a medical
You
condition.
got a mud hut on the continent, and you
I
got a.
said, you say I'm a mud hut. I got a palace, bro. They build houses over
What?
there in concrete.
Hey,
Ask Tyler.
I gotta go,
Ask
man. You
Tyler.
telling lies, man.
Tyler, do they build a mud outside there or they build houses in concrete? We got palaces over there. What the fuck you talking about? You ain't never
You
been
ain't
to
got.
Africa. You don't know nothing about Africa.
Listen.
You see what I'm saying? Everything you can get in America, you can get in Africa.
So
It's
why
a
don't you make
bad
Africa
rabbit
your
call
permanent home?
because she didn't want to move to Africa. That's
But
why
why?
eventually,
But
what you talking about?
you're
The only
elite.
reason I come back and forth is because one of my sons got a medical condition, and his primary doctors are over here. I got to keep
So
up with
Africa
it.
doesn't have hospitals. You're telling me?
Africa got hospital, no, but certain conditions, it's a rare disease that my son got. It's only the only people that we can find here is one guy in Switzerland, and most of the other best doctors are here in America. They've been working on him for a long time. So you don't know. So what I'm saying is, eventually, an African man, you got to go back to Africa. You got to take everything with you. You go back to Africa, build your nice house, palace, whatever you need. Get it from Home Depot, Walmart, wherever. Build a nice house and have your woman with you over there. America is a pit stop. See,
And
but
what country you're from?
Sierra Leone.
Oh my God, this guy is a goddamn liar, man. Sierra Leone? I thought you was gonna at least say Umbuja or Nigeria.
Have you ever been to Sierra Leone? Have you ever been to Sierra Leone?
Listen, I won't even
Have you ever been to Sierra
if
Leone?
my YouTube channel bring up Sierra Leone, I'm
Have
gonna
you
blow the
ever been to
computer
Sierra
up.
Leone? Do you know how the houses over there look?
He does have several businesses in Sierra Leone.
Do you know how the businesses over? Do you know how the houses over there look? Do you know they got running water and 24? You can get running water.
Man, you out here stuttering. That means you're lying.
You know what? I'm not going to entertain you because Kyla knows my life. Kyla knows my life, and you don't know nothing about me. So I'm not going to argue with you. I don't state my case. So I don't have to prove nothing to you. Okay, I'll be back, man.
Okay, next up, DK. What's on your mind? DK, you there? DK, we can't hear you if you're talking.
Yeah, this motherfucker don't know nothing about my life. Not a goddamn thing. You know? That was one of our problems right there. African men, we get black women to take them to Africa. One visit to Africa, there was a bad rap. It's not only the woman I agreed to that, but a whole family. No, they're gonna take you as this, they're gonna take you as that. They're gonna kill them, they kill the girl's spirit, you know. They sure don't want to go to Africa no more. You know what I'm saying? That was back then. 15 years ago, the awareness, that's why I like what Kyla is doing right now. What the awareness you have now on the internet wasn't there back then. You know, everybody think that Africa was a place they catch you, take you as a slave, or it's animals, it's this and that over there. You know, all bad image. So when you tell them you can have a nice house, you build a concrete house, you can have a palace, 5, 6 bedroom, everything you get in America, you can get over. You can get over there. You can load it on the boat, Go to Home Depot, Walmart, wherever, Barnes, furniture, have it, load all that shit, put it on a boat, and you can have a luxurious life over there. You can do that. This dude ain't never been an African want to talk. Well, Caroline, I'm out, man. I don't. My blood pressure don't went up too high.
Stranger, bro. Don't be a stranger.
You know me. You know me. Don't go well. You know me, so I ain't gotta prove myself to that dude. You don't know nothing about me.
All right, DK, go ahead, bro. What's up, DK, man? You gotta get rid of that bomber phone, you know. DK was a bomber phone, you know. Yeah, so
I'm
far.
confused what the topic is now. I just
Okay,
heard a bunch of
I forgot
yelling.
what one thing was Mara. Say what you want, but he gives me hope, you know.
No, I'm just saying. Don't go by the internet. Go to Africa itself. A lot of African women got pride. A lot of African men got pride. When they say African men, that's a fling. When you say a white woman, that's not who you're going to marry. You're not going to get the respect with mixed kids. Africa, this our culture.
Wait, hold on.
It's reincarnation. For example, my son is a
let me ask you a question. What does that say about? Do you think what's happening in like Thailand and places like that can happen in Africa, where Europeans are coming there using African women as sex?
Number one set of people these white guys get is prostitutes. I'm telling you. Then you get all the women that are genuinely have an inferiority complex. Yeah, the African women that there's no prostitutes. They're nothing. They have an inferiority complex on white men. That's true. But for the African man, it's a fling. You want a white woman. You want a white woman or black woman or Chinese. It's a fling. You having fun. But at the end of the day, you still gotta go back to settle down and be an African
women
man.
can choose if they want to be with a white man, though. It doesn't always have to be prostitute.
Yeah, it's free.
No, but I'm saying there are two kinds. There are two kinds of African women that go for a white man.
That's the problem with the
African. They got the African women
attracted to white men.
But
yeah, that's what I'm saying. They got an inferiority complex. I call it inferiority complex.
No, they don't have
it's an inferiority
African women don't have an inferiority complex. They have a problem with African men trying to dominate. African men try to dominate African women, and when they come to 1776 America, they throw them niggas to the side because they tired of African men telling them when to wake up, what to do, what to wear. When the African woman come here and she gets her nursing degree and she gets liberated from an African dude like you, that's the best thing of her life, man. African women are so free in the DMV, man. Those Ethiopian women, those Liberian, those Ghanaian women, those Nigerian women, they don't want a domineering, short, big-headed nigga like
black African. When I talk about African, I mean black African.
I'm talking about black African men. All they want to do is dominate a woman. Tell them what to wear, where to go, what church to go to. Man, when the African women come here, they get rid of you niggas. And they date African American men.
You don't know what you're talking about. They're the African woman.
The best thing for African woman is America. Imagine being stuck in Sierra Leone.
Woman would have never accepted me.
What a woman can do.
What is dude talking about?
Listen, when an African American woman gets her nursing degree, she starts making 70, 80,000, and she has sovereignty over her own body, over her own life. Is the best thing she can do. She don't want to be in hot ass Sierra Leone in one of your Home Depot houses suffering. She don't want that.
They had multiple degrees.
Yeah, African women want African American men and Caribbean men. They don't want you.
I had multiple degrees.
So you was trying to kidnap her and take her to Sierra Leone to ruin her life.
That had nothing to do with that. You don't know.
Listen, African women
you never grew
are
up
educated. They're beautiful. They're sexy intellectually and physically, and they don't want to be with a big head. That's all nigga like yourself.
So you don't know a goddamn thing. You never.
I know Sierra Leone men and African men are domineering. African men are like pirates, man. They always want to tell a girl what to do. You can't go to the club. You can't do that. Oh, do. Shut the fuck up, man.
You
They
don't even know
free.
the African culture.
1776.
You don't know African
They don't
culture.
want that culture. That's why
You
they
don't know.
here.
God,
They want
that's a lie.
1776 culture. They
That's
want
a lie.
to get their little weave. They want to get their hair did.
You
They want
don't
to
know
look
anything,
good.
man.
Not for you,
Anyway, shut our
Negro.
mouth, man. This guy doesn't know a goddamn thing.
Oh, that was beautiful.
1776 is, you just can't beat him. He's unbeatable. Period.
Yeah, man.
Sorry.
African women want independence.
I know. Look, I've known Amar for a lot of years. Amar is who he say he is. He's a real thing. You know, he got his stuff going on in Sierra Leone and America. You know, he got his stuff going on. So he can live in either country. He was born here, but he was raised in Sierra Leone. He got pie more business over in Sierra Leone. That's remarkable. You know, I know a couple of them.
But Kala, he got triggered because of the fact that he can't handle the fact that African women are actually swirling, and how do I say it? The numbers are increasing, and it doesn't always have to be because they're prostitutes. Like 1776 was saying, like sometimes they just get tired of African men and their mentality.
So everybody wants a thing. Some people will say, "Look, I love African American women, right? But my wife is Liberian, so it doesn't mean I hate African American women. Just that's I wanted something different. You know, I wanted a different perspective. So we met online and whatnot, and we was
Well,
talking.
she's still black, so
Yeah, so she met, but it's a different culture. You know, like
yeah,
sort of. You know, sort of culture. Her culture is similar.
And when it comes to dating, proximity creates attraction. Whoever you live around, if you just go to a school with all white people, you're gonna find a white person attractive. If you go to school around all African American women, you're gonna find them attractive.
I went to an all-white school, but at the time I was growing up, right, interracial dating was a no-no. White boys be your best friend.
And that's why I feel sorry for you, because really you have a deep between that ironclad armor that you have, because you went around little Irish girls, and New York, I got all those little pretty Irish girls. So you have a sexual repression that leads to frustration.
It was like this. Let me tell you how it was, right? White boys, this is how it was when I was growing up, right? White boys didn't date black girls, right? And black and Puerto Ricans were like one group. Black, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Jamaicans was like one group, right? The white boys did not date black girls. You know, you didn't do that, right? So all the black girls, the finest black girls, right, I got, because they had to make a choice. It was one of us, right? And I always came out on top, right? So therefore, it's not like now. I feel sorry for the black boys now, because you got little black girls that are cute in the suburbs and whatnot, and their mothers encourage them to get with little Billy, white boy, and whatnot. And they say, "Oh, they're so cute," whatnot. When I was coming up, that was not the case. You know, you had black men, but like white guys knew that, black girls knew you could not bring no white boy home to their father. Now, since we live in
like I'm not trying to be funny, but did you ever go to therapy for that? Like, because one thing I learned as I get older.
When I was a kid, I knew black people, black brothers who got killed, but murdered, dating white girls.
I understand that, but sometimes when you go through childhood trauma, that childhood trauma of having an affection for a white woman, and you never got to release that or manifest that could be traumatic.
It was just a real thing to me. That was obvious, right? Let me give you an example. When I first moved,
not all black men like white women,
Yeah, check this out. When I first moved to Virginia, right, I thought the rules was okay. I was going to say, you don't mess with I don't mess with white women. You don't mess with black women. That's how it was, right? Okay, cool, fine. But when I moved to Virginia, things changed. You know why? Because I remember the first weekend I was in Virginia, me and my brothers went out, right, to the store at night, and I'm seeing this fucking white redneck guy with a fucking black woman making out with a black woman in a car, and I just sat there staring across the parking lot, right? And the bottom line is, other people noticed I was staring at them, right? I was like, what the fuck is going on? Why is that white man with a black woman? And all of a sudden, everybody's looking at me like, oh, that's normal down here, you know? And then when I was, there's this one girl, Sally, right? I was dating her one night, and then this white guy liked her or whatnot. So I was like, okay, he's a friend of mine. But in front of me in a restaurant she worked at, we went to her restaurant after like that. He put his hand up her skirt, and my friend's like, "We're gonna kill this motherfucker for you, right?"
Wow.
I said, "No, that's all right." And all of a sudden, I said to myself, "Wait a minute here. This is a Brad racist white boy, you know? What the fuck is it with this black girl for? You know?"
But what I'm saying,
hold up, white boys don't obey the same rules, and I realized, wait a minute here. White boy, all the time I was basically obeying their rules about race and whatnot. And then I moved down to Virginia and find out that fucking these people are these white guys that have us. I had this one chick that was older, she was older than me. I was 28 and she was like 39, right? I was dating her. She was beautiful, right? Beautiful sister, beautiful black lady. Anyway, I went over. She goes, she like getting high with weed when so she said there's one white guy in this one trailer park. She go, oh yeah, it's my friend such and such. I just want to get a couple of hits, right? So we went over her house, right? This guy's house, and I'm sitting there just like watching them get their little weed. I was passing the bowl around, doing a bong, whatever. So we left, right? Then the next day, she goes, he friggin' ripped and cursed me out. I go, why? He goes, what the hell you bring that nigger in my house for and whatnot? Blah blah blah. I thought we had something go. I said, oh, he liked you? She go, obviously. I didn't know he liked me. I said, well, you're a fine black girl. Of course he liked you, you know? He goes, well, you bring that motherfucker in my house and whatnot. You know, I don't want no fucking black men in my house, blah, blah, blah. And I said, wait a minute here, man. I said, so that's how it is? This is when I first moved to Virginia. I said, fucking white guys are fucking acting like they own black women and shit like that. I was like, damn. I said, so that's...
Yeah. Jungle fever runs rampant from Maryland to Virginia.
That's when I started doing the colonization because I said race mixing was my number one thing. I felt like we had to stop because you cannot build a community, right? So if you believe in race mixing, you can forget about building a black community.
Hey, Kyla, but if you look at Lovin versus the state of Virginia, that was the first. That was a case that overturned interracial marriages. So, like that snow bunny fever goes from Delaware to Virginia, you know. But the thing is, Kyla, you're a king, and I want you to say that in the mirror 7 times. I'm a king. But when you're a king, everything belongs to you. Everything belongs to you. A white woman, a black woman, an Asian woman, it's all yours.
No, I believe in render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. I do not want the white man's woman. I don't want his flag. I don't want his woman. Nothing from him. I only want what's mine. That's how I feel. About it.
But you're a king, and you're allowed to have anything you want.
I don't want to friggin' mix my fucking bloodline with no one. I don't believe in race mixing. You know. That's
like I said in the chat, African Americans are mulatto Africans because we're mixed with so many tribes.
Hold on. If you want to do it, that's fine. I don't get involved nobody's way. But I'm saying like that's for me. I'm saying like this. You know. I don't believe in it. I believe it's against God. I believe God put us to be black, either black to be black, white to be white. When that's beautiful, you know, Chinese to be Chinese.
But it's just a phase you have to go through. You have to go through that snow bunny phase.
You see this beautiful woman right here in the picture? That's my fucking wife.
Yeah, she's beautiful.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I want. That's all I dream about. That's all I want. You know, I don't want nothing else. You know, if it don't look like that, I don't want it. You know, simple as that. You know.
Yeah, I've been through my snow bunny phase. I'm in my African phase, you know. Then you got the Caribbean.
It is what it is. I don't, you know, for something, you know, I don't even call it that. Like, if that's what you're into, that's what you're into. Like, but if you're into that life, that's fine. But one thing you have to do is leave politics alone. With your politics, who you sleep with, like Cornel West, I can't listen to anything he says because he talks black and he sleeps white. You know, if you want to do all that stuff like that, mix swirl and whatnot, that's fine. But
But Kyla, you're a historian. If you look at most of the men from the Urban League, the Civil Rights Movement, the NAACP, they were all married to white women. Yet they still.
That's why the community's all screwed up. You know, that's why I know that. You know, that's why Black America's screwed up. You know, because these guys didn't know where they fit in at. They wouldn't take a stand.
But why is it that these pro-black men did that though? Do you think that being pro-black causes the swirling?
Hey, honey, Honey Flower, you done hit the hornet's nest, Honey Flower. Man, a lot of pro blacks, these Kente Clark, red, black, and green dudes, man, they even Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson went to a college that was all white. So you know he had his little snow bunny moment when he was going to Millersville College, right? So a lot of these pro blacks, man, it's a facade, right? They're repressing that inner love for that brunette, that blonde. So every day they gotta say Africa is
yourself. I can't see brother Bomani, my brother Bomani. You know, every word out of his mouth is white devil. This
Bomani and Kwame. Jamaicans love white women, man. Kwame probably got a white girl, Kala.
Kwame, you better get up here and defend yourself, man. Kwame,
man, I had this Jamaican dude I knew, man. He would always go to.
You better come up here and defend yourself, bro.
Yo, I knew this Jamaican guy, man. He would tell the white girls, "I make some curry shrimp." You know, white women love exotic food, man. The Jamaicans, man, I got coconut with peach water. And they come on, man, Jamaica.
Kwame, Ray set the record. Say, Kwame, now are you a bunny hopper?
Carla, you know I promote Black Queens.
I don't know,
forever.
man. I don't know, man.
Never.
You seem to be withdrawn on the topic, man. I don't want to embarrass you.
I can't say certain things because last time I said certain things, you kind of got upset talking about.
Yeah. Well, not upset, but I'm just like, yeah, you don't have to go there. Just say you don't like white women.
Yeah, I don't like white.
The whole NBA and NFL, man, all of them.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Those guys got millions of dollars. You're broke.
Kala, I'm a far right conservative Pan African. That means is a no.
Biracials are taking over every industry, though. Like, let's be honest.
But let me tell you something about snow bunnies.
If you a swirler and support
they would take care
children,
of you to your feet.
You are a race
traitor.
Trader.
I'm sorry. What did you say, Kwame?
If you support swirling and support mulatto kids, you are a race trader.
I'm not against swirlers and mulatto kids.
Yeah, you
Kwame, you better get a white girl to buy you a phone, man.
You are a traitor to East Africa, then.
I personally think that people should just be with whoever they like vibe with.
Nah, I don't believe in that. I believe you should.
Kwame got it.
You should be with your race.
Kwame, you need to get a white woman to get you a phone, man.
Get a phone, bro. I'm on my phone. What are you talking about? Why would I need a white woman to get a phone? Does that? I be forgetting you got a 5th grade education, so you just say the most ignorant shit. I know you love white women. You got low self-esteem. You believe America is the greatest.
Is someone
thing
speaking?
Ever.
Yeah, he's speaking. You don't hear him?
So I know you love white women.
Listen, I had that stage, man. I'm not going to condemn myself or convict myself. I had a stage, and I got that up on my system, man. But I love all women. I think all races of women have beautiful women, man. You know,
Bantu people or African people are savages, so you shouldn't be with no black women. You should.
I never said savages. I said uncivilized, largely in part uncivilized.
If you believe black people is uncivilized, then you should be with the elite civilized people.
Listen.
Why would you want to mix? Didn't you say if you do a DNA, if you go under the microscope, you would see the people see the genes fighting and stuff like that. So you should be with a nice Anglo-Saxon, a nice Nordic, a nice Latin.
But me, like one of my brothers went to Holland. He said Switzerland, Holland have some real Stockholm. I think what's that? Where's Stockholm at? He said the women there are absolutely stunning, man.
What would make a white woman stunning?
No, what's Stockholm? What is that? Holland or where is that? Sweden? The white women there are like
it's Sweden.
Yeah.
What would make a Nordic woman?
Yeah, he said
stunning.
White women there, man. They're like golden corral, delicious, man. I mean,
golden corral. They smell like wolves. How they? I don't understand.
Every woman has a like. Listen, man, Kwame. When you break a woman down. Every culture has their. Now they just have this that bullshit, man. It's a whole aura about them, you know. And black women have that too, you know, throughout the country, throughout Africa.
Black women are elite. You can't even compare
You
white
know,
women to
it's
black
just
women.
something, you know, something about them. Women are just a work of art, man, Kwame.
Nah, I
It's hard for
think
me to
black. I just think black women
explain
are
to
work
you,
of
man.
art.
You gotta up your IQ by at least 30 points for you to understand what I'm saying. You know,
This guy must
I
be
think I
like
gotta
black
what'd
lower
you
woman
say,
my
with
IQ
mix,
to
right?
Kwame? Your phone
I
going
think
in
I
and
gotta
out.
lower my IQ to. I
It's like a
mean,
mixed
to
race kind
try
of
to
guy.
see you.
It's 1776 mindset. It got to be mixed race, right?
Kwame, you got a low IQ and a low battery, man. Man, get yourself together, man.
That's your phone. We
God
can't hear
damn.
you.
Where white women at?
I don't want. Hey, I'm not against white women,
You
but I
can't
don't
hear
know.
me?
I don't see
Can you hear me?
White
what's the
women sleep
Is it
with the
attraction.
my
door.
phone or yours?
It's your
It's your
phone. Your
phone.
phone's going in and out.
Stop using that cricket
Where the white
service
women at?
and get T-Mobile or something.
What's the attraction with
Is my
white
phone?
women?
Yeah, your
Where the
horrible
white women
phone.
at? You should just change it to
What's the
Oh, it's
Chinese.
my
attraction?
phone. It's not yours, Kwame.
Kala, you should go
Get
back
off
to
the
the
Boost
original
Mobile.
topic. What was and expand
Um,
on it.
Yeah, we're talking about fine. Fine.
Right,
Let's go back to the original topic. When
topic.
Kala, you need to
so
come
my
back
phone
on.
is acting up.
Dragging
When
me.
you said
Yeah,
Kala
it's your
said
phone.
Let me go out and come back in.
Nothing about white women. I want to talk about the topic.
Africans for Africans, and we're supposed to go over there and build. And Saudi Arabia giving Tanzania giving Saudi Arabia land and stuff like that. And I'm telling you, that idea you had, but
Who's giving Saudi Arabia land? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Tanzania gave Saudi Arabia land to invest because this is the perception of an African politician.
Mm-hmm.
African politician doesn't care
Well,
where the
that's
money
why
comes from.
I don't see these companies as countries as legitimate. They sell the people out all the time. So when I
No,
say building Africa, I don't hear nobody
But
stop.
what's wrong with giving money to invest, though?
no. The
What do
thing
you?
is, if
No,
we
land is spread. You don't give land away. You don't let people set up shop in your own country.
Wait, I thought did he say giving land? I'm sorry, I'm
now,
sleepy.
but what I'm saying is it says it's an investment, right? Saudi Arabia got a lot of money. They want to invest, but the attitude of an African politician, investment, they don't look for black people. They look for anybody to come in and set up shop. As far as they know, they set up investment and they get a cut off of that. But that's what I'm trying to say. When we want to do our stuff, the last person you look up to is a politician. It's something called a sanctuary city. You see what I'm trying to say? When you want to do, you come in with your group of investors, people that have the same mindsets. You go in to the government, go down to the local landowners, buy your land, invest on your own. Don't be looking at politicians or competition. Let these politicians do what they do. You do what you do. You're doing it for the best interest of the people. Because somebody came up with the idea that when they're investing in Africa, they should come up with a fund where they would invest in all these Roth IRAs and
I came up with that idea.
treasuries and stuff like that. And the proceeds, you use it for middle class funds. You see what I'm trying to say?
You build infrastructure.
Yeah. But kind of, I gotta go, man.
Tax base, and then you tax base.
I gotta go.
All right.
Kala, it says here that Saudi Arabia is significantly increasing its investment and trade engagement with Tanzania, particularly in areas with port operations, infrastructure, and agriculture. So it says
The Tanzania is not going to benefit from that.
aiming to boost trade and logistics in the region.
You know,
It says Okay, so but the thing is, like, this is the thing that's annoying. Okay, so these countries, these non-black people are investing in Africa, but it's like Africans aren't investing in it themselves. So at least
That's
somebody
annoying, but
is.
the whole thing is I can't look. Look. The only problem I had was they removed people from their land. You know, they removed the people. They uprooted a lot of people from their land to do that.
It says that the Saudi African Investment and Development Company has secured the rights to operate Tanzania's Bagamoyo port, a major port in East Africa, aiming to boost trade and logistics in the region. Simply because the African men weren't doing it themselves.
Yeah, that's a problem in Africa. The
So
bottom line,
that's the thing. Like, you could say,
African does not
oh,
basically build it. That's why I said
Yeah.
the African Union is a joke. You know, they
Honey
have
Fly, you think if an African man had
Can you
enough
hear me?
money, you think they would you think Saudi Arabia would let him invest in their ports?
why did Saudi Arabia? Oh no, this is what I'm saying, Kwame. The reason why Saudi Arabia is investing in that port and logistics is because the African people weren't doing it. They're trying to take advantage. See, the thing about Africa is, like, everybody takes advantage of Africa except for Africans. So how are
Can
you
you hear
gonna
me?
blame them?
Yeah, you interrupted, man. She's talking, bro.
Well, I was just making sure I was
Yo,
on.
you got to get a new phone, man. That phone from you, it's
All right,
like you
now,
got that phone from
honeyflower. I
1776.
had an argument with wildflowers, and funny thing, you got wildflower and your honeyflower. I get confused. Anyway,
We're
she
so
said,
different, right?
huh?
Wildflower, she's always like calling the victim card. Oh, the
Right, yeah.
white man.
She says it's our fault because we're living in America, paying. So I'm supposed to just fucking move into the middle of the Atlantic Ocean and make her happy. You know, I live here, so what? You know, it doesn't matter. It is what it
But
is. Anyway, my whole thing with her
but
is she goes, well, everybody's coming to Africa stealing resources. I said, so in other words, while you guys sitting on the beach eating bananas and sucking on coconut juice, whatnot, they coming in behind your back, sneaking in, right? While y'all not looking, and they're stealing the resources and then heading out. You know,
Yeah.
I said, so
Operating ports and stuff.
resources. You're
but
negotiating bad faith when you're taking your little cut off the top. Somebody's taking their little cut. Yeah.
Hey, Carla, when you have a 1776 mentality, you know how I look at Africa, like space.
Mentality.
It's
I
on it.
don't give two shits about it.
No, but Africa is like space, man. It's like uninhabited territory that with so much resources to be exploited, man. Like the Africans, the
bottom line is Africa is just simply underpopulated and not
but
developed.
look at Africa and Haiti. The people are there not doing anything. If America comes with that manifest destiny and take over those regions and develop it, that's going to be better for the inhabitants who ain't doing shit anyway. So, like, if you're not doing shit with your yard and somebody comes in your yard and builds something, what's wrong with that?
Reggie, I'm not saying it racist. I'm saying that, okay, they were sitting on the beach eating mangoes. How about that? Forget bananas, mangoes. You know.
And then you said on Donna's show, human. That was funny when you said human, the acronym human. Like you even said it on Donna's show, human. Hungry. What you said.
I don't mean nothing malicious by it. I just mean, I said every time somebody comes to Africa pushing human rights, right? But you got to look at closely what they mean by human rights. H stands for hunger. U stands for unrest. M stands for malnutrition. A stands for anarchy. N stands for Negro. You know.
Did you come up with that yourself, Carla?
Yeah, of course. I got
that
more.
was a good one, actually.
I have one for development too. Yeah.
And what about democracy? You need one for
Oh,
democracy.
I got one for everything. You know, when they said let's get democracy, when I got one for all. You know.
Why is everybody undermining Africa?
Ain't
like,
Africans are undermining Africa. They're the number one perpetrators.
But honestly, I think Africa needs to go under another 50 years of colonization just to get, it's like a kid. When you have a kid who's immature, you can't release them to the world because they don't know how to handle themselves. So Africans in Africa are immature politically, just every way possible. Yeah. So if you get Colin, I think America should take the whole of West Africa.
You hear this? You hear this guy?
And Jamaica too, Kwame. Kwame, you're here. Like, so if we take Jamaica, we'll make you a citizen. So you don't have to have that green card shining in your pocket like $1, man.
I'm not a green card.
You are a green card wearing Jamaican. But if we take over Jamaica, you'll be
I'm
American.
America, brother. I'm a citizen.
Yeah, you got that green. You better keep that green card on you because ICE is running through New York, man.
Why nobody talk about the good that Rwanda is doing? AES is doing.
I know.
Man,
what about Angola? Beautiful city, Rwanda.
Yeah, what about Angola? What about the good that Angola is doing in all
What about that civil
all
war
the
they had with the
infrastructure they
Congo, where millions of people died?
Every day I go online, I see the good that the Sahel countries is doing.
500,000 people died.
The Sahel
What do you say?
countries is making major moves.
America, 600,000 people died in the American Civil War.
In a civil war, right? It's a civil war between the North and the South. Sectionalism, a continent. It was a continent.
Every time white people have war, there's some complex region and whatnot, you know. And black people, oh, y'all just savages. Like, no, America. America just fell into you know.
All right. What, like honey flower? When Europeans go to war, they go for real. Go ahead.
They go for complex regions, but Africans go to war. Africans
go to war. If somebody loses a goat, they go to war.
Them weapons to kill each other so that they can take their land. They're just killing each other for no reason.
You hear the ignorance from Collar? Come on, you can't have this. You can't have these people talk ignorance.
America went to war to
go to tribal war.
Slavery,
you know the thing that killed.
776. America went to war because the southern states want to expand the institution of slavery and keep it, right?
No, that was part of the reason.
That's exactly what it was.
No. Carla, if the South seceded, from America, 90% of the wealth would have went with the South.
This is why I tell you, you're not educated, right? Do
you know? You can't tell me about the Civil War.
Hold on. Let me ask you a quick question. When did the secession movement start?
You said when did it start? It was several secession movements and throughout United States history. The first secessionist was New England. New England wanted to secede from the Union.
Hold on. The secession movement started in the North, not the South.
New Hampshire. The New England wanted to secede from the Union.
Hold on. They started in the North because why? Because they didn't want to be associated with the slave system in America. So it started in the North, right? And then to save the Union, right? Lincoln said, we're going to end slavery and slave states and rebellion. That's what kicked off the Civil War, you know?
Carla, and what did the Confederate States
say? It was more complex like that.
No, it was just that simple. Lincoln ran on to take a Republican ticket to preserve the Union, you know? And the Democratic Party lost the faith of the Republican Party. A new Republican Party called the Republican Party came over and won the day because they basically said we're gonna party that's gonna save the Union. And of course, Lincoln said, my goal is to save the Union. I don't care if I have to about slavery. I want to save the Union. But the whole thing, what got him into office was the fact that many Northerners said, yes, this is our best chance in slavery by creating 3 new constitutional amendments while the South is out of the government, right?
All right, I want you to answer. Am I right or wrong? Lincoln said, I want union to exist at all times, whether it be with slavery or without slavery. So Lincoln was about union. He didn't want disunity. So he would have had America with slavery or without slavery.
Bro, the Confederate States left the Union because they wanted to continue the African slave trade.
All right, if y'all want to believe that, we'll go with that. Y'all, it's your show.
No, we could read.
It's your show.
We could read what the states.
We could read what they said. We could we just said reason for secession. Okay.
Okay. During the Civil War, Maryland still had slavery during the entire Civil War.
Hold up.
Verbatim, they said that.
In most of the northern country, they were trying to reestablish slavery in the new territory. That's what the Missouri Compromise. They want to friggin' bring slavery into the new territory. That's what the Civil War was over. You know, they just want to slavery in the South. They want to expand it and be able to bring it into places like Texas, New Mexico, California, and the Pacific Northwest. They want to expand slavery.
Cuba and Mexico.
They wanted to send slavery into Brazil and They said that basically the institution of slavery is God ordained worldwide. Learn who John C. Calhoun was. You know,
He was from South Carolina.
these people like this. These people believe your black ass belonged on a
Well,
plantation.
I'm not trying to cut you off, but back to the topic of why Africa needs to be annexed.
We
And
understand that, but since we're on this topic of slavery, let's continue for a little bit, right? You know?
all right.
All right, the South
I
convention.
put the succeed. I put verbatim what the state said in the back chat.
Okay, yeah, I guess you found it before I did. You know,
all right.
so it's like every state said we're gonna leave it simply because we want to preserve slavery. That's what they said. The reason for doing it. Matter of fact, a South Carolina senator, congressman, beat with his cane almost to death another member of Congress because he criticized slavery. You know.
All right.
So that's what I'm talking about, you know. So anyway,
all right.
So what is this, bro? I can't pull it up. Hold up.
Okay. The Civil War was about slavery. We'll leave it at that.
It was, you know.
600 people.
People of Georgia, having dissolved their political connection with the government of the United States, present to their Confederates and the world the causes which led to separation. For the last 10 years, we have numerous and serious causes of complaint against our non-slaveholding Confederate states with reference to the subject of African slavery. They have endeavored to weaken our security, to disturb our domestic peace and tranquility, and to persistently refuse to comply with their express constitutional obligation to us in reference to that property. And by use of their power in the federal government, have striven to deprive us of an equal enjoyment by use of the common territories of the republic. This hostile policy of our Confederates have been pursued with every circumstance, aggregation which should be arouse the passion and excite the hatred of our people, has placed two sections of the Union for years. Let me get to the good stuff. Our Northern Confederates, after full and calming bearing of all the facts and a fair warning of our purpose not to submit the rule of the authors of these wrongs and injuries, have a large majority committed of the government of the United States in their hands. The people of Georgia, after equally full and fair deliberate hearing of the case, have declared with equal firmness that they shall not rule over them. A brief history of arises and policy of anti-slavery and the political organization to whose hands the administration of the federal government has committed with fully justification pronounced verdict of the people of Georgia. The party of Lincoln, called the Republican Party, under the present name and organization and recent origin, it is admitted to be anti-slavery party. See, that's why they went to war. You know, it attracts to itself this creed and scattered things. So what they weren't talking about those states, right? It was all about the institution of slavery, which was their lifeblood. You know, that's why we could never.
And this dude called this place heaven, and they went to war with each other over the African slave trade.
Yeah, so it is what it is, bro.
Hey, Kwame, where do you live at? You live in Jamaica or you live in America?
Why does that matter?
No, because you always calling the white man the devil, but you live in his living room, right? You and Kyla take so many hits about America, right? Y'all always anti-American, right? If China do something, Kwame, you sided with Iran, man. I mean, y'all would side with anybody but 1776 America, man. I rest my case, man.
What was your people doing in 1776?
He was in chains. Your people.
Oh, they were Freemasons. They were laying the blueprint for DC. You know, they was free men. And I found out something. If you go to the 1860 census, in DC they break down how many people were slaves and how many people was free in every state. In every state,
was they citizens in 1776?
Citizenship came through the states. before the Civil War, we never said we are Americans. You would just say, I'm from Maryland. I'm a Delawarean. We were tribal before the Civil War.
Bro, I
The
asked you
Civil
was
War
they
brought us together as
was they
one nation.
citizens. I actually was they
No, you was a
citizens.
citizen of your state. Your state was paramount to the country. So you would say, I'm from South Carolina. I'm from Virginia. It was no American. American came after the Civil War. Come on, man. Kwame, man, your intellect too low to battle with me, man. You're not ready to spar with me when it comes to history, man.
You heard me say that many times, bro.
No, Kyler, that's just basic. All you have to do is watch the Ken Burns Civil War documentary. That will give you.
Hold up. You're right about one thing, other than the fact that black people were never considered Americans from day one.
What about Nathan Bedford Forrest had a Negro who used to hold his horse in battle and fight.
And Nathan Bedford was one of the founders of the Ku Klux Klan.
He had black.
The bottom line is, I'm sad you think so lowly of yourself. Me personally, if somebody did something against my ancestors, I'm never gonna forgive them. Revenge.
My ancestors are either in heaven or hell. I move on. I'm here. You know, I don't know where my ancestors are. They could be in the
man, because
they're in heaven or hell. That's what for my belief.
Are you an FBA, or do you consider yourself?
And I call myself a American African, a Black American. You know, the FBA just started 5 years ago. I'm older than 5. How can I be something that just started 5 years ago? That's crazy. You know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we always say Black American, African American.
1776, he says some things that I don't agree with, but then he also tells the truth as well. So he's a mixed bag with
I don't know what he says.
But I'm not gonna attack you.
He just lied about why the South.
I'm not gonna attack you because you didn't tell truth about Africa.
But Kwame, if you
black people were citizens, and he said the Confederates,
they were citizens of their state
because of slavery.
You were not citizens of the state. That's
Maryland had a free black population, a big free black population before the Civil War. You can look that up.
Did you read the Dred Scott decision?
Hold up. States like Massachusetts, New York,
New Hampshire, Vermont, Maine.
First of all, a state can't give you citizenship. They can give you residency. You know.
Okay.
New York gave you New York, New Jersey. Places like Connecticut. Well, New York was last. New York still had slavery up until the 1800s. Early.
Hey, Honeyflower, you can go to the archives in D.C. and look up every state. It tells you who were free and who was slave. One thing about the white man is he kept detailed records. The white man keeps detailed records. It's not that oral babble from Africa. You know that.
The
Colin,
black
you do me a favor?
You understood the Dred Scott decision, which you never read, right?
I just put it in the back.
Yo, check this out. The whole argument of the Dred Scott decision was black people never was and never will be citizens of this republic.
And where was Roger Taney from? Maryland. He was a Supreme Court justice from Maryland.
Yo, Taney said no.
He was from Maryland.
He said no.
Colin, I put it in the back. You can read the transcript at part 3.
He said no nigger black
Kwame, where do you search for these academic journals?
Kwame goes to hotep.com and pulls up a bunch of bullshit, man.
I put the transcript in the back. You could go scroll.
Where do you find them though? Like, how do you find academic journals so quick like that?
Hotep.com.
I mean, I keep it in a holster for dudes like him.
Hey Kwame, you know you're one fantastical Negro, man. Because it's like
you can scroll down.
If you go, listen, Kwame, you don't ever want to go back to Kwame. You don't ever want to go back to Jamaica, ever. But you would sit here and just talk shit about America all day, and you know you don't want to go back to Jamaica. Come on, man.
Why wouldn't I want to go back to Jamaica? Jamaica's a lovely place.
All right, a lovely place that you don't want to go to. Ain't that yo? That's crazy. You don't ever want to go back to Jamaica, man.
If that's what you think,
just keep it real, man. We all love America. Collar too, Honeyflower. We all love America, man.
No,
and you talk about free people. Those free, those free.
Here. If we
love it.
Those free blacks was not citizens of America. They still had no rights.
But why do y'all always go to 1800s? Let's talk about 2025. You're here in America. Everything's sweet. The hardest thing for me on a day-to-day basis is what I'm gonna eat.
You're 76, right? The problem is you came up with a moniker that says 7 Citizens Mindset. Now, if you said Kala, all you people right here, we know things were bad in the past, but let's talk about 2000. You said 2000.
Let's.
It would be more.
All I have ever stressed since I've been on this show is a more perfect union.
Hold
A more perfect union. Every day, the Constitution.
Hold up. When they talk about more perfect, they're talking about more unity among white people, white folks.
It's not what they meant. Was what it is. The Constitution could have said all African descent are going to be perpetual slaves forever. The white man could have wrote that down, but he didn't. He didn't.
The thing is, the Constitution basically what it did was they wrote it so that black people had no recognition in the Constitution, right? So they knew the power over slaves and institutions was done locally and regionally by states. So they didn't have to put anything about slavery in the Constitution. They know they had state constitution. You ever read the Texas state constitution? The African race deserved permanent slavery. Same thing with the Georgia, Virginia, the state constitution of Alabama. All that they knew the states would do all that.
And after the Civil War, every Southern state before being reinstated in the Union had to pledge loyalty to the government of the United States. They had to renounce slavery. They had to renounce all that stuff to come back into the Union. Come on, man. Y'all are historical lightweights, man.
He didn't sign it until 1995. You know that?
Yes, Carla, I know that.
So what are you talking about? Not all states did that. So bottom line, and all that loopholes. They said, okay, we're gonna sign all this.
Listen, man. Let's just.
Said the look. They said the white people had your loopholes where you can pass all kinds of Jim Crow laws and you control everything. So
But in 2008, we elected a mulatto African to the highest office in this country. Evangelical shit talking African. This country has always overcome and adapted, to the reality. No country on earth is perfect. America is the closest thing to perfect you're gonna find on this earth. You know what I mean?
Like I said, you could all argue about America's infrastructure system. That's fine, because like I said, America has a lot of good stuff infrastructure. But the whole idea, right, is like if America goes to war with Iran and nukes Iran, whatnot, that means I got to own that shit, And I don't want.
No, the thing with Iran has to learn
they did a poll. Most of the world is behind Iran.
Man, Kyle, I don't listen to CNN polls.
The thing is, Israel started it first by bombing them. That's why the people are on our side,
I'm going to tell you the truth about that.
The great words.
All right, if I was gonna fight Carla,
is a black man hell.
If I was gonna fight Carla, I would not say anything till I'm ready to fight. If Iran was working on their nuclear program, you don't say debt to America and debt to Israel. You don't poke the bear. You just create. You just move in silence and violence. But Iran kept running their mouth, right? And Israel had to check that jaw. And Israel is a. Go ahead, man.
Hold up. They were saying death to America ever since America overthrew the democratically elected government, which they follow. America goes around the world.
Oh, man. God, man.
Ella, he was making a point earlier about Africa development. Then we got into slavery and stuff.
Like I was saying, man.
Development.
Why you want to undermine Africa so bad for?
No, I want to undermine.
I believe in criticizing in order to create change.
Yeah, hold on.
Honestly, I believe.
Not too.
We criticize Africa 6 days out the week.
Somebody
gonna uplift Africa.
Somebody that actually loves the continent, like myself, I can criticize Africa because I love the continent. This man does not love Africa. So
I said America first, Africa second. That's always been my battle cry. America first, Africa second. I want the Congo to be annexed and developed. I would love to go to Congo.
You said.
But what's that gonna take?
You can't wait to die so you can get rid of your black skin. You ain't say that 1776.
What do you say? Go ahead.
What
Did you
would
say
that
you
take?
rather be anything than black? You say you can't wait to get to heaven so you can get rid of your black body.
I mean, it got to go sometime anyway. But
Wait, no,
anyway,
but what would that take though? 1776. Like when you say, for example, you said I would like America. You want America to be good and Africa to be good. Do you think those two things, like
yeah,
Africa could be
it
super
could be
developed, they can
it could be
coexist and that can
symbiotic. I think
happen?
it could be I
And
think it could be symbiotic.
because
Like
How?
just,
look at every place America's gone to, whether it's Cuba,
oh
the
my god,
Philippines,
this guy
Honduras.
hates America so bad, man. I
Hey,
But
can't
like,
take
how
it,
can that
man.
happen
look,
though?
I'm
Like,
just
What
trying to tell
about
you.
all the
Let me
good things
hold
the
on.
AES
Let
is
me break
doing,
this down to you and
ECOWAS,
tell me what you think.
Rwanda?
Man,
17.
they ain't doing shit, Kwame. Stop that bullshit, ECOWAS. That sounds like bullshit, ECOWAS. It sounds like a bullshit organization, ECOWAS.
Let
Come
me say
on, man.
this. Let me say this. Let me say
We
this.
have the coalition of the willing. That's tough. Every time. Go
Hold
ahead.
on, America, in Libya before and after. Case goes right. America before and after in Iraq. Yeah, America before and after in Syria. America before and after in the Philippines. You know, America before and after in Cuba. America before and after.
Hey, cool. Hey, man,
Man,
I'm not gonna like Kala. You borderline or like a treasonous. Seriously, if I was in close proximity to you, honestly, man, it wouldn't be nice, man, because I would have to lay hands on you because you just hate our country so much, man.
I'll give you my address. You can come down here to Virginia
Listen,
anytime.
I'll catch that. I'll catch that
it's not
Amtrak.
that
I'll be there in
deep.
about
It's
2
not that
hours.
Let's
deep.
not do that.
Calm
But
down.
I love you, Kyla. But man, come on, you hate America too much, man.
Smashed in because I say it. I don't give a damn who does it. And also bring some of your racist friends to my platform. They'll get it too. You know.
Who got racist friends?
You obviously got your fucking MAGA friends. Bring them over here. I'll crush you too.
Listen, man, this is the greatest country in the world, man. Like I said, man. Once you get here, your success is on you. If
Wait,
you want to become a plumber,
1776. I have a question for
How can be
you.
successful?
go
Wait, I
ahead.
have a question for him though. 1776. What? So if you could come up with a game plan to develop Africa and to make it better, like what would I want to hear what he
His
has to
game
say.
plan is
Like,
to turn. His game plan is to convert Africa to Christianity,
I want to hear
and then
his
get up under the white
perspective.
man nuts. That's his game plan for
honey,
Africa.
honey flower. The first thing I would do, right, is bring education to the entire continent, free education, right? Because education can liberate you from savagery and being uncivilized. So education will be
So
paramount,
Africans
right?
are savages.
How did
No,
America
no.
goes? How
What
come
type
Africa
of
didn't save
education? There's
America
already
from
education
going
in
through a civil
Africa
war?
though.
I would bring a Puritan, the same education that we instated after slavery for the free slave, a Puritan education, reading, writing, and arithmetic, the three R's. That's what I would implement, right?
But they already
Two,
have that though.
right? Two, like all the kings, the chiefdom, all of them, they can choose whether they want to be assassinated or go the way of the dinosaurs, right? All these chiefs, listen. 2/3 of the bullshit that goes in Africa has to go. Tribes gone. Chiefs gone. Chiefs. I would make every chief go work in the factory at Amazon. Like humility. Right? Get rid of them. Right.
You don't have to get
Right.
rid of the tribes. You don't have to get rid of the tribes.
I would bring infrastructure, roads, sanitation. You know one thing about a state, every state has the same thing. Every state has a McDonald's. Every state has the basic stuff. So everything that Maryland has, I would bring to Africa. You know,
This is
a
why. This
Walmart,
is
a
why I'm
Target. You know,
anti-Christianity and anti-Islamic.
Let me bring Frenchie on. Go ahead, Frenchie. Go ahead,
oh
son.
man, Frenchie, is that beautiful, Frenchie?
Yo, stop playing. You like white women. Yeah, so get out of here. Oh, go ahead, Frenchie.
He said he likes all women.
Oh
no, he said he like Nordic women. He just praised Swedish women. He don't
I
love
said they're
black women.
beautiful.
Yeah.
But where do all the models in the world come from? Ethiopia.
Steve, only black women are beautiful.
What do you think about the fact that there's a growing number of white women who are basically leading a "don't mix your snow with dirt"?
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. What's up, Steve? My dude, Steve. What's up, man?
What's up, 1776?
Can you show us a
everything.
video of the white woman movement? Don't mix snow with dirt. I want to see that.
Oh yeah, go look at Snow and Dirt. Look at it on TikTok.
Hey, yo, you can't mix spoil. You can't mix
Is Frenchie
spoiled
gonna
milk
speak?
with lush
Yo, let
chocolate.
Frenchie speak. Let Frenchie speak. Everybody be quiet. Let Frenchie
Be
speak.
quiet. Be quiet.
Frenchie, yep.
Hello, Kala. Ooh, gosh, where do I begin? So I don't understand why
1776.
people,
Yo,
why
let her
people,
talk.
you know, we talk about people being uncivilized and such, but if you're going to interrupt me whilst I'm speaking, then that speaks a lot about to the type of person that you are. You know, a bit of class decorum would go a long way, please. So I don't understand, Kala. Maybe you can help me out with this, how people can constantly speak negatively about the continent. They have no ideas. They don't bring you anything tangible that they would like to see in terms of change. They only have the negative to speak about it. I think that's just redundant. What's the point in that? You
Because
clearly don't like it, but you constantly talk about it. Why would you constantly talk about something that you dislike?
that's why I'm
It's
stopping.
ludicrous.
Because the whole thing is, I say like this. Me personally, I say like this. Since I love the continent, I can give constructive criticism. You know, constructive.
Absolutely.
But when you basically
Mhm.
1776 make it seem like Africa's salvation is being colonized, man. You know, it's just ridiculous. White people screwed the continent up forever. You know, the
But
more
Kyla, with all due respect, Kyla,
hey, look, white
and,
people
and,
are the answer to our problems, bro. They're not the
Ky-
answer. To our problems, you
with
know,
all due respect, Kyla and Frenchie. Frenchie, you have a beautiful British accent. Did you develop that on the continent or in England?
All right, don't troll 1776.
I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling because I say she's from Cameroon or whatever, but she lives in England. Like
And
that's
what's
the
your
problem
point?
I have
What's your
with
point? What does
Kwame.
that have to do?
I'm
What
saying
does that have to do with
with
what I've just said today? What does that have to do with
I'm
anything?
saying
And
Africa
if
as a
you
whole.
know the answer to your own question, so
Africa,
why are you asking it?
Africa as a whole is the last frontier. It's like space. It is not developed. So with a 1776
What does my
mindset,
accent have to do with anything?
I want to terraform Africa and make it more Western, make it more habitable, make it more modern. That's the only thing I have for Africa is modernization.
let me ask you a question. What could a white man do to build an African city like Abuja, a
A white
Luanda?
man could build that in 5 years.
Oh, really?
Tops.
Oh,
Probably
really?
3.
Oh,
Listen,
really?
like with German technology, Western engineering, like what an African can do in 30 years, a white man can do in 2. That's how
All I know is I'm looking at Angola and I'm looking at Luanda and I'm looking at a city. I'm saying, wow, that was built mostly by black people. And
But Kylie, you're gonna kick me off the show if I tell you that Namibia was a German colony, a Portuguese colony. They have heavy Western influence in.
The black people are taking over Namibia as we speak. They're taking it.
But they haven't built one building since they've taken over.
Well,
I'm telling you,
they're maintaining it though. So
well, I give them that. They're not destructive, but I mean, the white man laid that infrastructure and they're maintaining it. That's good. I mean, I don't know that must mean they're educated. Must mean they're doing well. I'm not gonna take a carte blanche shot.
1776. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you feel like white people are superior to black people?
No, they're just different. Not superior. Nobody's superior to no man. No woman is superior to no other woman. They're different. A black man at his core is different than a white man. A white man always want to go investigate shit. Even when I leave my house,
Yeah.
hey, how long you leaving
right
for?
about that,
2 months. They'll call the police. Hey, yeah, that's not the nigga I know. Like white people are just like cats. They're just intuitive and they're different. You have to respect the differences. But I think like Africa needs to go through a serious industrial revolution over the next 10 years. It's 2025, man. Africa needs roads. They need hospitals.
Right.
Like Carla said on Dynast, they need nuclear food. You know what I mean?
It's a shame that people have to keep saying these things. Like they should just understand and know, realize, and actually pour
Yeah,
their
but no,
money and
there's more
everything
to
into
it
these
than that.
projects, but
There's
they
more to
don't.
it than that. There's more to it than that, right?
It's
I would
actually
live in South
simple, Kala.
Africa.
It's not as
More to it than
complex
that.
as
Hold
we're
up.
making it seem.
Hold up. I
If
would
you're
say
not going to build it, then stop talking about it. Because
yeah.
what's the point
I
in
can
talking and
talk
not
about
doing?
it if I want
If
to.
you're not going to do it, anything about it, don't talk
You
about it.
you get so triggered when I'm
It's as simple as
around.
that. It's as
You
simple as
get
that.
so
You
triggered
talk for
when
the sake of
I'm
talking. You
around.
talk for the sake of
You're so
talking.
triggered. You're so
But
triggered.
well, one thing I'm excited about is America.
Relax yourself.
Bill,
Relax yourself. I'm
I'm
not Elvis.
I'm
Relax yourself.
excited about America
Elvis
building this bridge
cannot
with the
handle me.
Congo.
Like he
Oh,
goes crazy when I come
I'm
around.
excited
But
about
Carla,
America building this.
Everybody chill for a second. What the hell are you talking about? You know?
I said I'm excited about this bridge that we're making with the Congo. Congo has a lot of good organic beef.
First of all,
They have a lot of good.
this is what I'm saying. This is where you're pissing me off. Friggin' the Congo is my ancestral homeland, right? Now I
Yeah.
believe that America belongs to the white people, white devils, whatever like that. What the hell are they doing in my ancestral homeland? You know?
But Congo has a lot of resources, Carla.
Yeah, that resources belong to me, you know, my people, you know. I don't give a damn about America. You
Well,
know?
they're taking advantage of the resources, and Africans are
Well, I don't give a damn.
allowing it.
No, they take advantage of the fact that we got race traders in power and whatnot.
Yeah.
My
Africans are
but
allowing
what?
it,
But
Kala.
Carla, what could you do about it though? What could you
Yeah,
do
that's
about
what
it?
I'm saying.
We got a revolution.
Africans are allowing all of this crap to
We're gonna stop
happen.
people taking our continent over and whatnot. You know, I want to defend that.
I'm gonna probably leave because this is really hurting my ribs, man. When somebody's anti-American, my right ribs start to hurt, you know. And like, no, seriously.
Why the right rib though?
Yo, I'm like, it just
Confused.
hurts,
Not the
man.
left.
Hold up. Let me say this, right?
My right rib hurting like a motherfucker, man.
Hold up. Let me say this, right? Before you go. If I was anti-American, right, I would be like one of these liberals who want to open the borders up, change the demographics of the country, and just alter the country and all stuff like that. I don't want to do that. I believe America is a republic. It has a right to define its borders, its currency, and stuff like that. It is a republic. That being said, right, America's sovereignty begins with its borders, right? What it does overseas, particularly in my mother continent, they have no right to, and I have a right to oppose them. That don't mean I'm anti-American. Anti-American is when I delegitimize this country, right? Which a lot of people are trying to do. They don't respect the laws. They come across the border. They bring drugs in. They bring all this stuff in. They try to blow shit up and whatnot. I don't engage in all that. So I'm not anti-American. Black people have never shown that they're anti-American. Only thing we ever wanted from America is just leave us alone and give us respect. That's
I
it.
didn't say black people. I said you, brother. Like I gotta go do like 600 milligrams of aspirin. Like you're really hurting me, man. I'm telling you, you're really hurting me.
How am I anti-American when all I'm saying is America does not belong in the Congo?
Why?
I
Do
mean,
you see the size of those cows in the Congo? You get some Texas ranchers over there, man, you're gonna have some good ass tomahawk steaks, man, from the Congo. The cows are so fat and juicy. They got so much uranium, so much minerals. I mean, the Congo is gonna be off the hook if we get over there, man. Next 20 years. The women are beautiful. I mean,
nah, we not gonna allow America to colonize Congo.
That's not gonna happen. Oh my God.
What are you guys gonna do?
Exactly. Realistically, how are you going to stop them if they did?
Kwame and Kala, what are you guys?
Well, the bottom line, we could basically get people aware. Same thing we stopped South Africa, didn't we? During the anti-apartheid. You guys don't remember that, do you? We brought down South Africa.
But that's not. It wouldn't be the same way. They wouldn't do that.
Yes, we can. Like I said,
Steve,
what we need is another Million Man March. But this time, you think 9/11, you think January 6th was bad. Oh, we're gonna do more than January 6th. That's what
we
Kyle, you gonna get us shot up here.
Steve.
If America
Yes, sir.
invade Congo, we're gonna storm Capitol Hill. That's what we're gonna.
And we're gonna get shot up.
All right, hey Steve, the president of Congo is begging Donald Trump to come over there and help him with security, right? Help him with security and development.
If the president is calling you, right? But Congo's, but Carla's gonna say that's wrong. When the president is calling Donald Trump at night, he's talking so fast, Donald Trump can't understand him, man. So Donald Trump says, slow down, brother. He like, right? He's telling him to come over there, help him out with security, and help him out with development. He wants for the Congo what we have.
He's gonna have a nice bomb in his fucking presidential vehicle soon, you know.
Right, Carla. I mean, the president is the one that told America, that invited America in. So, I mean, what can we do about it?
Well, what can we do about it? The bottom line is America. We can stop America from going there. Simple as that.
Say, Steve,
The
he didn't watch the
president
movie.
is the one that invited America in.
Yeah, he didn't watch the movie Sinners. You have to be invited in, right?
He does not speak for his people, you know. These governments are illegitimate, you know. These governments are illegitimate, you know.
Well, that's up to the people in Congo. The people in Congo have to do that.
Hey, Steve, but every time somebody has an illness, they want to come to America, to Johns Hopkins, to a preeminent hospital. America, man, sends ships all around the
They
world.
don't invest in their own hospital.
Yeah, creating cleft palate. You got some parts of like South America, everybody has a cleft palate. You have American people who volunteer to help those people out.
Y'all speak on Africa like y'all knowledgeable of Africa.
Man, Jamaica's a part of Africa. Y'all have an insurrection for fucking. Y'all have an insurrection for Colonel Sanders' chicken, brother. That's terrible, man. Y'all look like savages for chicken, man. Like, so Jamaica's part of Africa. Haiti's a part of Africa. Like. That should be the 53rd and 54th state, yo. And I'm willing to take over Jamaica. I'm willing to take over Mexico, Panama. Any country that can't provide for their citizens need to be taken over. Point blank simple. If you can't give your citizens cold water, cold air conditioning, a nice house, electricity, you're done. No internet, you done.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay, can you go and do it? We're waiting for you. 1776, 9 sec.
Oh, listen, I'll be on the forefront. I'll be on the forefront on a horse with an American flag coming through the Congo saying, Americans are coming. Give up, niggas. America is coming. And I'll be like, the black ball
this is the internet. Please go for it. As you said, there's nothing that's going to stop you, right?
You know how many people from the Congo I know?
So if there's nothing that isn't going to stop you, so why aren't you doing it then?
But do you know how many people from the Congo is in Maryland with double, triple engineering degrees?
Is this a Pan-African
platform?
Right? All the smart people from the Congo are in England, France, and America.
Come on.
Nobody wants to be in the Congo. Nobody wants to be in the Congo. You've been in England so long. You don't even have an African. You don't even have an African dialect.
1776. Princess P made a good point.
Firstly,
He said,
I have a language that I speak. I speak more than one language. You don't know me, so don't speak on me.
You sound like an English woman to me.
You don't know me.
Sound like you live in Buckingham Palace.
I probably speak more languages than you.
Listen, I speak 2 languages. I speak English.
At the end of the day, you said you want to take it over. Go and take it over.
Listen,
you said it's easy. Go and do it.
Listen, man.
Action. Stop talking on YouTube on Kala Show. Go and do it.
He can talk if he wants.
You said it's so easy. You said I'm not speaking to you. I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to him. He can handle himself. He can handle himself. He can handle himself. He doesn't need you to chime in.
Frenchie, with all due respect, like I told you, any country that cannot provide the basics for their citizens should not exist. You know, they should not exist. So that's what I'm telling you. I know more people. I know more people.
Why aren't you taking it over? But you won't address that. He won't address that. I cannot. With uneducated people, Kala, I can't. I lose brain cells even trying to converse with them.
There's an old saying, people rather have bad leadership.
Bloody yuck mouth.
No. So the bottom line is this. I would never basically endorse America going into another country, sovereign country. Even though sometimes, I think to myself, yeah, but then when I look at the history of America going to these countries, it never turned out good. Sounds good. But then when you look at what happens in the aftermath, right? Look what America did in Honduras.
Carla, why you drop
All these places like
1776?
this. America and Cuba, you know.
He frying our brain cells. We can't.
Hey,
I
hey,
can't take it.
Iran,
Carla,
America, Libya. Everywhere America goes, it leaves shit, you know? So why would it be any different for Africa?
that's true.
Carla,
Carla,
I know you had a rough night tonight, man. You put Africa in the title, then you had Pan Mulatto, and you had 1776.
wait, Pan Mulatto called in.
And
Yeah.
Mulatto came in.
Man, it's like
Oh, no.
Checkmate.
Checkmate.
He's trying to get me to join his side.
He knows who's cornered by me. I cornered him in the friggin'. He couldn't debate.
We need
Oh,
1776 back,
yeah,
Carla. We need him back.
Carla, can you bring 1776 back? I want to ask him one question, and then you can drop him off again.
All right, I don't want. Look, all right. I'm gonna tell you right now. We got one more hour. I do not want a lot of arguing. I just want to go to bed in peace tonight. You know.
If I'm here, Carla, you gonna get arguments. I
Okay,
stir
well,
people's
no, just
spirit.
don't
Like
No, nobody's
trigger
gonna
them.
argue. Nobody's gonna argue.
Please,
Yeah,
I
spirit of confusion. Yeah.
don't want to hear arguments. Whatnot. It ain't that important. You know.
Why everybody hate
Go ahead,
Africa so much?
Kyla.
This shit is like crazy.
Hey, Kyla, this is what I gotta say because really, like I'm really fucked up. I'm hurting. I'm hurting all over, man. Because
I said as a host, I said Elvis talk. I didn't say 1776. Elvis.
Oh, what's up, Elvis?
Right. Well, I greet him. Let me greet him. I'm the fucking host. All right, even though I don't like saying this. Hello, Elvis. Go ahead.
No, Tyler, just give me 2 minutes. I'm busy. I'll be on a little bit.
Can I ask 1776 a question?
Working at late night chef at McDonald's. Go ahead, man.
1776.
Hey, what's up, man? I'm hurting.
Are you Dusty, brother?
Nah, ain't nothing dusty about me, man.
I think he
Okay.
is. Yes, he is. You are Dusty Brothers. Yes, you are. Come on.
Because as soon as I delete Dusty Brother, he pops up.
Yes, he is.
But I could have sworn I seen him in the chat at the same time one day.
It's okay because Dusty Brothers is funny too. He speaks some facts. He does sometimes.
This is Kyla. This is the thing I have a problem with, man. It really messes me up.
Hold
You
on,
would have.
Elvis, go ahead. Elvis, go ahead. Elvis, you had something to say? Elvis is working at McDonald's. He's waiting on a customer.
You could give him 2 minutes, Carla.
Yeah.
I thought Dusty brother was from West Virginia and he from Maryland, I believe. 1776.
Yeah, this is what messes me up, man. This country has been so hospitable to everybody from different races, man. Indians make the most money in America. My doctor is Indian, right? Right.
Let me ask you a question.
I get cut off, like I can't even speak, man.
Hold on. Before you say that, I said, did these people, right? Did America vet these people? Do they really care about this country? Because I'm seeing more and more immigrants coming here. They don't give a shit about this country.
But what Donald Trump is trying to reverse is poor immigration. Like we want intelligent immigration. We want more Indians. We want more Europeans. We want more Nigerian doctors. We want intellectual capital. We don't want Mexicans. Mexicans can only do like slave work. They're not really intellectual. Most Mexicans don't even graduate from high school. South Americans have a real they're worse than Africans when it comes to being intellectual. You know, at least Africans want to learn. Spanish people don't want to learn shit but a taco. You know, so what Donald Trump is doing is bringing in more intellectual.
Right. Can you hear me, Carla?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to come on and give 1776 some props, man. I think it's a success story, right? You know how they used to be beating the slaves and trying to change their mindset, you know, like 300 years ago and trying to beat them into submission? He's a success story of that, bro. They've beaten him into submission. He's inherited the submissiveness of his ancestor, and now he's a slave to the white man. So we can't even be mad at the brother, man. We just gotta agree with him, brother.
Jesus Christ,
the white man made you a success story of submission.
Can I go for 2 minutes?
No,
Can I
no,
go?
hold on. I just came on, brother. Let me just give you
Can
your
I have
props.
for 2 minutes?
Hold on.
I just came on. Let me give you your props.
He
Yeah,
paying homage to you.
76. You got some explaining to do, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah.
paying homage.
So when we hear him say everything that he's saying, Kala, you want to be embarrassed, but really you shouldn't be embarrassed because the reality is he's been successfully whooped into submission. He hates his own skin, as he, like he admitted. He doesn't want to be black. So these are what you call the Negro, right? The cone, the real cone. This is one of them right here,
Can I
Kala. So you
ask you a
can't argue
question,
with this
Steve?
guy. He loves
Steve,
the
can I
white
ask
man
you a
so
question?
much. Everything is that Africa is bad. He doesn't like the fact that he's African. He loves
All
white
right.
women. He hates himself. There's nothing more to say, man. So you
All
got
right,
it, brother. You can say.
Kyla, can I ask you a question?
Okay, go ahead, man.
Kyla, okay, we have this Negro called Elvis, an African named Elvis after the king of rock and roll, right? So this guy Elvis, man, right, is from Liberia. His tribe used to sell slaves, right, in the 1800s, right? His tribe took. Go ahead.
Hold on. I gotta correct something for. Let me mute you for a second, man. Let me correct something. Elvis is not the king of rock. Wasn't the king of rock and roll. It was Chuck Berry, Bo Diddley, and all these other people. BB King. All those people.
Yeah, Elvis stole from them. Well,
know?
he borrowed.
Yeah, he bought moves from. So he was not a king. He was just a king, white people's king of rock and roll.
So for my history of studying Liberia, all the tribes in Liberia sold slaves. So Elvis tribe sold slaves. Not only did they sell slaves, his tribe was instrumental in overthrowing the government of Liberia. So he fucked up his country, and then he came to America to fuck up our country. But we embraced him as a brother.
Let him speak.
Right? So Elvis peoples was selling slaves, probably sold my ancestors. Right, the Crew tribe was selling slaves. Two, the Crew tribe overthrew the American Liberians and fucked the country up. Now he fucked his country up and ran to my country to fuck that shit up. But am I mad? I said, nah, Elvis, I embrace you as an African American.
Everything you say is true, right? But one thing that's also true is that you inherited the spirit of a broken Negro.
Okay, but I'm an American. But you're in my country,
That's all.
Elvis.
I'm not gonna argue with you, brother. There's nothing you can say with me. I'm like a duck, just going off my back, right? But I'm telling you, you've been successfully pulled. You've been successfully pulled.
I was born here. You came here. So what that mean? That means you wanted to get.
I just came to enjoy everything that the master gives to you, brother. So I'm here.
Okay,
the difference between
I don't have a problem.
I'm not calling, brother.
I don't have a problem. You're probably a nurse's aide in Minnesota. That's all African men.
No. I'm a garbage man. I'm even worse than that. I'm a garbage man. Anything you say, brother. I'm not triggered by it. The only thing I'm going to tell you is that you are a success story to the white man.
Most Africans
this is what they wanted to breed. They bred you successfully. You hate yourself. You hate Africa.
Instead of you grabbing your nuts, instead of you grabbing your 1776 nuts and go fixing that country that you fucked up, why don't you go fix that country that you fucked up? You and your crew tribe fucked that country up, and then you ran like a bitch. You ran like a bitch to Minnesota. You're a bitch-made nigga. You're a bitch-made nigga.
Well and done. And you've been coonified, brother. You're coon.
Well, I'll be a coon, but I love this country.
You've been coon, brother.
You ran to my country, nigga, after fucking yours up. Came in here like a little boy soldier refugee, nigga. You are a boy soldier refugee,
bro.
You
talk all that shit. I'm not even gonna engage with you. Everybody heard
to
you
get
talk
in this
about how
motherfucker.
you want
You
to get
a
on your black
dusty,
skin. Where's that
indigenous
gun coming?
Liberian.
A man who is telling another black man that he can't wait to get out of his black skin. It's a man who is been successful against himself. Doesn't have any pride in his race. You have no pride being a black man.
You are a dusty crew nigga. You are a dusty crew nigga.
And you denigrate the black people that you know, and you hate your own skin. So that's who you are, brother. I'm not gonna argue with you. You want to say everything about Liberia? It's 100% true. I'm not even gonna argue with you. You can say it's 100% true. But another thing that's 100% true. You're a coon.
He shot up collar people on the beach. He shot up collar people on the beach. It just ran to this country, man. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here, Elvis. You got a white man's name.
So that's who you are, brother. You're coon.
You
a
got a white
certified
man's name.
COON. Coon. Matter of fact, Koon.
Elvis, you are Don Lemon,
Because
son
I
of a
guarantee
bitch.
you,
You
you're
sleep
probably
with a
right.
white man.
You
You are Don Lemon. You are
That's how
soft
much you hate
Don
black folks,
Lemon,
man.
son of a
So
bitch.
I'm not gonna argue with you when it comes
You
to
are
Africa.
Don
I'm
Lemon,
just telling
man.
you that in America
I'm
you're
not.
already living in hell. Because you told us that you don't even like the skin that you live in. So it tells
I'm dropping. Okay, I'll bring these two back after they both cool off. Yeah, that's bad for radio, YouTube.
I will say that yesterday when he made that comment though that he can't wait to get to heaven to get out of his black skin. I will say that was I don't know, that was kind of strange.
Yeah. We all weirdos on this channel. All right, Jonathan, go ahead.
Hold on, that wasn't kind of strange. That was straight up coon. And call it what it is.
Yeah, I was trying to be respectful, but yeah, you're right.
Nah, don't be respectful. That's disrespectful as hell.
All right, that's
What's up, Kyle? How y'all doing?
I'm doing all right.
All right, so what y'all talking about tonight? I just woke up. It's 6:22 a.m.
Africa for the Africans or African for everybody but Africans. That's the question.
Everybody but Africans for sure.
I knew you were gonna say that. Because I mean,
That's what I see.
Now, this guy 1776 says that he can't wait for America to take over the Congo. And I got reports today that Angola and America is finishing up a deal between the two countries to build a railway that's going to pipe through the Congo, through Angola to the port of Benguela. And that means they're going to be able to go to two oceans.
They're gonna do it regardless, Kala. They're
No,
gonna
but
do
that's
it regardless.
going to mess up our plans, because
I'm sorry, Kala, but the African people, they're not fighting for the country. They'll sell it out. They'll let anybody do whatever. Like, I'm sorry. It's just the truth.
Well, I don't say.
It's unfortunate that it's
that's one
happening
thing, man.
and
But I say
everything,
I'm
but
still pissed off at the white man for being there. Let me get Amara on for a second. Amara, your Boost Mobile's phone's not working. It's not loading up, bro. So meantime, let me get this 776. Can you guys behave yourself? I got a headache. I only got like around 420. Damn. I got another 40 minutes, man. Can we just get through this 40 minutes without me putting to jump out my window? And you guys, I hate all this argument.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like I was saying, man. Like the guy Elvis, man, he really gets under my skin, man, because like he's gonna call me a coon for living in America, but he came here as a boy soldier refugee from a country that his tribe fucked up, and I still embrace him as a brother, but for him to actually, his tribe was selling slaves. Not only were they selling slaves, they overthrew the American Liberians, right? And they tore that country into pieces. Then he comes here as a boy soldier refugee, and he still disrespects me, talking about I'm a coon. I'm a coon. And
you say I disrespect you? All you've done is disrespect Africans, brother.
But
when I come back and give it to you twofold, you want to cry like a bitch. Don't cry now. Don't say I'm two phones, man. You're a man. Be a man. Don't be a bitch. Everything you said about me is true. I agree. But what I'm telling you is you've been coonified. That's also true. You got to agree with it, right?
How am I coonified for loving the country I was born into?
You literally say you hate the skin that you live in, brother. And you got to see that shit in the mirror every day. You wake up, you're a black man. You see your hair, you black. And you say you hate it. So what does that tell me about you, man?
We wasn't joking that day.
Wait, 1776.
We were joking that day.
Oh, you joking that day? Nah.
Yeah.
Showtime's truth come out in jokes form, man. You're telling the truth that you hate yourself. You're self-hating, self-deprecating Negro. That's who you are, brother. We see you through you.
Listen.
So you
You
talk
think
shit
I
like
wanna-
Africa
you
all
think
day?
I wanna
It's
die
people
and wake up in Monrovia?
you know that you hate yourself and you hate your people. You hate the continent that you hail from. It's just self-hatred, bro. That's all it is.
Right, really, Africa don't have nothing to be really like.
Stop being emotional, bro. Stop yelling like an emotional lesbian. Stick to the facts and tell us why you hate your black skin.
One person talk at a time. I can't hear both of y'all.
I'm saying, what does Africa have to be running around being proud of?
Nothing.
There you go. You're not proud of yourself as a black man,
Listen,
and
I'm
there's
proud of
zoos
the African
to the fact that you hate your own skin.
And when you look at
Wait,
Africa and you see other black people, you hate them too because you hate yourself. You've been so pornified that you look at the white man to be God. You look at the white man to be your savior. You don't see yourself as a free agent. You don't think you have agency over your own mind. So you hate the fact that you have to be trapped in a black skin.
Elvis, why are you in the white state in America?
You know,
You're
you
in
do little jabs here and there, and it's funny. But the reality is, it's really sad that
Africa
Oh
has
my goodness, one at a time.
Don't be a hypocrite.
Every time I see an African American, every time you see an African American professor at whether it be like Howard, American University, John Hopkins, right? A bunch of Africans in the department, right? They're not in Africa. All the engineers are not in Africa, right? All of them have white women. So, like, if I'm a cool, I'm just being
Bro,
African.
you are making losing arguments. First of all, you can't shame anybody for not being in Africa. If you got the balls, go tell the Norwegian.
It's 300,000 of your people over here.
He's not in Sweden.
300,000
So shut the
Liberians in
hell up with that.
America.
You're not in Africa. A lot of people are not in their home countries or their home continent. They're here in America because it's the greatest country in the world. It has the best economy. The same thing was happening in ancient Rome. The same thing was happening in Egypt. Anywhere that somebody is prospering, it become a magnet for people to immigrate to. This is nothing new. So you can't shame any African with that bullshit.
You don't have a 1776. You're not 1776. You don't know how to bullshit, Elvis. You're an employee. Elvis, you're a bitch. Elvis, you're a non-lemon employee.
Brains out of your head, and you have no black brain in your black body. So you hate yourself, bro. What are you telling us?
I don't argue with employees.
You're talking all that shit earlier, right? You was running the show like you're the big bad wolf. Talk to me, man. Don't say I hurt your feelings. I'm a nice guy. I don't hurt people's feelings. Why did the white man beat your brains out of your body and now you hate your black body? Tell us.
African who's not in Africa.
Why did the white man beat your brains out of your black body and you hate your black body? Tell us, bro.
Your crew fucking, your dusty, nasty crew tribe.
You're now your real head is coming out. Be mad. Now you're real mad. Tell us that you hit the dusty black, big black, whatever. Tell us how you hit yourself.
I hate the crew tribe. I hate the crew tribe. The crew
you hate
tribe,
yourself,
you
brother.
Samuel Doe motherfucker.
Me, you hate yourself. I just came in for 5 minutes, and now you're spiraling, bro. 5 minutes. You thought you was big and tough.
Can I say something? The only reason why people are yelling at 1776 is because what he's saying is true. That's the only reason.
Girl, shut up. No one's yelling at him because what he's saying is true. He's not putting his money where his mouth is. That's what the case is. If you want to take over the continent, go and do it.
A lot of
Be about it. Stop talking on Kala's YouTube channel. Do it.
What did he say was true? And we literally call him lying on Twitter.
He had some truths, but then a lot of it was just, and it was a
He's
lot
a
of
talker. All he is a talker. He just talks on YouTube. Go and do it. You said you want to do it. Do it then. What's stopping you? You stated that nothing can stop you from doing it. So why aren't you doing it?
What did he say that was the truth?
No, God. About a debate. He doesn't even know how to debate.
Hold on. The thing is, like I said, if somebody's giving constructive criticism, because I could tell when somebody's done their homework, they know what's going on in the world, the continent, and they have a sense of empathy. You know, I have a sense of empathy about the mother continent because that's my motherland, and I have to. It's my duty to have a certain love and understanding and empathy for the continent, even though I may not approve what's going on. I definitely got that base love. But I say some things sometimes that I know I go over a lot, but you have to understand, I actually really do love Africa. You know, my wife lives on the continent, whatnot, you know, my family's on the continent, you know.
We all love Africa, Kala. Some of us are just, you know.
So if I do criticism, like I said, I criticize Africa all the time. I criticize Black America all the time.
Kala, can I?
But Kala, you literally have something in place. You want to do something tangible, right? You have a movement. He doesn't have any of that. I can't stand people who just come on your show and talk, but they have no action.
He said something
Talk,
true. He
no
said
action. They don't do anything but spew nonsense on your show.
Can I say one thing? He said
Nothing to show for themselves.
He said
a bunch of banshees.
If a people can't take care of their people, they can't give them sewer systems. They can't give them clean water.
Yeah, hold
they
on,
can't give them infrastructure. They can't give them hospitals. They can't give them nothing. They
What
should be
about
taking over.
what about the cities? Hold on. What about the cities and the parts of Africa they are doing that? Now, the problem is, like I said, you look at Africa's
That
development.
China's
Like,
building,
look,
Kala.
hold up,
China's
hold
building everything, Kala.
on,
Wake
hold on, hold
up.
on, hold on. I look at
They're not building it themselves.
I will look at Africa's development and Asia's development, right? And I say, back in the day, right? Asian countries, Africa's just about a few decades behind Asia, right? But the same rate of thing, you can't just take somebody. I remember in Vietnam. This is when I was before you guys were born, right? I watched this documentary on Vietnamese. This was after the end of the Vietnam War. This is like the late 70s, right? No, 1981. I remember the documentary. It was 1980. Okay. And they were showing Vietnamese people who were brought to the United States, right? And we knew some of these people, right? They were in places like South Jamaica, Queens. They were putting 40 projects and different Baisley projects. They had all these influx of Vietnamese people in America, right? All throughout America. But they were interviewing these people, right? And showing them going around town and whatnot. You know, these people had to adjust from living in the jungle. Vietnam was a jungle, right? To living in a city. They didn't know what a refrigerator was. They didn't know what a stove was. And that one part that really broke my heart was the lady went to a store, right, and got a bunch of groceries. Her aide was showing how to get groceries. And the bottom line is she had this thing called paper money. She handed it to the cashier, right? The cashier says, okay, this is yours. She was sitting there like, what am I supposed to do now? He put the stuff in a bag and put it in the cart, right? And then he gave her, this is yours. And she don't even know how to count it, nothing like that. These people are just so far removed from modern civilization. That is how a lot of Africa is right now. They're so far removed from us. So you can't just say build sewer systems, build modernization, but you got to modernize the people. They got to be taught. People
Kala, we're in 2025.
Are so behind.
We're in
You know, and if we want to do
2025.
something, what we got to do is explain and educate people.
People have been shitting since the dawn of times. We're in 2025.
Hey,
Why
Kyla,
is it
peace
like
out, man. I'm getting a headache from ignorance.
Hold up, that's the whole thing. There's still
I'm
parts
getting
of
a headache from
Africa.
Africans being slow and not developing and not.
Hold up, there's so this is a high. Look,
Africans aren't slow. You're slow.
Yeah, they are. Africans are slow.
You are slow. Are you not African? Are you calling yourself slow?
Yeah, Africans are slow.
Are you calling yourself slow?
If they were
Are you not African? Are you not African?
Hold up. This is what I'm saying. Let me say this.
No, I'm not African. I'm not black.
Hold up. This is the reality.
I'm not African. I'm not. Yeah, we know. You don't expose you already.
I'm not black.
Look, you have large numbers of people, millions of people, right? Who you can, you have to. It's going to take a generation or two.
I know you ain't talking about.
You know the hardest part
Yuck
about
mouth. Yep.
There's nothing.
I sound better than you. I sound better than you, baby. Yuck mouth.
There's nothing.
I said yuck mouth. I said yuck mouth.
I gotta remove
and I said there's nothing yuck about me.
I'm talking.
Yes,
right?
there is.
The hardest part of development is not even the development; it's convincing people. I remember Idi Amin basically tried to develop people at gunpoint. If you didn't want to give up your old ways and where they was going to give them clothes to wear and stuff like that, they would shoot you. You know, you got to convince people, right?
Yeah.
The old way of doing things is bad, and that's the hardest part in Africa. Like I said yesterday about pride. You know, if you've been doing this way for thousands, you got parts of people like.
But that's why they yell and scream when you criticize or when you try to give critique. They say that you're.
No, I don't think. Hold on, I don't think what it is too. Let me say this, Honey Flower, right? Don't do respect, right? And I've learned this, right? Africans are very sensitive when it comes to African Americans and how we view them. They're very sensitive, right? They got a lot of insecurities about their
Kala. A lot of black people are sensitive, no matter where they come from. They don't like to be criticized.
I know that. Hold up, but here's the thing: Black America has what they call Africans say as main character syndrome. We're the face of Black modernity in the world. We're the face of movies, everything like that, right? So therefore, when a Black person in America, like somebody says, puts down in Africa, that's a significant put down. So as a Black American, African American, you gotta really be careful about what you say to people, you know, because that really hurts. You know, you really got to be careful. You know, so as a Black American, that's a significant put down.
If a white person says it, they don't care. But if a Black American criticizes
That's
Africa,
that's the way it is, because they see us as their brothers and kinfolk and everything. And
I disagree.
One of them. And
I disagree. I
That's
disagree.
not
What about that documentary?
That's not
The
true.
I
Empire of
disagree
Yes,
that
the one
white
Chinese
people,
man was talking about that,
white people
about
get cussed
Africans.
out too. They do.
The Chinese man was talking about
All the time.
Africans like crazy, but they were in the
Carla.
comments saying he's right. He's right.
I disagree.
Let me
Carla,
get
I
Amara.
disagree. I disagree.
Hey,
Okay.
Carla.
You take Africans from Africa, right? They went to an educational system, right? Then they came to America, go to England, all these other places. They're part of the workforce. They excel at what they're doing in a different environment, right or wrong. So it's not their personal capabilities. They're like they are slow or incompetent. They wouldn't be the part of the workforce in America or England with their education and their work performance if we were that slow. We're not that good. They cut you off of the company. It's performance based.
Carla, I got a quick question.
What we have in Africa is systemic. It's systemic where the politicians and the elites have a narrative they pass down and suppress it. People are true. Their true nature is in other places. When they go completely away from that system that's in Africa, they excel in other places.
Amara, hold up.
When Africans insult you, that means you're intelligent.
Hey,
When
Carla.
Africans come against
No,
you,
I'm
that
just
means
saying
you're
change
saying
the
some
environment.
thought-provoking thing.
Change the environment. Why would
I love
Africans
when
come to
Africans
America
insult me.
and excel?
Amari Child.
Carla. Every you notice the same narrative. It's the government.
said that?
It's the government.
Somebody
It's the
said something
government,
about what?
right? It's the government, right? Carla, if every immigrant left this country today, America would still flourish. This whole narrative that like we need all this, we don't. America was strong from 1776, became stronger after World War II, right?
Nobody
Right. But the thing is, Carla, he's cutting me off. I love immigrants. I love my African brothers in the DMV, right? But the people I roll with love America. I don't like somebody who's here benefiting from America and being rude or condescending to America. That pisses me
I
off.
was born in America. You got the same damn rights you got. Yes, sir. I can show you my passport. You can call ICE and call whatever. I was born in here. I got proof of that.
And with that thick ass accent, you not with that thick ass accent, ain't no way you born here with that thick ass booga accent, man.
I give $5,000. You call ICE for my residence.
Everybody
and I prove that I got a $1 million lawsuit. Dumbass.
Brother, you just came off the boat yesterday with that accent,
yes,
man.
I'm calling you. My name is Amara Gambaya. I stay at this residence. Call ICE over there and you get $1 million lawsuit. I show you my birth certificate. I show you my passport. I show you my social security, everything.
And you was born here.
Born American citizen. The only way you can take it away from me is the
brother, you just came. Don't lie, brother. You just came off the boat, man, and I accept you.
I bet you $5,000. You can't do a goddamn thing to me in this country.
I didn't say I want you.
You got it.
Listen, brother. Brother, I love America. Brother, I love America like your little snuggle like an ass. Right? Brother,
fucking right you got.
Brother, I love immigrants.
Okay.
I love immigrants, but all I want them to say is this is the best country in the world. That's all I want from you, Snuggle-Laga. I'm not trying to deport you.
You gotta understand that.
And brother, you are not going to stay on this show and lie.
If they were not that good, they would be kicked out of the workforce in
There's
America.
no way you was born in America with that thick ass accent, brother.
How much you want to put on it?
Oh,
How much
brother.
you want to put on it? I'll bet you everything you got, bro. I'll bet you everything you got.
Listen, brother, I'm willing
$5,000. You put $5,000.
You are not born in America.
I'm gonna put it right now. Right now.
With that accent?
Come on, get the fuck out of here, bro. You don't know goddamn thing about me.
Listen, I
Somebody
believe
can be born in America, raised in
he was
Africa,
raised in Africa.
came back to America as an adult on my own.
Okay, brother, because you couldn't make it in
So you
Africa.
want to put some money on it? You want to call me?
Brother,
You want to call me?
brother.
What the fuck you? I'm a win. Hey, I'm gonna get paid. Then I'm a sue ICE.
He said put money
I'm
on
saying
it.
it loud and clear.
Listen, man. Listen, I'm not putting no. I'm not. Listen, I'm not
You know who
putting.
you're fucking with, bro. You do
Listen,
not
I'm
know
not
who you're
putting
dealing
no.
with. You have no idea.
Hey, Kyla, can I just speak for 1 minute?
You gotta be louder. You gotta scream
Oh,
louder.
you gotta scream. I gotta be uncivilized. I gotta be uncivilized. I gotta be uncivilized, brother. Most you,
You are
Elvis,
uncivilized.
every
You threatened
all the men
Kyle on
from
his own
Africa,
show.
you couldn't hack it in Africa, else you would be in Africa with the real soldiers, with the Ibrahim Torres. You ain't built like that motherfucker.
You know what I got over
never
there?
been built like that
You know
nigga,
the fuck
man.
I got over there, bro?
That
You know
nigga
the
wake
fuck
up in
I got
army
over there, bro?
clothes.
I got
He
his
wake
head.
up in army clothes. What nigga you wore? You bitch ass man.
You ain't me, bro.
Brother, you a bitch nigga.
You ain't nobody. You don't
You a
goddamn
bitch
nobody.
nigga. You ain't no
You can't do
Ibrahim
that to me.
Traore.
You want to meet up outside of
You ain't
this
no
house?
You
I'll
ain't
show
no
you who the
Thomas
fuck I am.
Sankora.
You
You
want to
ain't no
meet outside of
Shaka
this?
Zulu.
You want to meet
Yo,
outside of
calm
this?
down,
I'll
man.
born
Y'all
in
calm
Minnesota.
down.
Don't say fucking rights in there.
Calm down.
Damn rights you got, motherfucker. I was born in here. Don't say fucking right.
I gotta bring the temperature down. Woo!
Oh my
Why
god.
is everybody on 10 tonight, bro? What's
That's
going on, man?
estrogen right there.
I'm
That
glad
was a lot.
tomorrow night
That
off.
was a lot.
Mari, go ahead, Mari Shy. Don't anybody interrupt Mari, you know.
Okay. Hey, Kala. Hey, everyone on the panel.
Hey, yo, did I make you spit up laughing last night?
Like I couldn't stay on the show last night, Kala, because I had to work Wednesday morning. So I couldn't stay on the show, but yeah, it was funny what you were talking about. So
I'm
yeah.
hilarious.
Yeah, so I don't know. I just want to say I just feel like black men they need to build everywhere, like, and especially black American men. I mean, we're the ones that have what 1.5 trillion in spending power, and I'm not saying all of our communities are messed up. We do have
Yeah, we
we do have decent communities in America,
we are.
but a lot of our communities are run down and they're not prosperous. So yes, we need to build also. So to sit there and just talk about African men and Caribbean men not building, we need to build our communities too.
Exactly.
Some of us are living in white predominantly communities and won't even go back to our communities and build.
Suburbia is a refugee camp, you know, really,
Well,
so
I'm just saying that some of us won't even go back into our communities and build.
I talked
Now,
about the story about Miss Cuffy, right? Miss Cuffy. Well, yeah, you guys didn't hear my Miss
Mary, that's why he's trying to go to Africa, man.
Okay, hold up.
but
No,
see, but see, I'm not. See, the crazy thing is, I'm not even from a bad neighborhood. I grew up like in a mixed community. So for me, I did not grow up in the hood. I grew up in a mixed more community in a nice house.
I
But
always go back to the hood to give them encouragement. Like, let me tell you that Miss Cuffy, right? I see this Taco Bell, right, for lunch. This is back in like 10 years ago, 12 years ago. And Miss Cuffy was an older black lady. She was like in her 70s or 80s, whatever, 70s. And she was like a matriarch. She lived in McDonald Manor. That was a housing project in that East Chesapeake section of Virginia Beach. That's the oldest section of Virginia Beach, right? But all these girls worked there at that Taco Bell. They all lived in McDonald Manor, and she was like a matriarch. I said, hey, I'm just so proud. She's like a matriarch, and that's a family. I said, yeah, blah, blah, the community's in good hands. People like Miss Cuffy around. Then one time I went to the Taco Bell Virginia Beach, right, in Kempsville, right? I said, Miss Cuffy, she came out. She was like, I said, what are you doing over here, Miss Cuffy? Oh, I transferred. I go, where you transferred? They go, oh, I just got this new condominium over there. I saved and whatnot. I said, I saved for 3 years. When they gave me that key, I was like, thank you, Jesus. I said, but Miss Cuffy, what about the community? She looked at me like, gave me a Negro please look. Yeah, she go, do you see them? No. She goes, I got this condo. I mean, a nice place. She goes, I got my little private patio right there. We got a big lake fountain in the middle. We got a tennis court. We got an indoor racquetball court. We got all this stuff like that. She said it's gated. You got to put a code to get in. She goes, I just want to be something nice before I leave this earth. Whatnot. She was like, man, I said, what about the community? You know? She was like, man, I got the hell out of there.
I feel like I heard this story like 5 times.
I gotta tell it because people.
We heard it 30 times.
People enough. They're like, it don't matter her, right? For abandoning the community, right?
Well, Kala, I just think the Black world, we do need to build up our places. We need to, African Americans, we need to go back and build in our community. And people, I mean, come on, like it's. I mean, I just think it's sad. And then we come on here,
right?
and then we come on here and disrespect each other when all of us are down.
Is as long like let me give you an example. I had this appointment yesterday in this place called Guaranty Park in Norfolk. It's a real rough neighborhood, right? But then I said I was daytime, right? And so I said it was kind of rough, but it's not bad like that no more, right? And I said to myself, somebody said, "No, man, why don't you go to Guaranty Park?" I made in my mind, if I'm too scared or can't go around my own people, I don't give a damn what it is. I don't give a damn how damaged the neighborhood is, right? I refuse to be scared or not go around my own race. I refuse to do that. Mm-hmm. So I went there and the people were nice. Nice when Granny Park, these are the poorest people in Norfolk. They live there and whatnot. Real nice people though, real good people though. Man, talk to them whatnot. They get real helpful and that. And I was asking for directions or what house I'm looking for. Oh, right over there. Everybody just really helpful and that. You see the kids out there, the young people out there playing on their little scooters and stuff like that. Typically what kids do and whatnot. And I'm saying to myself, okay, our neighborhoods do not have to be fucking, but there's a lot of police there too in daytime, I said our neighborhoods do not, what I love about Norfolk is they're really cleaning up a lot of these communities and we have people living in safety now in poor communities. That wasn't like that before, Before you had every Black community was like a war zone. Now it's really peaceful and tranquil and stuff like that. So we'll
see, Carlos. I can go back and live in the neighborhood where I grew up in because it's not really a bad place. But see, I want to live on my job. I live a minute away from my job. So there's no need for me to move back to where I'm from because why would I move far away just to drive all the way, to my job? That doesn't make any sense. But I can go back where I came from because it's a decent place. It's not like it's too much crime there. So I could go back to live where I'm from because I'm not really from the hood. So for people who are like, oh, go back to your hood communities, what hood? Because I never grew up in the hood.
My neighborhood I came from was a working class residential, sort of like lower middle class. Then we moved into a predominantly white upper middle class. That's where I came from. Let me get Mike Olawale on the phone on the thing. He probably agrees with 1776. Let's see what that.
No, I don't have issue with. I think 1776. I got a lot of buddies. I used to hang out with a lot of buddies like that, man. Like when they go to, they usually work.
You guys,
I understand it. That's why I never take anything and say it's personal. Like,
you guys,
a lot of these guys, man. Like, I don't know their life, man. So I can definitely sympathize or empathize with them because a lot of them they have to go to work in usually these factories where the bosses there are white guys just putting food on their ass all day, So when they get back to the neighborhood, man, they got to take all that frustration out on any Black person they see, Just like I typed in the comment section earlier, man. I miss driving to. I don't have to drive to the Black neighborhood to watch fight all night anymore. I just got to go online, just look for Black platforms, and see it, Because what these guys do is they just look for a place to take out their frustration after working 9 hours in factories where the manager there is those white boys just
Mike, you're
all day,
Mike, you're categorically wrong, man. All I'm saying is everybody is so tough and pro. No, Mike. Everybody's so pro Africa. Everybody's so pro Africa, and America's not shit. But ain't none of them trying to leave America. All I'm saying, if you're here, rep it.
Everybody, man.
I'm saying you have a lot of these continental eternal refugee
then go engage the
Africans, right?
person and talk to the person. You don't have to. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
find the individual that fits to whatever the category of what you're talking about. Engage the individual. But what
Like,
you do is you
like
swing at everybody.
I was talking to Kyla. I was saying, Kyla, most African countries aren't utilizing their resources. If you're not providing the basics for your people, you should not exist as a government. That's
Yeah,
all
we
I was
get
talking.
that, but that's not what you've been fighting people over, though. You've been fighting
No,
almost everyone.
no, I was
This
talking to
is
Don Lemon. I was talking to Don Lemon. Don Lemon is a Liberian refugee who don't want to go back to Africa and build his country. He just wants to stay here
how do you know
from
it's a refugee?
his white boyfriend,
You
and that's
see,
what pissed
that's
me
far
off.
from you saying, hold on. That's far from you saying, oh, they need to build something or particular discussion.
And then
It's more just an attack.
I
And that
started
goes
talking.
to the point I'm making. Like I lived in black neighborhoods for many years, and I know these guys that go to work, and when they come back to the neighborhood in the evening, they're looking for somebody to attack.
I live in Maryland. I live in Maryland. Maryland's heaven, man. But like, I have a lot of African friends that don't want to go back to Africa at all.
So why does that bother you? They don't. That's their life.
No. But I'm saying, if you're in America, just love America. That's all I ask people. Like Kyla has a lot of criticism.
What does that do for you, man? If someone love or don't
Listen,
love, shouldn't people choose what they choose to love or don't love?
No,
Are they
no,
committing
but
crime?
Yes, Mike, they're committing a crime.
Okay, then report them to the police or the FBI, whatever.
Chill. I got Mari shy fish what she was saying. I thought she was done. Sorry about that, Mari. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Let them go.
No,
I mean, they got it. They know everything. Let them go, please. Thank you.
Go ahead. Finish your point. What you're saying. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. I just say I think all these things is just people who come online to spread their frustration.
Mari, finish your point, man. She's soft spoken. And so we're gonna give her a thing. We have to respect the females on this platform. Go ahead, Mari.
No, it's okay. They can go because I'm going to be interrupted anyway. It's fine. It don't matter. No, it's okay. They can go.
Anybody interrupts us, they get dropped. But go ahead, Mari. Go ahead, say what you gotta say.
No, Carla, because you keep interrupting me.
I'll say nothing. I'm muting myself. How about that?
Okay. I just think in the black world, a black American and the black world and the rest of the black world, we do need to build. We do need to have successful black countries in, black neighborhoods. I do think that, but I don't know. I really don't know. I just think, I don't know. I just think that people like from Black America, we should not always criticize so much. We should not always criticize so much because even some of our black communities, it's not even together. They're not even successful and prosperous. So for you just to come on here, or for Black Americans to come on here and just to say, different stuff about our African Caribbean brothers and sisters, that's crazy. And I do know African and Caribbean brothers and sisters, they say stuff about a Black America too. All of it is wrong. All of it is wrong. We should be more respectful and peaceful towards each other. That's crazy. You just come on here and just talk crazy to one another. That's crazy. So I don't know. That's all I have to say. I don't know everything. Y'all got it. Y'all know everything. So y'all take the floor.
Well said, Marie. Well said.
Yeah, Mary, good job, man. Mary has a good job. She's a nurse, so she has a job that's not stressful and there's no boss kind of so people like that, they're usually peaceful. I live in America, and I'm telling you, man, people you see they always act chaotic and
that's a very stressful.
Yeah, usually people that have a terrible job where they just frustrated.
Being a nurse is
and the thing about America is you work and you don't, unless you have a very good job. If you have one of those menial jobs, you work, but you don't see savings because it's a very expensive country, and a lot of people are frustrated. So they always take their frustration out on whoever they see, whoever is next to them. They usually trying to find someone that is either low hanging fruit or it's America, man. That's an American thing. Frustration. People, those neighborhoods, it's fight every day. Fight. So now people just take it online. So. That's what it is, They look for someone to take their frustration out of them, and they usually
Mike,
people
Mike, this is the problem I have, man. You have a lot of continental Africans, man, who are condescending to African Americans That created the FBA movement, right? But they don't ever want to go back to Africa, man. A lot of Nigerians don't ever want to go back to Africa. Congolese don't want to go back to Africa. Every African you meet in the DMV don't want to go back to Africa, but they're condescending towards America. They're condescending towards Trump. They're condescending. They root for other people against America. It's crazy.
Let me give you a response. Let me give you a very smart response, right?
They might be condescending because they can't go back to those places.
You made 2 points. You made 2 points, right? One is a lot of African condescending towards Black Americans, right? Some people, and then you made another point that they don't go back to Africa. Okay, so let me tackle both of them. One, yeah, it is right. There's some people, some Africans, they're condescending towards people, and you say create an FBA movement. Now, here's the problem. I always say this: there's nowhere you're going to work where you're not going to find good people and bad people. Now, here's the deal. Whenever you run into a bad person, face that bad person and fight that bad person. You understand? Like me, I will come online and see the individual that I don't like. Like if I come on Carlos show, a black American that I don't like, I will engage him. Me and him, we'll roast each other. That's it. What I will not do is see a good Black American like Mary and begin to roast her. She's not. I'm not going to take a frustration. What I don't like, my frustration against one Black American I don't like, take it out on an innocent person I know he's a decent person. Or I'm not going to say because some Black Americans are online I don't like, I'll go create a movement called Nigerian descendant of this. Now their movement is to recruit a Nigerian to fight all Black Americans. I'm not going to do that. I know in life there's going to be good people and bad people among everybody. So if I have the time to fight the bad person among a group of people, I go after that bad person. I'll look for him and me and him, we get at it. We go at it. But what I will not do is say, oh, now I hate all of them. That's one point. That's the issue I have. Hold on, that's the issue I have with someone like Sari, because he started saying, oh, some Africans are making this comment, this and that. Right now, you go look for the African, go and call them on your platform and face that person and roast that individual. Or look for whoever they are and go after them. But what he did was create a movement of going after everybody. That's one. That's where I think he made a mistake. Now, the other point, hold on, wait. The other point you made that they come here and they don't go back. We can make the same argument with every other group of people in America, because everyone in America, apart from the Red Indians, are all immigrants. They came here. America is the country of immigrants. Now, United States, when they created, hold on, calm down. Let me just explain it to you. Calm down. When United States created a country, right? They needed to repopulate the land. And so they created an immigration program where they go to different countries, different places where they need people. They want to attract people. And they created something called the visa program, the lottery visa program, where they make people apply and they bring them. And the goal is to make them give birth and create American citizens. So we can make the same argument for the Italians, the Irish, the Koreans, all the other Americans, right? So if you want to start telling people to go back, then why don't you give the same energy to every other people? Why is it that it's the Africans that you always tell to go back? I just noticed that when you guys want to tell people to go back,
if you was on here or other shows, I'm tired of Mexicans. I'm tired because when I grew up, we didn't have Mexicans in Maryland. Mexicans came to America like 2010, and then you just see a bunch of.
That's not true.
Listen,
most Mexican Americans were born here, and they've been coming.
There was no Mexicans. I'm telling you my life, and you telling me, listen. The object of the show, Kala said, is African for Africans or for everyone else. I said for everyone else. I said if African cannot provide the basics for infrastructure for their citizens, they should not exist. Africa is the last frontier. It's a cake where it's supposed to be divided amongst the civilized. That's what I said when I came here.
Okay, I got you. Like I said, I don't disagree with everything you say. It's not everything you say that I disagree with. You understand what I'm saying? Now, with the issue of the Mexicans, yeah, there are people that call illegal immigrants that cross borders. They're not invited. They just cross borders and go to another country. We all agree that that's wrong. Those kind of people got to be dealt with. Any country in the world where you go there illegally, you're uninvited, you got to go back. Everybody unilaterally agree with that. But you can't say all Mexicans that came to America are illegal. There are many Mexicans that came legally, and they gave birth. They came through this. United States government invited them here. The same way they invited all the immigrants from everywhere to come here and create American citizens. Because the way they create American citizens is by birth and also through the naturalization, where those people that come here, they give them time after staying here for a certain amount of years, if they don't commit crime and they're productive, they can apply for citizenship. Those are the two ways Americans are created. You naturalize citizenship or birth citizenship. And United States is interested in creating citizens because it's a new country, and that's how the immigration came all about. So now to be telling some people, some groups, that you have to go back, where you say to everybody else.
No,
I
this is
understand
what
with
I
the
said,
Black Americans, you guys
Mike.
came differently. You came through like it wasn't voluntarily. Everybody else voluntarily came. All the white people you see, trust me, they all voluntarily came. 90% of white Americans today came through the immigration system. More than 90%. The only one that came to conquer the Indians, their population was probably less than 5% of people that exist today, because the rest of them came after that. Same way everybody else is coming after that. So the idea of only the Africans are the ones that are just kind of different, where they have to go back. When they came the same way, the legal way, everybody else came. The U.S.
But
government
we've deviated
literally,
from the
hold on, the
topic of the
U.S. government
show.
literally went to Africa to build an
Is that
embassy there,
the
and we're
topic
giving
of the
visas to
show?
the Africans, same way they deal with everybody else. So what is
Listen,
this
Mike.
go back to Africa thing?
The topic of the show was, is Africa for Africans or for other people? I said, if Africans don't cherish their country, they don't want to be there. I believe that America has a God-given right to annex West Africa and bring civilization to the people to make their life better.
I will agree with that point. If you say Africans don't want to be in Africa, meaning, or maybe that would be if majority of them left, which is impossible. The percentage of Africans on the continent have left Africa, they're not up to 3%. They're not probably not up to 1%. It's a 1 billion, over 1 billion population. And the amount of them have left Africa. Hold on, come now.
Yeah.
If you put the population of Africans that have left Africa to migrate to Europe or United States, they're not up to 1% of African population. So the idea that the whole continent left, the only people that really leave actually are people that usually reside in maybe those urban cities in Africa, and then they're closer to the embassy, maybe the consulate of the US and all those things. They apply for visa to leave. But most Africans don't even know how to go for visa and all those things. So majority of the people on the continent leave on the continent.
In PG County, I can meet an African before I meet a white person. That's how many Africans is over here.
Okay, but the number will never be compared to the number of people on the continent. And another point is this: the world we live in today. There's a saying that the world is becoming a global village. People migrate
Donald
all
Trump
over
is
the world.
against
Calm down. So the world we live in today, there's no continent or country you go where you don't find people of other races going there for either greener pasture, for business, or whatever. The world today is a world of traveling. If you don't know how to travel, then you're not really in the game of trying to advance or make it or get become successful. So this idea that Africans are the only one you got problem with because they travel, I don't understand.
See, I'm a true
Chinese
true
people
Pan-Africanist because I want to bring the first world to Africa. I want Africa to develop. I want Africa to be first world.
If you have the means,
I want Africans to stop using their hands. I want them to use utensils. I want to bring Western culture to Africa.
Okay, if you have the means to do it, do it. But you don't have the means to do it, so what's the point of here telling me about it?
But
if I have the means to do it, I'll do it. Now, for example, hold on, let me tell you something. Can I make this final point, please?
Look, dude, I'm gonna be here for a few more minutes, so I'm gonna get everybody on.
Just give me less than 2 minutes to make this final point. Now, Mary making a good point. She said the people of the Black world, we all know that Black countries and Black communities all over the world kind of lag behind in a sense. Whatever led to it, well, it's very subjective, and but what we have to. Some people, I'll give example of my country. We've done a study. So Nigerian social scientists did a study of how other civilizations came to advance, and what they discovered was that a lot of these people, even starting from the Europeans till even the Chinese time, what their government did was sponsor the people to go on kind of like expedition and go on diaspora to gain brain, and then bring that brain back into the society, right? So what the Nigerian government have been doing for the past 25 years was sponsoring Nigerians to go out to different countries in the world and acquire their brain and bring it back. And if you're on ground in Nigeria, you will see it. The government actually, it looks like a spy thing, but actually indirectly tapping into those Nigerians and having them to bring whatever information, knowledge they're getting from all the various societies or countries they've been in the world and bringing it back. And we're projected, we started to do our science programs, science research, everything. So we're taking the right step. And every empire don't advance at the same time. Just because one empire has risen above you doesn't mean automatically they're superior to you. For example, Chinese empire 30 years ago was behind most European empires. Today they are above all the European empires. The only empire that's just above the Chinese right now is the US. So, hey, I'm optimistic that my people, Nigerians, we're taking the right step. So, hey, it's not where you are, it's a step you're taking that matters.
Michael Omawale, I don't want to cut you off, but y'all can't even defeat Boko Haram in the north.
Actually,
so
we defeated Boko Haram.
Nigeria pretty much army is a Boy Scout.
That's the wrong information right there. Boko Haram was defeated. Boko Haram is defeated. What you have is terrorism going on. It's meaning people doing act of terrorism, maybe just walk in the marketplace and do a mass shooting and run away. Boko Haram does not control any territory in Nigeria. They were wiped out. So they don't control any territory. What you have is same way you have mass shootings and things like that. You can't tell me you can defeat mass shootings. Individuals can go carry act of terror. So people carry packet act of terrorism, and they even back to the southern corner of the northern part of Nigeria. So Boko Haram was defeated by the Nigerian state. And the Nigerian military, they're manufacturing their own weapons right now. They're drones and everything. So we're heading in the right direction. Well, we're not there yet, but you can roast us for not being there yet, but we're heading in the right direction.
Yo, somebody in Borno State 2 days ago just killed 100 people.
No, it's not Borno. It's Benue.
And the suspects are arrested.
They went over there and slaughtered about 100 to 200 people.
In broad daylight.
No, well, that's an act of, first of all, it's a communal clash. There was a communal clash. And so crimes happen. Also, mass shootings happen in America. That means what?
No.
We don't get mass shootings yet often.
And that's savagery.
Well, it's savagery too. Yeah. So criminality is all over the world. In fact, 25,000 people get shot in America, died in gun. There's 25,000 gun deaths in America every year.
I thoroughly respect Jonathan Miller, man. He keeps it real, man. He's a real dude.
Cutting down women and children, we're not just for the fun of it, in America. Yeah, we got violence.
Yeah, 25,000 gun deaths every year. Even if you pull out the number that Boko Haram and all these whatever in Nigeria, it's not up to that. It's not close to that.
Hold on.
Mike, according to the National Bureau of Statistics in Nigeria, there was over 2 million kidnappings, over 600,000 killings in Nigeria last year.
According to who? According to what?
The National Bureau of Statistics
of who?
Of Nigeria.
Of Nigeria.
Do you think that's insane to have?
Hold on now. Let's not do propaganda.
I posted it way too many times. I'm not going to keep posting
2 million Nigerians were kidnapped. Are you kidding me?
2 million. Your government says so. Now you just said your government was being a responsible government.
Let me tell you what your problem is. That's why it's very good to.
That was last year. That was last year.
In 1 year. Okay. Let me tell you what your problem is. That's why it's very important to go to school, like how to comprehend information. Now in Nigeria, we do have something called propaganda warfare, where there's some groups of Nigerians that are trying to break away from Nigeria. So their strategy is kind of like to be pushing propaganda against the country and things like that, where they will put wrong information. A lot of them create a lot of YouTube platform. They will put wrong information about their own country, condemn it, tell you that, Fulani, just like it demonize the Fulani ethnic group, So you, as a person, there's no Nigerian, you go consume those information and you believe it. And if you were someone that actually went to school and you talk about the danger of, single narrative and danger of doing investigative or deep research on whatever you're consuming, then you fall for this kind of stuff. And that's why it's very obvious. Like
in the very same way that you just said that your government was sending people out into the world to go gain knowledge and come back, the very same government that you said, the Tinubu government, you're Yoruba, he's a Yoruba person,
Tinubu just came into office. But go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, that's not the same government.
His government that released that information. So on one hand, you want to praise the government when it's something that makes you look positive, but when it's something that makes you look bad, now you want to say the government's lying. They're not being accurate. You can't have it both ways.
I didn't say the government is lying.
Doing things right or they're doing things wrong.
I didn't say the government is lying. See, that's another thing. He's very. So you're really proving my point here. You're not someone
You
that
just called it
you don't have
propaganda.
the listening comprehension. You
You
really don't
just
know how to
called it
process information.
propaganda. You said it
I
was a
never
form of
said. Hold on now.
propaganda.
Hold on. I never said the government is lying. I said you are lying. Your information is wrong.
It's your government's information.
Where is it? Show me.
You haven't looked it up? Go look it up.
I know the facts.
You on your
And
phone
I'm
right
telling you
now.
that
You
your
just go
facts
ahead
are
and look
wrong.
it up. 2 million
And how is
kidnappings and
it possible
200,000
that 2
homicides. It
million
ain't
people
that.
can be kidnapped? Is it even possible that 2 million people can be kidnapped? Where are you going to start them?
Hey, Carla.
No, think about what you're saying. It's very obvious.
Mike,
See, that's
you don't
dropping out of
if you
school is
don't
not
have to like the reality.
this is
You
why
don't
I
have
said
to
kids
like the
stay in
reality,
school.
but in order for there to be progress, you have to accept the reality.
It's not reality. What you spilling here is fallacy.
It's reality, Mike.
Well, that's your reality, unfortunately. I can't help you, man.
Carla, you see the
I just seen the
conundrum?
Nigeria Bureau of Investigation. No, wait,
Nigeria
what, no,
Bureau.
what is that?
Post it. Let's see it, man.
National Bureau of Statistics.
Well, yeah, no, I heard about this.
Mike, why are you laughing at that? That's not funny.
No, it's
600,000
very funny how
kidnapped.
the FBS, man,
2
like
million
you guys.
kidnappings. You think that's funny, Mike?
I'm glad, like, people in the UK, they always assume that Americans, even before as a child when I was growing, I used to think everyone in America is just very intelligent.
Mike, what happened
America's
in
an advanced
Denwall
country, but a lot
State
of the
2
citizens
days
are
ago,
very
it's
backward,
not
man.
it's
Like
not
very,
uncommon. You know it's not
very
uncommon, right?
unintelligent,
See, this is the
For
problem.
a
Hey, Steve.
herdsman to go into a whole community and slaughter 2 million
Well,
people,
that's
that's not uncommon.
criminality.
Before that, it happened in Banyu State. A few hundred people were massacred. Not that long ago, it happened in Edo State. A bunch of people were massacred.
And our church was picking up donations for the Christians. They're being killed in the north, man. We had like a tithes and offering for that. So, Mike, you might get a problem, man. Growing up in the DMV, I grew up with a lot of Nigerians that just be lying all the time. Y'all
Okay,
are the
so you grew
problem,
up with
man.
Nigerians that lied to you. So what does that have to do with me?
They would always tell us we don't have no culture, man. They would really make.
Hey, listen, man. If somebody says something to you, why don't you take it to the individual? Somebody somewhere told you don't have a culture. Why don't you go approach it? Why are you taking it to me? Why are you bringing it to me? Then that's the problem with you guys.
Let me get John on. And hey, Amara, call back in. We got a spot open for you if you want to jump on.
Yeah,
John, go ahead.
you guys asked for 2 more minutes, so they kind of was going on, but I'd like
if one Nigerian somewhere insulted you, why don't you go deal with the Nigerian there? Why do you have to come here to say, this Nigerian insulted me? Oh, Mike, fuck you. What the heck? What's that got to do with me?
Like to,
a black American robbed my mom on a gunpoint. I don't go around saying, oh, black American now see, oh, you motherfucker robbed my mom. I don't come here be accusing Carla of robbing my Carla is a black American. It's got nothing to do with the guy that robbed my mom on a gunpoint. And that's what you FBAs do. You come online fighting people that you don't know because somebody at your job, they happen to be from the same place as the person, offended you.
I agree with you on that point.
That's how you guys reason. Most of the fights I see FBAs do, it's just they go to fight a random person, and the guy's like, okay, what are you fighting me for? Oh, because I live around a lot of people from where you from. Oh, they dug down on me. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Bro. Mike, we learned from the best. The white man told us how.
Can you guys hear me?
Hold on. Let me get Ja on. Ja, go ahead, bro.
Can you guys hear me fine?
Yeah, bro. We can hear you.
All right. I'd like to ask for what Mary Shy, a little bit of just time, because I've been listening for a while. And so I agree with some of what Mike says. I would like to flesh out that 2 million number and all that and see if that's a good source or not. I don't think you should necessarily
his research, man, so
right. So I don't think Mike, if that's the number and that's what it comes back as, I mean, you just got to accept it, because I agree with him that the state of Nigeria and even African countries, even if you look at how we live today, most of us, if you're a middle class or something, you're probably living better than a king in medieval times or something, right? So Africa's development relative to some other places in a lot of countries might not be up to a certain standard, but it's pretty good relative to if you look at historic situations, right? And so I think that and that's the thing, like we get trapped in thinking that because you are living a certain way now, that's the way it will always be or it has always been. you know, and things change over time, just like he said. You know, you had Mao with the Cultural Revolution in China and stuff like that, starvation, all kinds of big time issues. Then you have Dao Xiaoping, and how does the growth come? It comes from opening up to others and trading with others. Now you can have different structures to say, hey, to trade in my country, you have to partner with my people, and all kinds of different structures that China and stuff use. But over time, it's that trade and that exchange of information, education, and building systems that will build a society out. You know, I would like to say one thing though. I think that the whole FBA thing, I think it started with Trump. That's my contention. It started with Trump, and and I keep saying it on this panel. If you go back prior to Trump, Tariq Nasheed was going to Africa and all that. He was talking very Pan-African. He made a documentary on Haiti, bigging up Haiti, went to Haiti, right? After Trump, and you hear the rhetoric on these panels, then is where the switch happens. And the country shifted to become very anti-immigrant. And it's kind of been on that trend.
Look, let me ask you a question, Jock. Let me just point out is this. I agree with that and everything but there was also something dynamic going on in America abroad. Like it wasn't just Black immigrants and Black America like that. Over the last, I would say, 30 years, we had an influx of immigrants from all over the world. And what I don't understand is most of the immigrants that came here are coming from the developing world, right? And somehow
when was this?
Over the last 30 years.
Oh, developing. Okay, developing. I thought you said developed. Okay.
Developing world.
Yeah.
And they're coming from third world situations, you know, and stuff like that, you know, and for a better life, whatever like that. But we noticed something, right? Over the last 30 years, people watching, it's not just Donald Trump, right? In sporting games, boxing matches, or whatnot, people would fly their foreign flags in America, and people were like, even Black people were like, who ain't really care. They're like, how are they able to get away with that foreign? First time we saw,
that's always been the case, man. Stop it, man. You go to the Irish pub. The Irish flag is always there, man.
Kyle is telling the truth.
The Mexican flag is always there. The Greek flag.
They didn't raise that shit.
Those especially the white people, are the number one representatives of their ethnic.
And so the whole thing is this: were you basically out there waving the Mexican flag and doing stuff like that, and it translated to this idea that somehow foreigners would basically, not just Africans, Europeans mostly, right, would basically talk down on Americans, particularly people like the French. You know, they would talk down on America, America's this, America's that. And then when the French didn't side with America during the Iraq war invasion, right? Then everybody started dumping French goods and stuff like that. That's what started it, you know? And people started questioning, you know, people coming over here and not assimilating into American culture and society fully, becoming Americanized. Remember the Boston bomber?
Yeah. Kala, hold on. I'm trying to understand you.
Let me say
I'm trying to understand what you're telling me here.
Hold on there, Mike. Hold on there. I want to respond to that.
What were they from? With some weird country taxation?
They're from Eastern Europe. Yeah, I think.
But people, these kids, this is what they thought. Americans made a mistake. They thought that if you bring enough people over here that are white adjacent, they could fit into the American society and blend into a white culture and become Americans, right? But they found out recently that a lot of people were coming over here. They weren't becoming Christian. They didn't drop the thing. They kept their ways of their culture and whatnot. That's how 9/11 happened. People after 9/11, people start saying, wait a minute here. Why do we got all these foreigners in the country? Who are
Kala, what you're saying is very laughable, man.
No, I'm just saying. That's
the American immigration system has been there from the beginning.
Look, there was Iranian businesses here in America, right? Restaurants. After 9/11, people tell you people stop coming in. People start like this. You saw a lot of young Iranian Arab people start becoming more radicalized and stuff like that. So people start looking at immigrants with suspicion, you know, that they
Which people?
Ago, you know.
Kala, everybody know everyone in America is an immigrant. What are you talking about, Kala?
Hey, hold on.
Kala, everyone in America know that everyone is an immigrant. So what are you talking? Who's looking at immigrants?
Start looking at questioning immigration in America, right? People coming over here and not assimilating, right? Then what happened was, what happened was in the era of Donald Trump, right? Like that, black people start. I never thought this would happen.
Kala, define assimilation so I can understand you.
Okay, assimilation means you come into a country and you assimilate into the society. You don't. You know what?
To what?
You speak the language.
To the culture. To what?
Hold on.
You fly the American flag.
Yeah, you adopt all the principles of America. That's what assimilation is.
There is no one American principle. America is a melting pot of many cultures.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yes, it is.
Mike.
Every American you run into, they have their own unique culture.
Because
it's a fact.
One second.
Mike,
this is assimilation. Like when Caribbean people came to America, they went to the black church, they assimilated, they went to HBCUs, they went to black schools. So like Jamaicans, Barbadians, Bajans, Puerto Ricans, they all assimilated into like that culture where it's like you couldn't, like they went to HBCUs, they went to the black church. They assimilated into black society. That's assimilation. But when Africans come, Africans have their own churches. They have their own. It's not
HBCUs
right now. We're not talking about.
Go attending schools and attending businesses. It's not assimilation. That's just you.
But you adopt American ideals and culture. That's assimilation. Like if I went to another country, assimilating and learning the language. You learn the language,
and that is
hold on. Let me tell you the difference between other countries and America. Other countries, other countries have the indigenous. Other countries have an indigenous culture. What is indigenous? But America doesn't have an indigenous culture. America is a melting pot. Every American you run into have their own unique culture. When I hang around white American, I either have my Italian, my Italian American friends have their Italian culture in their household.
The thing is, you understand what a melting pot means. Melting pot means you break Irish and German and Spanish, all these other people, French, all that, and they become Americans. That means you can't tell a difference.
Yeah, everybody's an American, but they still maintain their unique culture. The unique custom.
People are not part of the melting pot, you know.
Hey, Mike, would you say that Mexicans are assimilate into American culture, or are they separate?
Absolutely.
Hold on a second.
Man, you have Mexicans who've been here 30 years, can't speak a lick of English, Mike.
I want to respond to Carla.
That's got nothing to do
Carla
with.
was saying something.
Yeah,
in regards to what I brought up,
if you don't adopt the culture.
Hold on, here's the deal.
What I'm saying is, with what Carla said, right, is that the people been flying flags from their country. Caribbean people did it. If you go to New York and all that,
Irish people, Italian.
Right? You have places like Little Italy. In Philadelphia,
those people are
Jewish in New York, Jewish flag,
part of the white mosaic. You know.
One second, Carla. One second. Let me just say this. You have German towns all over the United States, Chinatowns.
Yeah, but they're part of the hold up. Germantown.
If you go to Brooklyn, man, it's owned by Jewish, man. Jewish flags everywhere.
The entire state of Pennsylvania is German, almost. The entire state of Pennsylvania is almost Germanic.
Philadelphia is virtually Italian.
1 second, Carla. 1 second.
Dutch and Quakers.
That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is, if you go back into American history, right?
But those people became Americans, though.
Here's what I'm saying. There's been flare-ups of people have always spoken against immigrants in some way. If you look at Chinese people, they got it. Italians got it. It's always happened. It's like human beings like to hate something or find something different from themselves and attack.
Usually poor people.
Even poor people get it.
They're the one that usually do it. Yeah, the poor people. No, the poor people are usually the one that have always hate other people.
Stuff like that.
But my point is that a person that comes here from another country, right? They have their kids here. Generally, by the time you hit that second generation, those
they already
kids
mixed.
now don't fly the flag and all
exactly,
that.
because the kids usually already marry somebody
and
from
they
another
come
culture.
into the system. What's happening now is that maybe now there's still people coming in from Germany and stuff, but in certain periods of time, it was heavy from China, it was heavy from Western Europe, Eastern Europe, and stuff like that. It might not be as heavy from those places now. It might be more coming from the South and some other countries. And so, but the same thing is happening that happened to all
most
previous
migrants don't want to become Americans. They just want to. That's dangerous right there.
Nah, it's not dangerous, Carla.
That's why you got sleeper cells. You got all these
Carla,
people.
let me explain statistics to you. Carla, let me explain something you misunderstand.
It's like they want to survive. If you look, it's like this, if you just want to survive, you should really try to build your
Carla,
life.
Carla, let me explain something to you.
One second, let me just say this to Carla before you go on. The same thing you're saying right now, right? If you take out immigrant, right, and put in Black American, you can make the same argument, and there are going to be people that make that argument.
Hold on. Black America has a
second.
culture that's basically a part of the culture of America. You know.
Carla, do you want me to explain something to you real quick?
Carla, that's right.
Carla, do you want me to explain something to you real quick? Do you know that immigrant definition? Someone that you call immigrant is like someone that just came in, right? And then their children are no longer immigrant, right? So their children are pretty much they're born here, so they don't have connection unless they want to. Some of them raise their children overseas. Like Amara is actually a citizen, but it was raised. I know a lot of African that give birth here, but like me, for example, I have my kid growing up in Nigeria because I kind of want to learn the culture. But majority of people, when they give birth, their children grow up here, and their children really just have their entire connection is American. They don't want to just American accent, just American. They say they're from America. But now, what you don't understand is this: those that migrate here, right? They don't live forever. They're gonna die. So that's why the population of people that migrate here is always the same from the beginning of time, because they're going to grow old and die, right? And then their children are not them. Their children will be different. So their children are the one that become the real American. That's why the United States government create the born, what's it called, being born, you understand, birth citizenship, you understand? Because the aim of them bringing immigrants is not because they want to turn, want those people to come and turn their language around or anything. It's because they're targeting the children. They bring them here to come and give birth to Americans. The purpose of them, hold on. The purpose of them bringing those Europeans, everybody, even the past, all the immigrants, is for them to give birth. All the Irish, all the Italians that came back then, how many people do you see walking around with Italian accent? Their children have become American. Their children are going to marry somebody from different culture. Literally, in my family, I have. Hold on, let me say this last point. I have the first one of my uncle, great uncle, came here in the 70s. Now his kids were born in the late 70s, right? Now his kids, half of them married. Some of them married Black Americans, some married Hispanic, some married Caribbean. Now the kids that those kids gave birth to, they're like of two different culture. Now one of those kids now, there's of two different culture. One that's half Nigerian, half Jamaican. He's about to marry a goddamn he's about to marry, I think, a Hispanic girl. So now the kids that he's gonna give birth to, they're pretty much of four different cultures. Those ones are not gonna have the affinity to a particular country. You know what I'm saying?
Carla, immigration is so bad over the last 25 years. Did you ever think of a time when people would challenge birthright citizenship? That's how bad immigration is over the last 25 years. That people are really questioning should America.
People have always talked like that.
I'm talking to Carla.
One second.
Let
me say this. Let me ask a question to that brother.
Only apply to descendants of slaves.
Let me ask a question.
All
right. Let me ask a question to that brother. In order to make that definitive statement, you would have to pull up numbers that prove that immigration percentages now, as a percentage of the population.
Who is this, Ja? Is this Ja? Ja, I live in Maryland. Growing up, I've only seen white and blacks. 2010, I started seeing like hordes of Mexicans, hordes of El Salvadorians, man. Like this hordes, like barbarian, like I've never the only I was growing up, we only had 2 Puerto Ricans that lived in our neighborhood, and they were like special because we never seen Puerto Ricans before in Maryland. Now it's just hordes upon hordes of barbarians.
I can add on to that too as well.
I'll go back to the question is, That's an anecdotal thing. That's something that you experienced, right?
Anecdotal when I seen parts of Baltimore that's all Mexican,
brother.
Do you know there was a
Greektown?
time where the only white people in America were Anglo-Saxon, the only people Anglo-Saxon, and then later on, other part of Europeans started coming in,
Listen,
and they were like
man,
complaining, like,
I'm
"Oh, you
telling
were
you,
all Anglo-Saxon, now we
immigration is
Africans."
hey, Mike,
It's
immigration is
gonna
becoming
forever
so.
change.
Mike, immigration is becoming so onerous and burdensome on Native Black Americans. We
There is
never
no
had
natives
native.
in America, dude.
We never had groups
The
like
only native
FBA.
here is the Native Indians, man, the Red Indians.
Listen,
There
Black
is no
America.
native.
We never had FBA movement.
1776. The problem is you can't explain it to them because
Everyone
they're not
migrated here,
from
dude.
they're not from the United States of America. You live there. You've seen the difference. I know Oakland was overwhelmingly majority black at one point.
Yeah, so
And
was
St.
Inglewood
Mexican
and
kids,
all
they were
that.
only in one particular neighborhood. And now they're all throughout the damn area. I know Compton was black at one point. And then it flipped because of the overwhelming immigration issues. They're not from America. They didn't grow up there, so they don't understand the concept of
Let me say this.
Well, you guys got to take the issue to the
And because
government, though.
I got cut off there. Let me just tie it together what I'm saying, right? I go back to say it again. In order to make that statement, I get what you're saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. You got to look at the numbers and see what the percentages of people coming in now compared to this percentage of the population to see if it's actually higher than it's ever been, right? Now, if you go to Germantown, remember I told you there's a Germantown in Pennsylvania, right? I've been all over the United States.
Oktoberfest, everything. I know.
I'm thinking his mic went off. Hey, see, you guys need to do
Right?
more holistic
If you
study of
go,
this
let
whole
me say this.
situation.
Let me say
This
this real quick,
whole
Mike.
immigration thing
Let
is
me
the
say,
government program.
Mike,
You just need to understand it
one
that way.
second,
Yeah.
1 second, Mike. Let me say this real quick. Let me just try and tie it up. If you go to Germantown in Pennsylvania right now, right? It's mostly black people there now, right? But it's named Germantown, right? When those black people were moving up from the south or wherever they came from to populate that particular community, right? The same argument would have been made. Look, it's hordes of people coming up here. It's changing this, it's changing that, right? The bottom line is, if you look at unemployment rates right now in the United States, right? They have been, even for black people, they have been at historic lows for years now, right? Almost over a decade now, right? They've been at historic lows. Millions of available jobs out there. You see what I'm saying? So it's not that there's plenty of employment and all that. The bottom line is people move around. They go from different
Are there
areas
really
as they get
millions of
richer,
jobs
right?
out there, man? There's a
Who?
lot of people unemployed still.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, look it up. I mean, if you look historically, even black unemployment, his unemployment rates have been at historic lows. Like literally.
Unemployment just means people who are filing for unemployment, not to mean people who are not out of work. It means
Well, regardless of
filing
of
for unemployment. That means it only means unemployment is only the metric is only when people are receiving unemployment. That's the only way. They don't know how many people are actually out of work. You know.
Okay, look, the bottom line is, regardless of what it is, the metric has pretty much maintained for decades, right? Whatever the number is. And the number they have today is lower than it's been historically, pretty much almost ever. For over about 10, 15 years now, right? It's been tracking pretty low. You could look it up.
Let
There are
me ask you a question,
millions.
John. What do you think about? Like, I work in the healthcare field, right?
Yeah.
It's one of the number one goals that we have is keeping people out of the emergency room, right? Because when somebody gets hospitalized or admitted to hospital emergency room, that friggin' the cost of that to the insurance companies and the government that got to cover that and whatnot is astronomical. Now, what do you say about people who don't have any documentation that comes to America and they're using the emergency room as their primary care?
Okay, well, in America, right, there's a law that says you have to treat people and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So people use
I
the
know that.
emergency room
Hold on.
like that.
But that's based on the fact that if you take the average amount of people that's in the country, right?
Right.
And then you always allot for the people who don't have insurance or like that, right? But when you have a surge of people who don't pay into the system and it's an imbalance, there's more people is not paying the system and more people receiving The system's going to basically bust.
Yeah, but first and foremost, Carla, right? In the medical field, right? The majority of people that have been coming in, right, recently, they come in seeking asylum, right? So if you look at the place where Trump and them said they were eating dogs and cats, right? The Haitians, right? Those people are here.
Hold on. What do you mean by seeking asylum? Does America have an obligation? Hold on. Does America have an obligation to give people asylum?
Yes.
No, they don't.
Based on laws, right, that were passed after World War II, right? When someone comes to your country and says, "Hey, we are in favor of
Hey, I'm gonna interject real quick. See the difference? You have globalists. Africans tend to be globalists, and you have nationalists. Nationalists want to preserve the country that their grandparents had. Globalists just believe the world is one big house. And when I hear a lot of Africans speak, y'all speak like globalists, man.
And stuff like that.
But brother,
I still believe in the integrity of the United States.
No, what I'm saying to you is, right, is that you are a nationalist. Let's say you're an American nationalist. Let's go with that, right?
Yeah.
A black American nationalist, right? A black American nationalist, right, has a different idea, generally speaking, than a white American nationalist. It's just a matter of time before that white American nationalist says, "Hey, I want to preserve the European stock," which they say it too. You see what I'm saying? And so eventually you get kicked out too, right? It's just a matter of time. You see what I'm saying?
I'll cross that bridge when I get.
Wait, Carla, can I ask you a question? Can you guys define an American?
But 1 second, just to get back to the healthcare point, right? The majority of people that came in here, right? They came in here seeking asylum. Now, in order for the asylum claim has to be proven if it's legit or not. Majority of people get sent back once they see a judge and the judge says, "Hey, this asylum claim is not legit."
Yeah,
right?
but that costs money right there.
Hold on, are you saying most people came here seeking asylum?
But guess what? By the way, these people, right, generally, they're legal in the country and they can even seek employment. You see what I'm saying? So they'll end up paying into the system, even though they will not get.
Wait, are you talking? Oh no, we trying to understand what you're saying. Be clear. Which category of people are you talking about? Are you talking about people that cross the border illegally? Who are you talking about?
No. Listen, what I'm saying, they did not cross the border illegally.
Which one are you talking about?
A lot of the people that crossed the border, they went and declared themselves to customs and said they're
no, you have to
no, they don't. That's not true. That's not true.
In your home country.
Look it up. Look it up.
You gotta do that.
You have to be. Hold on, there are different categories of people that come here. You have to make that clear because some people don't understand that. When you just generalize immigration, you don't do it. You have to be specific. Which category of people are you talking about? There are people. I understand. I'm trying to explain the asylum one you're talking about. People that come here. Hold on. Wait. People that come here seeking asylum, they apply for asylum, and then they go through a process, and then the government have to look at them and see if we want them or we don't.
That's what I'm saying, Mike.
That's what I'm telling you. You got to make it clear. But what Carla is talking about is people that just cross the border illegally. But you're not making it look like those people that cross the border illegally, they're all people of asylum. You have to make your
Mike, that's not what I'm saying.
I can easily understand where you're coming from because I understand
Mike. What I'm saying, Mike, you would have to look at the numbers and see what percentage are coming seeking asylum versus not.
What's the percentage?
1 second. I'm making the argument that from reports that I've read or heard, the majority of people coming in are doing the asylum thing. That's why the Haitians in that town in Ohio where they talk about eating the dogs and cats, they're there legally in that area.
No, they got no. Hold on. For you to apply, hold on. Let me make something clear. Hold on.
1 second. Let me say this before you continue. The same Haitians had temporary protective status. Them, Nicaraguans, Cubans, a whole bunch of different ones, right? Venezuelans. That's the thing Trump just canceled or did something with the other day.
Let me support what you're saying at the same time. Let me support what you're saying, but at the same time, make a little correction. Now, asylum, usually, when you apply for asylum, you have to give a reason. And typical reason when they give people asylum, usually you have to present evidence that you're being prosecuted where you're coming from, or you are fleeing from maybe a war situation or some kind of dangerous situation. So every country in the world have that application where someone fleeing, because in Africa, for example, when civil war is going on, a lot of people from those countries usually flee to Nigeria where they apply for asylum and things. So you have an asylum status, or every country in the world do that, where someone fleeing from a very maybe a dangerous situation or some kind of prosecution, they apply for asylum to get into a country. So now for you to say an illegal immigrant just crossed the border from a country where nothing is going on, and he can prove that, oh, he's a known person with the government trying to prosecute him for being a political opposition or something like that, you can't come and say you want to apply for asylum, they will just give you. It doesn't work like that. Asylum seeking, asylum process is not something that easy for you to attain.
What I'm saying, 90% of the people coming here.
The majority of those people, the Asian that applied for asylum was because in 80 they had an issue going on.
Let me ask you a question, Mike.
There was 90% of the people that was going on in 80 with the gangs.
90% of the people coming are economic refugees, not asylum seekers, man.
That's the main thing.
Case. That could be the case.
That's why I agree. Most people that come are 90% economic migrant. That's what it is.
Exactly.
But some of them will want to change their status or trying to legalize themselves. So they're trying to find other means. They're trying to convince government that, I can't, like the Asians you mentioned, for example, like they're trying to capitalize on the issue that was going on in 80, where they had a gang that took over the capital and things like that. Some of them will run and say, I was the government official and those gangs were trying to kill me. That's why I fled and things like that. And the government was trying to tell them to bring a proof. So what I'm saying is, you cannot just say you're applying for asylum just because, you know.
Mike,
go ahead.
I am agreeing with you. I'm saying the same thing, so I don't know what you're talking about. What I'm saying is, question for you, Mike. Can you show up at the border and say, and turn yourself into immigration and say you're trying to seek asylum in America?
Hell no.
You have to go to a port of entry. You have to go to a port of entry.
It's a port of entry. That's what it is. They're ports of entry on the border.
Certain parts of the borders, not the entire thing.
And what I'm saying to you is, a lot of people are showing up at the border, turning themselves into immigration, and saying that they're seeking asylum. The process is,
it doesn't work like that. You got to go to a legal port of entry. You got to apply.
That's what I'm saying. Legal port of entry and apply. That's the point. Legal port of entry. There's plenty of legal ports of entry along the border.
No, there's only a couple of them. You know, most people, 99% of people come here, they cross the wall.
You want me to be honest with you?
Like I was reading something. They said in the early 2000s, black people lived in Oakland, Inglewood. You got movies like The Wood. You got movies like The Wood, Boys in the Hood. California was like a black area. 25 years later, man, California is like 75% Mexican. These people are coming, having 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 kids, being a burden on the healthcare system, man, and the social nets, man. Okay. These people aren't coming legal, semi-legal. It's all illegal, man. So Trump would have never got elected in 2000 at all.
So here's the thing, right?
You can't say the children are burdened, though.
On the healthcare front, right? The majority of people that are coming across the border, right? For instance, right? They are not older people. They're not people that really need healthcare like that. You see what I'm saying? Most healthcare spending in the United States.
What I can say, the children are not. The children born here, they are not burdened, though. Once they're born here, they're American.
Let me say this. Most of the healthcare spending in America is done on older people. Is mostly end-of-life care. That's when people really demand healthcare at a high level and the high costs go up, right? If you're having younger people coming in, you generally don't demand on the healthcare system like that. My point is that a lot of these people, not all of them, just because you say something they're illegal doesn't mean they're illegal. If they're here on a temporary protective status, if they're here seeking asylum, the process is, though, they needed more judges to clear the cases. It's taking years for them to go through the system to have their claim for asylum adjudicated, and so they'd be in America legally, being able to work and do all kinds of different stuff for years before they had a court date. When they wanted to pass that immigration bill, where there was a bipartisan thing with the House and the Senate, with the Republicans and the Democrats, it was to increase the funding to get more judges and stuff like that, so they can clear the backlog far faster. And then it was also to limit the number of people coming in to a certain number per week, like 5,000 a week or whatever it was, so it would slow the flow. But
let me ask this question. Let me ask this question. Which immigrants constitute the highest percentage of immigrants? The legal ones or the illegal ones?
I would have to look, but from some
it's the legal ones.
That's what I'm saying. It seems to me like it's more of the legal ones. Like
exactly, the legal immigrants are the highest number of immigrants.
Not illegal. You said illegal or legal? You said illegal or legal?
No, the legal immigrants. highest
That's what I'm saying. They come
percentage of
in and they say
portion
they're
of
seeking
immigrants in America.
asylum.
But what people
Yeah,
do a
but if you're
lot is
talking over the last 10 years, the majority of them are illegal.
no,
You'd
it's
have to
not. It's
look.
not. Most of
Look,
them are most
According to
immigrants are legal.
American
from
Trust me.
law,
reporting I've
there are
heard, that's not what it is.
limitations on how many people they allow into the country legally.
Exactly. But
That's where your
majority.
problem falls apart
Hold
at.
on.
So if you have an outstanding number of people that come into the country, when American law limits how many people can come into the country,
Yeah, they have number of people they give
that
visa per
means you
year
got a
legally
whole
to
lot of
America.
illegal
Yes.
people coming into the country more than you have legal people in the last 10 years. You can't deny that part.
I don't
Nah,
think
you'd have
so.
to look it up.
I
You'd
really
have to
don't
look it
think
up.
so.
Because
It's
the
literally
reporting I've heard from good sources, it seems like most people are coming in, they were presenting themselves at the legal port of entry or at the border and saying, hey, I'm seeking asylum. And then because of the laws that were passed after World War II, you can't send that person back to their country because they could end up dead, because there were Jewish people that were coming here after World War II or prior to World War II. And America sent them back to Germany and they ended up getting killed over there. And so the world kind of got together and said, if people are coming in, then you need to give them a hearing so that you don't send them back to their death. And by the way, the one other thing I'd like to mention is that I was watching a documentary the other day, and Venezuelans, because a lot of them came to the United States, Colombia alone took over 1 million Venezuelans, right? And most of the people from these different countries, wherever they are not coming to the United States first. They're going to bordering states. If you look at it, I bet the majority of them in those bordering states close to where they're from. Because look at it like this. The majority of Mexicans are still in Mexico. And Mexico shares the border with America. So if all this illegal immigration was so easy and you could just run across the border and stay here forever, why don't all the Mexicans run across the border? Because it's
Why
not
do y'all
just
wait a minute? Why do y'all make this dumbass argument? The majority of Nigerians are Niger. No shit. That's common sense, stupid.
No, I use Mexico just to say the Mexico border to the
The
United States
majority
is
of
a lot of
Mexicans are
people.
going to be in Mexico. That's common sense,
Right.
stupid.
And so the point that all I'm saying is that, you know, is not everybody really wants to come to America, to
yeah,
be
people that
honest.
are doing well economically in their country, they really don't think about it.
You
They
know,
don't really
people are doing their own thing in their
No,
own
no, no,
country,
no, no, no.
regardless of the
People
situation.
that can actually, it's not free to leave those areas when you're trying to go through all of the shenanigans at the border. Y'all know who controls the Mexican border. It ain't just like nobody there. You have to pay money to get past that shit. And so it's the people that have the money that can pass it, the people that are willing to take risks to pass it.
The
It's the
Mexican, let me
whole
say this,
story now.
the Mexican side of the border is
And another
more
thing, most people crossing those
porous than
Mexican border, they're
America.
not all Mexicans, though, man. Some of
And
them
that's the
they
other thing.
from
Yeah, they're not
other
all
part
Mexicans. We
of
know that. We know
yeah.
Haitians
But
were
People
people
trying
use
to
just
their
like
cross and they
borders
were
from
people,
getting
all over
held
the
back
world,
for a
Larry.
reason.
but people just put it on Mexico alone. Like, oh, it's the Mexican. Well, some people are just Salvadorian, Hondurans, even calling away
Because
from even
Africans come
Colombia.
through
The
there
majority
Even
of
some like
Mexicans, that's why
exactly
we
some
say
people from
Mexican.
people that want to get through, they just figure a way to get through. So it's
Yeah.
so it's all it's a system, man. That,
But
that people have to.
the thing I'm trying to say is that there's a lady, she's a psychiatrist. Her name's Dr. Bandy Lee. She got videos online and stuff. And she says that, like, sometimes, like, violence in America, she makes the argument that it lags 2 years behind different administrations and things like that, right? And so we're influenced a lot by leadership and all kinds of other factors. And so my premise is that because Trump, when he came down in 2016 or 2015, he came down the elevator, he said, look, he went hard against immigration. He's like, look, they're rapists, they're this, they're that, you know what I mean? And I'm assuming some of them are good people, but essentially he was making it sound like the majority are like these bad people, right?
Let me tell you about Maryland. Let me tell you about Maryland, man. There's so many MS-13s that came to Maryland over the last 10 years. A lot of cartel, a lot of the drugs that come to Baltimore comes through the Mexicans, man. Like a lot of stuff that Trump say sounds like hyperbole, but it's actually the truth, man. I mean,
But that been happening for decades, bro. If you go
Let
back
me
in
no,
jump in
no,
real
no,
quick.
brother. But we
Columbus
feel
bringing all kinds of stuff
yo.
in, you know
We
what I
didn't
mean? Like,
we didn't even know what MS-13 was in Maryland, man.
yeah,
Like
Cuban
so
Yeah,
over.
MS-13 was kind of a Californian thing before, but it kind of spread around.
That's always happened, man. But
It
I'm gonna
wasn't a
tell you one
California
thing.
thing. It was an LA thing, bro.
I'm gonna tell you one thing. America is the worst country in the world if you want to commit crimes, bro. Because the police in
God, man.
America, man, they gonna find
Sometimes
you.
y'all are
That's why
talking like y'all sound like a college course, man. Like y'all not steeped in reality, man. I'm telling you stuff I see, and you're telling me something like theoretical, man.
bro.
I'm
But
telling you what I see, man.
To be really honest with you guys,
The
most of
the worst
the
thing
people.
that he said was that you don't want to commit crime in America. How many times have these illegal people killed people, then they let them go?
Hey, the price of car insurance went up in Maryland because you have so many illegal people driving cars without insurance. So all the law-abiding people are feeling this. Insurance has went up, healthcare and car insurance. This is not something theoretical that I pulled out of my ass. I'm telling you what I see, what I
Yeah,
know.
that's true. That's a valid point. That's true.
bro.
That's a fact. Yeah. But
Bro,
regarding the
but
gang thing, the MS-13 thing, to be honest with you guys, most of the MS-13 members were the children of those people. I'm telling you, most of these immigrants, their children, those Spanish ones, their kids are the one that are really more notorious than their parents. I'm telling you, because a lot of them when they were born, they couldn't communicate. I mean, the parent couldn't really control them. So the children of those illegals are usually the one that join the gangs the most. In LA, for example, most of those kids doing gang activity, they were born here.
Right, and the
At
other
least their
thing I'd
parents will
like
be
to
scared
say
to get
is I
deported.
don't want.
MS-13
Look,
came. No,
look, I'm not.
I believe MS. No, MS-13 was Salvadorians, right? Didn't they come through? They came to. I believe they came to L.A. back in. I forgot what it was, but
MS-13 started in the United States.
it
Yes, it
started in the
did.
United States. But
And then they got deported. They deported a bunch of a bunch of people back to El
that's because they
Salvador,
weren't they
and they
refugees.
blew
They
them
came to the
down
United
there. Yeah,
States. They were refugees, Salvadorians.
I think it was like something like refugees or they
Yeah,
came
they were
illegally. I don't know
refugees,
how
and
that happened back
most
then,
gangs in America start from getting bullied or other people bullying other people. That's how most gangs start.
but what
They
happened?
came here,
Yeah,
they got bullied by the Mexicans and
and they were
whatever
trying
else.
to protect each other, right?
Right.
But
Yeah, I
then
think Los
America
Angeles have
sent a
a
bunch of
culture
them
of
back to
gang.
El
This gang
Salvador.
culture in Los Angeles. So,
Right.
like in other part of US, because I kind of stayed in California for a little bit for a couple of years. They have a culture of gang. I don't know why. Like everyone just have to belong to a gang. I don't get it. The Spanish, they have different kind of gangs. They different names. The Mexican mafia, the S13, this and that. And then the blacks, they have the blood and Crips, different kind of Crips. The this 13 really 60. They just have their
Bullying.
culture of gang. Like I don't
It
get
all
it. But when
stems
I went
from
to like even New York, they don't have all the other states. They don't have it. They may do some gang, but it's not a culture. It's just few maybe drug dealers from a gang and things. But Los Angeles, they have their culture of gang. I don't know why. And in fact, every other state I've been to, the Spanish people don't really do gangsterism. It's to LA, they're different kind of Spanish people there, man. I'm telling you, they're different kind of people. Like if I they do more gang than even blacks are scared of them. I'm telling you, like these people they have their culture there, like that
black
gang
people
culture.
not scared of them. That's not true.
In LA, I'm telling you, I literally went to LA and my
They
black
just
friend was telling me,
outnumbered.
hey,
That's
don't
all.
look at those Mexicans wrong. I'm serious. And I was shocked, like, really? This is the first time in my life a black person is telling me not to look at Mexican wrong. Like literally, typically it's Mexican that don't want to
Mike,
look at black people wrong.
unfortunately, you were just talking to a sucker because when the
I do. I'm
Mexicans
serious.
killed the
Like,
They just
black people
outnumbered
went
out
back
there.
to go
That's
kill the
all.
man,
Mexicans.
when
They just
But
they were
outnumbered.
unfortunately, they always
the
target the innocent
Mexican
people,
gang
which is
were
not
scaring
cool.
blacks were scared of Mex. I'm telling you, in Los Angeles, they literally do blacks. They don't do
They
Spanish
were
in California, different kind of people.
they
I'm telling
had
you.
race wars, Mike. If the blacks were scared, they wouldn't fight back. The Mexicans
Dude.
killed blacks, the blacks killed Mexicans, which you're
I
saying
know
is
when they had a
invalid.
race war, it was
And then
in
they came
late
to an agreement and signed the truce. Get it together, bro.
but the blacks surrendered. I'm serious. Like I know that
Oh
one
no,
for a
The
fact.
blacks
that's not
surrendered.
what happened.
Yeah, they had. I know when they had that
When
race war. I got friends
Mike, you
that
live in
tell me
La
in
La Land.
California.
hey
I'm telling you.
Mike,
I'm telling you.
Mike,
I'm
that's
saying
equivalent of
back in
saying
the
that Fulani's
2000s.
They
always
had a
going to
race
these other
war early
places and
2000
slaughter
in
people.
California, and the blacks were the one that literally had to call the government to come save them from the Mexicans.
But Mike, if somebody's bringing in millions of reinforcement, how are you going to win a war?
Exactly. They
I mean,
outnumber the blacks. That's what I'm
yeah,
saying.
like it's like 7-1, man. So you
Exactly.
can't have a war when somebody's bringing in reinforcements.
Like those kids, man. When I look, dude, in
They're not
California,
scared of them. It's just reality. Like you can't
they
have a
outnumber
war.
the blacks, man. They terrible. These guys literally like everybody would terrified, man. Everybody, because it's Spanish, especially the
And
kids,
and a lot
the
of the
teenagers.
black population was moving out because the crime rate was so high as well. So you had the Mexicans coming in. A lot of black people were leaving LA as well. So
Yeah, those guys in California, man, they're different. They're different kind of Spanish people. I'm serious. Then I'm like, whoa. I'm not. I mean, I thought like the Puerto Ricans in the East Coast were really tough and crazy. Oh, those ones in LA, those California black Spanish, those guys are different kind of. They're different kind of beasts, man. They're probably the most notorious gangsters in America. Then I can say those guys are crazy.
they don't try that stuff down south. That's all I got to say.
They're not notorious.
In the down south, in the East Coast,
They're
they're
not
not notorious.
notorious.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, you
The
go
reason
to
why they're
places
not
like
notorious is
Georgia,
because
Texas,
when we
the
go to
Spanish there.
prison, they link up with white people.
No, in California, man.
We
Those
got
guys, man.
MS-13 in
You
North
know, in
Carolina, but
California,
they
the
not acting
Mexican
up like that.
mafia, they work with the white people against the black people. If that's notorious, then I don't know.
Yeah, they team up with the Aryan Brotherhood in California prison system.
When I went to California, I realized blacks are not really that tough. I'm serious, man. Because I think with black, it's more like they when blacks are doing the old gangster thing, they just having fun. To me, it's more like, oh, these kids trying to have fun. But this Mexican is more of a serious business. They well organized. It's a drug trade. Like they're really, really like into it, like serious about it. They have rules. They have like they're very organized and they're serious and they're notorious and they're literally like they have the ones that do the killing. They were those guys, but the blacks are more like, oh, we just having fun. It's more ego thing. Like the black kids are talking. I'm like, why are you doing this, man? What are you doing? Someone not even making it. It's not like a money thing. Some are doing doing a little drug dealing, but a lot of them are just trying to have fun, trying to be maybe hip hop, trying to be Tupac or something, and they're just wasting their lives, man. And I always say that, dude, toughness is not something you're trying to become. It's something make you to be tough. Where me I come from in Africa, nobody want to be tough. People that are tough, it's because situation made them tough. Nobody see that old gangster thing as something to become, But a lot of these young black kids, they want to become gangster. I'm like, hey, what the heck, man? I didn't know these kids that were in daycare not too long ago, and they're becoming teenagers. All of a sudden, oh yeah, I want to be tough. Dude, go get you some books, go to school, plan your life, and do something constructive with your life, man. You have no business trying to be a tough guy. You're just gonna end up and throw your life away, man. That's all.
I'ma just say Mexican gangs are not a factor down south. That's all.
Yeah,
They're
in the
not.
South, they're not. Yeah,
They don't have the numbers.
Like I
It's a
said,
numbers issues.
they're not. They don't. The one in the South
It's
don't do all that.
only when you have the numbers. It's only when you have the numbers you try to act like you're more
But they
notorious than
have
you
more
really are.
number
They got
everywhere, though.
gangs. They
But
got
they just
gangs,
don't.
but
It's not the culture.
they're not on that.
Yeah, they have the number everywhere, but it's not their culture in other places. But in California, it's the
No,
culture.
they got gangs down south, but they don't act like the ones in
They got
California.
gangs in Texas.
They may have
They
gangs,
got
but
gangs
majority of
everywhere.
them are not into it. The majority of Spanish people I know in other states, they're not into
The
all the crap.
majority of no people is in the game. Mike, I'm in Nigeria.
I'm
You want me to
telling
say that the
you that in
majority of people are in the
California,
Yahoo?
hold on, calm down. I'm telling you that in California, it's a culture. It's literally any neighborhood you live in, you have to be a member. It's a neighborhood thing. It's like a dude.
Mike, do you want me
Even
to
a
say
black
being
person,
a part
if
of
you go to
Yahoo
LA,
or being a
you're gonna
part
have
of
to
a
be part of
cult is
one gang,
culture in
your street gang.
Nigeria?
Say that again.
You want me to say that being a part of a cult or being a Yahoo is a culture in Nigeria?
It's not
Is
a
it culture?
culture. Hold on.
A lot of people practice
First of all,
it though, Mike.
the people that engage in Yahoo and all that stuff, they're more of people from the southern part of Nigeria, southern part, that, inner city like Lagos, So that's not really. And
Doesn't
in
matter.
Nigeria,
Doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
if you even let somebody know that you do it, police is going to pick you up. So in Nigeria, you don't even talk about it. Any people that do it, silence. So it
You
can't
said
even
the
be a culture.
police
If you're
pick you
doing
up,
it
Mike.
if you're doing it in the dark and no one knows you're doing it, so it's not a culture.
Hey, Mike, do y'all really have
Stop
real
living in La
police
La
like
Land, Mike.
county?
You know what? Let me admit it. Yahoo is probably a culture in Nigeria.
There we go.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
The culture among the poor. Yeah. But I would say in
Yeah,
southern
and
Nigeria,
gang
not
culture
in the
in
north though.
America
I would say in the
is
south,
mostly
in the southern Nigeria.
Gang
The
culture in
fact of the
America
matter is,
is mostly a California and a Chicago thing. Because from what I've seen, most dudes that claim gangs from LA or they claiming gangs from Chicago.
but hey, if
They
you
don't
if you go
claim
to
gangs in the
California,
Bay
don't go mess
Area.
with the Mexicans, man. Don't call yourself a tough guy. Go mess with them. Those guys,
You
those
said
guys
what,
don't.
Jonathan?
They don't do the gang shit in the Bay Area.
Oh yeah, they don't do it up there either. The Crips and Bloods tried it, but they got ran out.
Yeah, it's just
I think it's Southern California thing. The southern part of
yeah.
California.
There you go.
Yeah, Southern California and Chicago.
Now that people don't understand something, the biggest gangs like the outlaw bikers and Hell's Angels, Mongols,
No,
guys got
no.
you got tens of thousands of members. You know,
The only gang I ever considered to join is
we
the
have
gang.
biker gangs. We have biker gangs here in Virginia Beach, young biker gangs too.
Kala,
You
the
know?
only gang I ever considered to join America was a gang of some white boys, man. Man, those guys were
We believe
some
You be the
serious.
only
So
Mike.
that's a
You be the
benefit.
first
Those
one.
ones, they can turn you to billionaires.
You go. That's the thing. If you see a black person in a white gang, well, you got to be a Nigerian. The only
Hey,
one for this.
when I say,
We have
hey, Kala, if I will ever join people,
the ultimate thing about a gang is you're supposed to be around people that are like.
if I ever consider to criminality and want to deal with a group of people, you give me an option of black people, white people, Hispanic. I'll pick white people because I know that these guys.
We know. We know.
Do you know why? Do you know why? Do you know why? Because these guys actually got power. They got power. I'm telling you. And if you join like the Italian mafia, if they let you in, your chance of making it or buying the George or even becoming rich is higher than being in a black gang. Being a black gang, you screwed, man. So if you're saying I'm a coon for saying I'd rather be in a white gang, then I'm sorry, man. But I will never choose to be a criminal. That's one thing. I don't believe in criminality.
You're an example of a lot of your people that are immigrants. That you look at anything white, you look at anything white as superior, and it makes sense. I understand why you do.
Power.
No, Mike.
It's got nothing to do with his skin color.
In
I'm talking about
the
power.
very same way that you have your own country, your own culture, you would rather leave all of that behind and embrace someone else's culture and someone else's country.
Jonathan Miller.
American culture,
Jonathan Miller articulated what I was saying all night. Jonathan Miller.
I think this is the prime example where the conflict comes from.
No,
because
your
Black
assumption is
Americans,
wrong, though.
for the most part, we want to embrace Africa.
Yes, facts.
But the Africans want to embrace everything except Africa.
Oh my God, yo, this guy's a professor. Jonathan Miller's a professor. Articulated what I was trying to say the whole night.
Now, Mike, I think you said something very interesting earlier, Mike. You said there are more Nigerians in Nigeria than in America. But how many visas were denied to Nigerians more than there are in American?
There what?
You understand that, right?
I didn't hear you. Say it again.
More visas are denied to Nigerians in Nigeria than there are Nigerians in America. If they approve those visas, there would be a whole lot more Nigerians in America than you think.
Yeah, if you allow people to go, any smart. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Mike, Mark's talking. Go ahead, Mark.
Oh no. I just wanted to say, could you please let Frenchie on? She's telling me to let you on. I mean, could you please let her on?
Let her in? No, she's on. She's up. She's on the panel.
Hey, Jonathan, let me say this to you, man.
Hold up, Frenchie, you're on.
Oh, she's on. Okay.
Frenchie, you're on.
Can I say this to Jonathan real quick? Sometimes, Jonathan, when you guys make statements sometimes, I think you should take time to listen to yourself and realize how.
Jonathan's 1,000%.
I know what I said.
Hold on.
Let Frenchie go.
No,
let me just say your last statement. Let me make your last statement.
Thing. It says on. It's I don't know what it is. She's on. She's on stage.
Oh, she has to log out and come back in.
She's on stage. They got all this stuff up here. Streaming her sucks.
Tell her to say something, man. I mean, maybe she got to go out and come back in. But let me say this to Jonathan. Jonathan, sometimes when you guys make statement, you're thinking you actually making a lot of sense and you shaming somebody, and you don't realize that you're really embarrassing yourself. For example,
Mike, it's not about shaming anybody. It's not about shaming anybody. We just have to deal with the reality. We have to deal with the reality, Mike.
Okay, let's deal with it. Okay,
Mike, listen to me. Listen to me, Mike. I want to hear. Mike, every time you say something, you have an excuse for some crazy shit that you said.
You know that.
Mike, when I went to Cross River,
so you don't want me to say
and I went to Calabar, it shamed me how many pro-white statues they had in Calabar.
But that's not the point. Hold on. See, you want to divert what I'm trying to say. Let me just make my point.
Yes, Mike. It's painful. The white statues, the white superiority, it's just all over the place.
Telling me that?
At this point,
he wouldn't even let me talk. What the heck? You spoke and I'm trying to respond.
Mike is 1776.
Let him talk.
God, Lord have mercy.
Mike, you're 1776 for real.
The point is making this even relevant. Everybody know I practice African spirituality. So what's the point of you telling me about some white color? So you shaming me for that? Am I the person with? So that's even relevant. The other point
you do it in your Berlin too, but go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Whoever is doing it, that's their problem. Take it to them. Don't take it to me. Because everybody know I don't do it. So now the second point, you want to shame human being for going for a greener pasture, which is the common sense every human being does. Like it's nature. Even animals seek greener pasture. And that's what you're supposed to do in life. Seek greener pasture. Trying to become successful in life. No, you're trying to shame somebody because he saw a greener pasture somewhere and he goes there to achieve something for himself. And you telling him they should be ashamed of himself. You telling me that I saw opportunity in the United States to build my life, become successful, and build my and you trying to shame me for taking the opportunity. And you think you're making sense?
Yes. Yes. Let me tell you
so
why.
You're making sense. Tell me
when you have your own country,
okay,
it's your responsibility to make it better.
Me?
Facts.
When you have your own community that you claim you love, it's your responsibility to make it better.
Okay.
And if you say, fuck this shit, I'm going to go somewhere else and make the best out of my personal life. From what I've seen listening to you over time, Mike, you're very more about yourself. You don't really care about the whole universe.
Again, you're embarrassing yourself.
You only care about you. And you have said this on this platform many times already.
Again, you're embarrassing yourself again. You're embarrassing yourself again.
Mike, you got on this platform plenty of time.
Are you done?
And you said, why do I have to care about Nigeria? Why do I have to care about Nigeria?
Are you done?
Let me know. Mike.
Okay, let me respond again. Somebody's in Nigeria, right?
Uh-huh.
He's not rich. He hasn't found the opportunity to build himself because the first thing you do before you can build a country is to build yourself. And once you've built yourself, now you're in a position to start building your community and start building your country, right? So a poor person is in this country. He's looking for opportunities to build his life, get something. He doesn't have anything. So now he sees the opportunity to build himself somewhere else. Now he goes there to build himself. And after building himself, and he starts building his community, right? Now you telling me that I'm stupid because I'm supposed to start building my country when I'm poor there first. Now,
Mike, according to you, you wasn't poor when you left Nigeria. So that's what you're saying doesn't make sense.
Please, let me just make this last statement. Now,
unless you lied before. So go ahead.
Are you telling me that a black American that's living in a poor neighborhood where he hasn't found an opportunity there, good job there. Now, he's willing. Now, somebody offered him a high-paying job in another neighborhood, right? Maybe it happens to be a Spanish neighborhood, white neighborhood, Indian neighborhood, whatever it is, where he can go there and make it for himself. If he does that, he's a coon, which is exactly what you guys do to yourselves. Whenever a black person lives in a neighborhood, he's a coon. So you're telling me that that black person that's in a black neighborhood that hasn't just broke, hasn't found an opportunity. When he finds it, wait. When he finds a greener pasture,
Mike, you too long-winded, man.
The reason why I want to allow you to say this dumbass statement because it's a bad statement.
You should have
because in America, in the United States of America, there is actually really no such thing as black community because the black people in America get shipped from one area to another area to another area. But there is a such thing as a black country. Your country, nigga.
Okay.
In
Thank
which
you.
no one can ship your ass
Let
to
me
go to another country.
let me make it a
You can remain in your country.
Let me
You
put
are
it
a very
different. Let me put it a
intelligent
different way.
person, Mike,
Let
and
me
I
put it a
believe you're a
different way.
very successful business person.
Let me
I'm
put it
pretty
a different
certain
way.
you could do well in Nigeria.
Jonathan,
So you can bash Nigeria in the very same mouth that you try to
Jonathan,
defend Nigeria. You
sound
bash
like
Nigeria right
a complete
afterward.
stock moron, like a complete moron,
Of course, to you I
a
do.
real moron.
You're cool.
Hey, Mike, you the real 1776 man. I got to give it to you, man.
So all the Asians that came to America, that came to make it, all the Jewish that came to America, all the Italian, everybody else, Koreans, they went somewhere else. In fact, let me not use America. The Chinese, the Chinese. Hold on, this is even a better example. The Chinese man, they go to Nigeria to go do business or to go there to go create for opportunity there. That's living there. It's so stupid. Because you should have stayed in China, built in China. That's what you're telling me.
Well, Mike, let me say
But
this.
their countries are developed,
Jonathan, you're a
Mike.
moron. You're a complete moron.
Mike, their countries are
Somebody that
developed.
travels,
A lot of the Chinese went to these
somebody that
places
travels to
before
go
China
achieve
is what
something
it
for
is now, by
himself,
the way.
you're
Let me
shaming him for doing
let me
that.
say this. There's this myth that immigrants are coming in like I
You
work
are
in
shaming somebody for
and
going
I
to
got
achieve
people
something for
income
himself.
level up.
Oh my
You'd be
God.
surprised how many Indian families, they got so much money that friggin' old age don't even have never paid into Medicare and stuff like that because they didn't work enough quarters. They only have
By
a
the way, I got some numbers I want to report when you guys get
Jonathan, you
done.
realize you're a moron, right?
Because
so it's like
I
it's
was reading some stuff. That's why I kind of wasn't saying much, and I looked up some immigration numbers, and from what I'm reading, the majority of people come in and they seek asylum. They're doing that asylum thing. Now, a big chunk of them get kicked out, and then some of them,
yeah, but
like,
hold on, you legal. What's the procedure for legal asylum?
so you come in and they're presenting themselves at the border
No,
essentially
you
and saying
cannot
that
do that. You can't just come in and cross the border. You got to
you
wait at a point of entry, right? Get where
right.
you seek asylum, and then your case is heard, and
And
then
that's
let
what
you in
they're
at
doing.
that
That's
point.
what they're doing. That's what
No,
they're
they're
doing.
And
not.
Carla, to
Hold
add
on.
on to
No,
that
but
seeking asylum
the
part,
thing
you're
the thing you
supposed to
don't
go
the thing
to
you
the closest
one second.
country to
The thing
yours,
the
not
thing you
skip over countries because you want to go to a particular country.
the thing you're not getting
That's
there
also a
is
part of that asylum law. You
Yeah,
know that?
you
Did you
got
know
to
that?
skip 5 countries and come to the United States. Come on.
right. Remember I said that the majority of people go to bordering states. Like I said, like Colombia itself has already taken over 1 million Venezuelans. Right now, they come to the border and they present themselves. They want to get apprehended, right? They get apprehended from the border patrol. The border patrol does some processing. They do send back a lot of those people. They said the numbers, one article I read said the numbers on the Trump was